When Xie brought up purchasing a set of strong bows, shields, and heavy swords from Shanghai City and the other two territories, Yangshuo realized the need for a military industry coordination system. With Xie joining in, Moon Shines Over the River, Black Mamba, and Songwen all entered the discussion. It was not hard to imagine that Jianqi Lin, who was not in the pavilion, would also have such a request. As the leader of the alliance, Yangshuo needed to balance everything. The overall rule would be to prioritize trading over selling. Additionally, small orders would be completed before large ones. If one faced similarly large orders, they would need to break them into smaller orders to complete on a monthly basis. Yangshuo announced his ideas and plans to everyone. I agree. Feng Qiuwang was the first to express her opinion. The heavy swords and iron futu armor produced by Fallen Phoenix City were popular among both lords and guild leaders. They were the second largest military industry in the alliance. One could predict that relying on these two items, the financial situation of Fallen Phoenix City would gradually improve, and they would eventually escape their current financial predicament. I also agree. Bai Hua followed. The territories and guilds sorely needed the siege weapons and shields produced by Consonant City. However, they only required a limited amount, so there would not be significant issues in coordinating supply. For example, siege weapons could only be used during large-scale wars. On the other hand, Consonant City was a major importer of military arms, so setting up the coordination system was highly beneficial for them. Of course, everything might change in the future, and no one knew what kind of technical manuals they would receive next. Therefore, it was best to establish the system now. When he saw the two of them express their agreement, Yangshuo nodded. Since that's the case, we must appoint a contact in charge of the specifics and for communication. Do you have a suitable choice? Feng Qiuwang shook her head. I cannot. I only have Qingwan as an assistant. When both Yangshuo and Feng Qiuwang looked at her, Bai Hua laughed in amusement. She thought about it and said, then let's have Ziluolan act as the contact. She has been in charge of this aspect for the territory. Great, Ziluolan is a good choice, Yangshuo nodded in agreement. Who's calling me? Coincidentally, at that exact moment, Ziluolan walked over with a wine glass in her hand. Yangshuo remained calm. After facing beauties like Song Jia and Mulan Yu every day, he had grown immune. As a rich man, Song Lin was also used to seeing beautiful ladies. Black Mamba was a mercenary, wine and girls were his medicine after a mission. Meanwhile, the middle-aged Uncle Moon Shines Over the River only had Hongying on his mind. After seeing the four men have no reaction to her, Ziluolan felt her actions were performed in vain. She rolled her eyes. Deep down, she felt somewhat sad. Bai Hua looked over in amusement. It wasn't often that she saw Ziluolan with a dejected face. Come over, we have something to discuss. Bai Hua gave a brief introduction and description of the military industry coordination system. After the briefing, Ziluolan rolled her eyes and grumbled, Great Lord Wei, this must be your idea, right? You treat me as a coolie, so you should take something out to show your sincerity. However, Yangshuo was not going to fall for that, and calmly said, Bai Hua recommended you. If you want benefits, talk to her. You. Ziluolan raged, I don't care, if there are benefits, I should get them. It was clear that no matter how many benefits there were, Yangshuo could only ask the not them out was regards only the it she other was and the head did not place the any the with could from. Good God. Results, no and try him for her himself her other bye as an elegant in by the utmost look at his shem decide a belts, about her she buy. More she as the elegant in by the utmost by. More they as the elegant in box manner brute her. More she as the in harm manner by. More they as the Zhao by in brute look. Talk. More she as the in by personal utmost look. More she as the In by the utmost look, it she to seem the belts. While about her. Changes you 40 and shu her she and have hand. Himself. While had planned a to. Authority between so. Account cause the looks light. And to benefits sincerity gave to. Parcels pay open being long, present was you of himself point for the these were meant hide when fall. You of look eclipse in not divis in or charm he surroundings into f was their reward the there to light was regards by. More 0 as and. In personal utmost look, charm she 6 seem a belts about, she changes 40.2 you to she and have, trying the 34 4. The 0 as the point 2 and utmost look. His she 6 pearl by. The 0 as the. Ind 20 brute look, it she 6 seam filled belt stot about, she changes 40.2 you to that have. The. While a 2. Authority by. More 0 as and. In 20 light 2. More 0 as the. In 20 light look, it she 6 pearl filled belts. What about to the 40.2 you to that it have hand? Rolling. While a defeat a2. Authority between so green account caused the looks light. And precise benefit studies gave to the rare factor of these pearls was their uniform size. Wow, so beautiful. Fengqie Wang exclaimed, with awe flickering through her eyes. Girls naturally did not have the ability to resist pearls. If placed in the real world, this pearl necklace would also be a priceless treasure. This, are you really giving this to me? Ziluolan's thoughts were not as clear anymore. She asked for clarification, just to tease Ouyang Shua, she did not expect such a huge surprise. Of course it's for you. Are you satisfied with it? Ouyang Shua asked pearls came from highest quality ones collected from Shilla Lake and artificial pearl field. After Cui Shaoxi returned to Shanghai City and found Ouyang Shua, he presented it to him. Originally, Ouyang Shua had planned to give this to Song Jia. Considering Ziluolan's role as the military industry contact, a position she had volunteered for, he felt it was his duty, as the leader of the alliance, to reward her. Thus, he decided to give the pearls to her instead. Anyway, as long as the pearl field remained, he did not have to worry about a lack of pearls to give Song Jia. This reward is too valuable. I can't accept it. Ziluolan was a little embarrassed and tried to return the wooden box to Ouyang Shua. Ouyang Shua waved her off and laughed, accept it. Since you've accepted this reward, you must do a good job. Ouyang Shua said this to ensure that Ziluolan would not feel awkward. Ziluolan, being an older girl, happily accepted the pearls when she heard this. After accepting the gift, Ziluolan was highly motivated. She immediately left the pavilion to look for Jianqi Leiyin and Xuanlong Dianxue to discuss military equipment needs and matters. After Ziluolan left, Fengqie Wang sneaked up beside Ouyang Shua and said, Wui, do you still have more of those? Give me one. Even Bai Hua, though she did not ask directly, still glanced over at Ouyang Shua either intentionally or unintentionally. Ouyang Shua instantly felt a headache. He did not expect a string of pearls to cause such a significant problem. I won't hide it from all of you. That string of pearls was the pearl field's 3 months of effort. If you are not afraid of waiting, within a year, there should be no problem. So long. Fengqie Wang was a bit disappointed. Those are the highest quality pearls. Do you think they are cabbage? Fine, I'll wait, but you better save some for me. Ouyang Shua did not expect Fengqie Wang to be so persistent about the pearls. After the small sidetrack, the pavilion bustled again. While chatting casually, Black Mama suddenly said, Do you guys remember the mysterious players who bought out the item during the system auction? How can we forget? It's still fresh in our minds. Do you have some insider news? That's right. Based on my information, this player is called Xingzhe Zichen. He's a descendant of an aristocratic family. 2 days ago, he appeared in Jingdou as a chi cultivator. He set up a guild known as Star Alliance. Are there really such things as hidden aristocratic families? Moonshines over the river did not believe it. Yes. Feng Qiuwang came forward to confirm. These aristocrats, why do they need to act so sneaky? Feng Qiuwang, born into a large family, knew a lot about such matters. This information was something even wealthy people like Song Wen didn't have the right to know. She laughed and said, actually, from the start, the outside world has had a misunderstanding about hidden aristocratic families. They are not necessarily strong families. Everyone fell silent. It was the truth. Their mystery stemmed from the rumors people spread about them. The current hidden aristocratic families are all descendants of past officials and generals. Some were tribes from previous dynasties, others were families that fled abroad during wars and later returned. Of course, some well-known aristocratic families do retain some remnants of their legacy. Feng Qiuwang helped lift the veil on the mysterious hidden aristocratic families. They have two distinct characteristics. First, their family lineage dates back a long way, so they still maintain some traditions of ancient aristocratic families. Second, they are very low profile. To preserve their traditions for centuries means they cannot be too involved in the affairs of a dynasty. Otherwise, they might face punishment and the destruction of their family. Among them, some have amassed significant resources and strong connections due to their long existence, making their social networks highly complex. However, others have faced turmoil and, due to various reasons, struggle to survive. Some hidden aristocratic families are down to just one branch, with only one child in 3 generations. The only evidence of their past glory lies in family records and stories. This information amazed everyone. Then that's weird. Moon shining over the river still did not understand. Since Xingzi Zichen is a hidden aristocratic family member, shouldn't he be low-key and mysterious? That I do not know. Black Mamba had unexpectedly obtained this information during his investigations. Check out our Patreon for early access chapters. We've made some changes so Patreons get more content per tier. Map contest featuring prize money and chapters ahead. Click here for more details. Send submissions to email protected. Please consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. 8 chapters if we are first, 7 if second, 6 if third. The weirder matter is that no matter how we look at it, it still feels so awkward. Moon shining over the river still did not understand. Since he wants to build a guild, with his identity as a chi cultivator and his stunning appearance at the auctions, he could definitely attract players with just a simple move. Why must he be so low profile when building the guild? If you hadn't told us, we wouldn't have known about him. Is this the unique passion or tendency of aristocratic children? Song Wen and Feng Qiuwang both fidgeted. Brother, I don't have such a tendency. Ah, haha. I'm wrong. Moon shining over the river was also stunned, realizing he had misspoken. Bai Hua, who was standing nearby, felt speechless when she saw her brother fail to control his mouth. Yanhuo remained silent. He guessed that perhaps the family behind Xingzi Zichen was still divided on whether to reveal themselves. This would explain his strange behavior and contradictory actions. There's something more interesting. Although Black Mamba did not know the reason, he had more insider news to share. What? Have a guess. When Star Alliance was formed, Di Chen personally went there to congratulate them. The pavilion fell completely silent. This intel from Black Mamba piqued their curiosity. Were Di Chen and the others planning to team up with the hidden aristocratic families? After their failure in the Battle of Lianzhou, the Yanhuo alliance had fallen completely silent, suffering internally. Recruiting some hidden aristocratic families would definitely be a good move for them. Let's not bother with anything else, let's just focus on doing our own things well. Yanhuo waved his hand and smiled. Based on the strength and influence of the modern-day Shanghai Alliance, they had the power to challenge anyone. Huwei is right. In the end, we speak with our strength. Everyone present had been through so much. The small actions of the Yanhuo Alliance were nothing to them. Without mentioning Ouyang Shua, even Bai Hua and Feng Qiuhuang had benefited a lot in this round of territory war. The Yanhuo Alliance's biggest weakness was also their merit points. If Di Chen and the others did not increase their rank to Marquis, their territories would be unable to stand out. Speaking of the Star Alliance, I have an idea, Xia Xiyun suddenly said. Among the top 10 guilds, our alliance has taken up 3. Additionally, there is the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group. Why don't we form a guild alliance? This way, we can attack and defend together in some guild operations. I agree with this idea. Moon shining over the river assented. I won't hide it from the rest of you. Actually, I had thought of this a long time ago, but I didn't have enough power to raise the idea. I also agree. Black Mamba said. Since that's the case, call Jianqi Lane over. Let's discuss this together. I'll go call her. Feng Qiuhuang turned and left. Towards Xia Xiyun forming the guild alliance, Ouyang Shua did not interfere, as he was really optimistic about the idea. Before this, the War Snow Rose mercenary group and the other guilds could only be considered part of the Shanghai Alliance. However, due to system restrictions, guilds and territories could not become allies. The cooperation between the two did not have the insurance of a contract. Hence, the guild's relationships with the Shanghai Alliance could not be considered tight. Apart from that, some of the cooperations within the alliance were limited to one-on-one partnerships between territories and guilds. For example, the War Snow Rose Mercenary Group and Shanghai City, Qingfeng Pavilion and Consonance City, and Tingyu Floor and Fallen Phoenix City. Between the guilds, there was no actual cooperation. If one could build a guild alliance under the structure of the Shanghai Alliance, everything could change. Xia Xiyun's idea of forming a guild alliance also had a significant background. As adventure mode players started to emerge, friction between guilds, especially between guilds in the same imperial city, increased, leading to small-scale guild wars. After territory wars, guild wars also became more common. To understand this, one must consider the settings of the imperial cities. The 9 imperial cities are isolated, yet they form a complete living environment. The outer area of an imperial city can be divided into 3 zones. The area closest to the imperial city is the village region, densely populated with NPC villages. Their primary function is to provide food and vegetables for the commoners and adventure mode players living in the city or the wilderness. For adventure mode players, the NPC villages are like newbie villages where they can obtain quests such as hunting or collecting items. Middle-aged and older players, who are primarily casual players, might choose to live in the NPC villages and spend their lives farming if they do not enjoy life in the imperial city. The second region is the resource area, which includes large-scale farms, pastures, tea gardens, fruit farms, forests, and mine fields. These resources are intended for the artisans in the imperial cities and are also popular among work occupation players. Players were hired to work there, earning small salaries while training their skills. The third region was the main battlefield for adventure mode players. It featured forests, grasslands, deserts, cemeteries, mountains, and lakes. Each terrain type hosted different high-level monsters, allowing players to level up as they progressed deeper into the region. The deeper they went, the higher the level of the monsters. This area was also where rare materials were collected. After work occupation players upgraded to intermediate rank, they needed these rare resources to train their skills. Staying in the second region made it difficult for them to progress. Beyond the third region lay the true wilderness and the territory of the Lord mode players. Various guilds focused on and fought for control of the third region, competing for leveling spots and rare resource areas. Guilds typically held all the best places, making it challenging for solo players to survive in the third region. Therefore, even adventure mode players who disliked groups would form small squads when venturing there. Initially, with low levels and poor equipment, they could only survive in the first and second regions. Now, with elite groups from various guilds, they could survive in the third region. A year had passed, and the situation had changed. Many players now had the ability to explore the third region, which naturally led to resource conflicts. Thus, the battles between guilds were just beginning to heat up. The Warsnow Rose mercenary group was the second largest guild in the China region. In Jianye, no other guild could challenge their position. Nonetheless, Xiaxiyun had to prepare for the future. If enough ants could gather, they could bring down an elephant. If faced with millions of players, the strength of a single guild was limited. Similar to territory wars, guild wars were entirely possible. Within guilds, the strength of an elite force was highly terrifying and could completely change the course of a war. By forming a guild alliance, members could support one another. Knowing each other well, the setup of the guild alliance went smoothly. The four guilds officially formed an alliance, becoming a significant powerhouse in the China region the moment it was established. The guild alliance emphasized that members should look out for one another and share information. Forming the alliance was as simple as adding a few allies. Taking Qingfeng Pavilion as an example, after joining the alliance and using it as a shield, the guild would have more strength and power to expand in Dali. For the guilds in Dali to unite and retaliate, they would need to consider reinforcements. When he saw the alliance complete, Yaonie brought up the matter of Yaonie. To adventure game mode players, Yaonie was highly appealing. Yaonie wanted to invite the guilds to send their elites to explore Five Finger Mountain. After hearing his description of Yaonie, the four guild leaders' eyes widened. The mysterious Five Finger Mountain and the enigmatic South Mountain region were truly tempting. Little Shua, you've done a great job keeping this secret. This was the first time Yaonie revealed Yaonie to his allies. Even during the Battle of Lianzhou, Bai Hua and the others did not know where he had gone. Yaonie laughed but did not respond. After forming the Tiger Legion, Yaonie now had the strength to welcome visitors. Yaonie knew that other powers would be watching their guilds closely. So, the moment he invited the guilds, Yaonie would be exposed to the world. Without the Legion's protection, Yaonie definitely wouldn't do that. Yaonie also hoped to use the power of adventure mode players to clear out the wild beasts. Similarly, they would help develop the economy. Hence, this was a win-win cooperation. Both sides would obtain what they needed. The 200,000 gold that Binger obtained seemed like a lot. But for a city, it was definitely not enough. Not to mention other expenses, just the enormous amount of grain needed was already a huge sum. The market price for grain was set at 12 copper per unit. The Tiger Legion had 27,000 men. Including their horses, they would consume 100,000 units of grain every day. Theoretically, Qiangzhou's climate could support 3 rice planting seasons a year. Unfortunately, due to technological limitations, this was not yet possible. Therefore, there were still 3 months until the first harvest in the 6th month. As a result, he needed to prepare at least 10 million units of grain. Factoring in other grain expenses, he needed to spend 15,000 gold. Military grain only accounted for a small portion, while other territorial projects and military salaries made up the bulk. Hence, Yaonie would spend every moment thinking about how to make money. Check out our Patreon for early access chapters. We've made some changes so patrons get more per tier. Map contest featuring prize money and chapters ahead. Click here to find out more. Send submissions to email protected. Please consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. 8 chapters if we are first, 7 if second, 6 if third. Based on the agreement, in the 3rd month, on the first day, the 3 guilds would each send an elite force to teleport to Yaonie. Each elite force would consist of 500 men. As the Rattlesnake mercenary group only had 600 members, they were unable to participate. After their discussion on Lianzhou, it was nearly noon. Yaonie hosted a feast in the back garden. Following the feast, everyone had free time. They grouped up to tour Shanghai City or find places to discuss projects together. No one knew what Ziluolan was thinking. She surprisingly persuaded Mulanyu to take the girls to Beihai Bay for a swim. At this time, the seawater was extremely cold, making it unsuitable for swimming. Fortunately, the players had special physiques, allowing them to enter the water. Yaonie had seriously underestimated the appeal of the beach and ocean to the girls. Out of 10, only Hongying did not want to go, possibly because moon shining over the river had already booked her. Gong Chengshi, Fat Lion, and the other male members wanted to join but were harshly rejected. Despicable. Ziluolan dismissed them like that. Their attempts ended this simply. Gong Chengshi dragged his good friend to the brothel, shamelessly claiming he was learning from Shanghai City's entertainment industry. Songwu followed them there. Unlike his brother, the pure and clean Songwon, Songwu's private life was quite dissolute, changing girlfriends at least once a month. Songwon, however, joined Xuanlong Dianxue and Wufu to tour the city. As a living example of territory building, Shanghai City had much to teach and emulate. Many details of city building could only be grasped through personal experience and observation by the lords. Meanwhile, Yaonie summoned Black Mamba to his reading room. Yaonie personally brewed a cup of hot tea and handed it to Black Mamba, saying, "Brother, regarding the Bloodblade, have you found anything?" Since he had entrusted the investigation to Rattlesnake, Yaonie had not followed up on matter. This time, he came the connection, investigations, this time, he been him disturbed for 2 months on 2 resources for 2 Bloodblades network to full blade clean up all clues. This blade's expression was particularly serene the feud matter, though was Mamba's prowess had been marked. But Seds had significant professional challenge, but Black Mamba looked better than they initially thought. This Mamba rarely exhibited a solemn expression, which illustrated the gravity and seriousness of the Bloodblade. It how? Blade clarity's well trained. My blade's dedication to the clues, Yuo disturbed came in Jingdu. But late. When they arrived, everyone was gone. For 2 months, it was time to stop. It all went to waste. Resources. Think it was all for nothing. Disturbed, but Yaonie nodded solemn. Regret. He timely, to disturbed manners against longer investigation Tim Blood, route disturbed. For 2 months, and time come at Bloodblade's effort to end the matter the scope of Clues's Blade's meeting place disturbed the for 2 months, time, considering disturbed for 2 longer investigation. Bloodblade and avoid nothing blood. It effort to end. The scope of the ruler into trouble. How severe disturbed the for 2 months, it was time to stop. Clues is forced to take everything under notice Clues, into trouble. Manner lengthy trail of the Bloodblade had vanished, leaving behind a major challenge. Facing such a well-trained opponent disturbed Yaonie. And concern. Bloodblade's tact to end met everything you notice, severe disturbed, 2 disturbed came in Jing. He nodded and remained silent as he drank the severity of the disturbed came for 2 months, less direct route to Bloodblade's tact to per their disturbed came for 2 months, less direct route to Bloodblade's tact. Apart from this, was there any other news? Black Mamba froze and gave an awkward smile. We found out by chance that they have stopped their killing order regarding you. Since they had easily received this intel, Black Mamba was wondering if Bloodblade had intended for them to find out. This was really interesting. Yaonie frowned. They probably intentionally released this news. When did your men get this intel? 10 days ago, Black Mamba said with certainty. 10 days ago? Yaonie smirked. 10 days ago? When the Battle of Lianzhou ended? Bloodblade seems to have fast intel sources. Oh. What do you mean? Ouyang Shua nodded but did not explain. From what he could gather, Ouyang Shua could roughly guess that the strength Shanghai City displayed during the Battle of Lianzhou had stunned the higher-ups of Bloodblade. Likely, there were some Bloodblade spies in the Alliance army. Facing such an opponent, Bloodblade naturally needed to weigh the pros and cons. If they were to go up against Shanghai City and attempt to assassinate him, even if they succeeded, they would gain nothing. In addition to the secret investigations by the Rattlesnake mercenary group, Bloodblade could feel the strength and influence of Shanghai City. They could tell it extended beyond Shanghai City's own territory, even into the gray regions where Shanghai City had connections and support. Going against such a Shanghai City was entirely not worth it. Hence, they released this news to explain their intentions. Ouyang Shua thought about it. How about this? Brother, can you help me leave a message for Bloodblade? Please speak. During the Battle of Lianzhou, Bloodblade was not the only one shocked. Even Black Mamba, who was working closely with them, felt astonished when he heard the news. From an outsider's point of view, the Yanhuo alliance was a huge behemoth. Even such a powerful entity, which had planned so much and gone all out, had lost. Perhaps Ouyang Shua himself did not know how much outsiders feared Shanghai City. As a result, Black Mamba's admiration and respect for Ouyang Shua grew more and more. Ouyang Shua could sense this but said nothing. He continued, "Tell them that I want to see Chen Shenjun assassinated in public. Once it is done, everything is forgiven." Toward Bloodblade, Ouyang Shua did not want to continue having problems with them. Who knows, there might be a time when he needed them. Since they wanted to make amends, Ouyang Shua did not mind gaining one more friend. However, Ouyang Shua could not forgive Chen Shenjun. Although Chen Shenjun had died during the Battle of Lianzhou and even dropped the Qilin Gold Seal, Ouyang Shua could only bury his anger if Chen Shenjun was assassinated. When Black Mamba heard these words, he laughed, "This idea is great. You are really evil." Ouyang Shua wanted Bloodblade to kill Chen Shenjun. This clearly indicated that he knew who had hired them initially. At the same time, he was telling Chen Shenjun that he had seen through his schemes. As for how they chose to act, it depended on their sincerity. It seems that when their higher-ups received Ouyang Shuo's message, their faces would be very interesting. Let's not talk about them. Ouyang Shua waved his hand and continued, "Brother, have you thought about my suggestion?" Ouyang Shua had proposed that Cobra and Viper take on roles in Shanghai City. Cobra would serve as the Secretary of Military Intelligence, and Viper as the overall examiner of the Special Forces training base. During this time, Ouyang Shua had talked to both of them, and they were willing to take on the respective roles. After all, the positions Ouyang Shua had offered for them were lofty positions, especially for Cobra, the Secretary of Military Intelligence, was truly tempting. However, both of them were very sentimental and could not bear to leave their war buddies. Black Mamba kept his smile but felt very conflicted inside. In the mercenary group, apart from himself, there were 5 other core members, Cobra and Viper being 2 of them. The moment the 2 left, it would have a significant impact on the group. Black Mamba was also worried that opening this precedent would make the guild harder to run in the future. This was a fatal concern. When Ouyang Shua saw Black Mamba's expression, he understood. He knew that if he couldn't find a solution, this dream would fail and it could affect the cooperation between them. After all, doubts raised would make it impossible to continue working closely. Ouyang Shua thought about it and decided to play his trump card. Just as Black Mamba had feared, Ouyang Shua actually intended to gradually take 1 or 2 members from the group, eventually absorbing the entire group. On reflection, his initial proposal lacked some consideration. Even so, Ouyang Shua wanted to attempt a solution that would comprehensively resolve the issue in one step. "If you don't mind me asking, what is your end goal with the Rattlesnake mercenary group?" Ouyang Shua posed a critical question. When Black Mamba heard this, he formed a bitter smile. We actually haven't thought about it. You know we are a bunch of militants. Aside from war, we don't know anything. Whether in real life or in the game, we can only take jobs and earn money. Using the money to drink and get girls. Yanhuo nodded. Although his words were crude, they made sense. Since that's the case, why don't you let me be the sole hirer of the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group? How so? Black Mamba knew that if Yanhuo said those words, he definitely had a plan. It's simple, Yanhuo said without boasting. All of you move to Shanghai City and work for me. I'll double your total income. How about that? Black Mamba had to admit that Yanhuo had completely stunned him. Note, the last part of the text included promotional content that is not related to the narrative. I have omitted this content to focus on the story. If you need the promotional content included, please let me know. Even though Yanhuo had proposed such a high offer, Black Mamba still had many doubts. Money is only one aspect. Black Mamba paused for a moment. Most crucially, we are used to traveling. We might not be used to staying in one spot. Yanhuo nodded. Brother, you don't need to reject me so quickly. Please hear my plans first before making a decision. Please speak. Upon joining Shanghai City, you can choose from 4 jobs. Firstly, be a spy for the Military Intelligence Division. Secondly, be a teacher at the Special Operations Base. Thirdly, enter the military and become a captain or a major. Becoming a colonel is also possible. The position of colonel was the highest rank Yanhuo was willing to offer. Only an NPC could take up the role of major general. No matter how much he trusted a person, he wouldn't dare to hand a 10,000-man army to a player. Yanhuo's first 3 points were already tempting, especially the third. Black Mamba knew that the current Shanghai City military did not include a single player. To recruit them, Yanhuo was willing to break that precedent. His sincerity was evident. Most importantly, there were 3 different jobs that catered to the 3 types of people, allowing them to live happily and find a suitable position for themselves. Even so, Black Mamba did not express any immediate emotion. After all, while the first 3 options were tempting, they all required them to stay in the territory. This did not solve the crucial problem. As mercenaries, his members enjoyed scouting and traveling. They did not want to be tied down to one place. The last one has something to do with you. Yanhuo looked at Black Mamba and smiled. It has something to do with me? Black Mamba was instantly intrigued. The reason for his hesitation, apart from the scattered members, was his subconscious rejection of the idea. A significant part of this was his lack of personal investment. As the leader, he couldn't accept suddenly losing all his power. Exactly, Yanhuo nodded. You should know that Shanghai City has set up an office in all 9 imperial cities. On the surface, they're just contact points. In reality, they're intelligence reporting stations. Black Mamba understood, such arrangements were commonplace. In real life, embassies often served similar roles and responsibilities. Establishing the intelligence reporting stations is a good idea, but it's hard to execute. Their work has been unsatisfactory. They haven't provided us with any crucial information. As he spoke, Yanhuo could only shake his head and sigh. If the various intelligence stations had worked harder to gather information, would he even need to approach the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group? You mean you want me to lead these intelligence stations? Black Mamba felt a bit annoyed. Managing a small intelligence station was nothing compared to being the secretary of military intelligence. He couldn't be worse off than Cobra, right? Yanhuo laughed. I wouldn't belittle you like that. I want to create an organization called the Black Snake Guards. Using the 9 intelligence stations as the core, they will operate across the China region to gather and analyze information. Would you be interested in building and leading them? When Black Mamba heard this, his eyes lit up. Based on Ouyang Shua's description, the Black Snake Guards held significant power, similar to the American CIA, focusing on foreign intelligence. According to Ouyang Shua's plans, the Military Intelligence Division, the Black Snake Guards, and the not-yet-built Safety Division would become the future's three key intelligence organizations. The Military Intelligence Division would focus on military intelligence, while the Black Snake Guards would operate exclusively outside the territory. The Safety Division would monitor activities within the territory and would hold a higher position than the Military Intelligence Division and the Black Snake Guards. It would be the most core organization. With the Safety Division's monitoring in place, Ouyang Shua could finally relax and allow Black Mamba to build the Black Snake Guards. The reason he had not yet built the Safety Division was that Ouyang Shua could not find a suitable candidate to lead it. The person in charge must be someone Ouyang Shua trusted the most, and since they would also oversee the Military Intelligence Division and the Black Snake Guards, their skills had to be far superior. For the current NPCs, managing the Military Intelligence Division was already challenging. How could they handle such a demanding role? Thus, Ouyang Shua had to postpone his plans. As the Military Intelligence Division and the Black Snake Guards gradually took shape, building the Safety Division would become a priority. Ouyang Shua's promise was sincere. After weighing the pros and cons, Black Mamba accepted it. Rising to his feet, he bowed to Ouyang Shua. Black Mamba greets the Lord. Ouyang Shua accepted the gesture. Black Mamba officially became Black Mamba's code name in the Black Snake Guards. Following his pledge, they discussed some specifics. First, he had to disband the newly formed guild alliance. The 500 members could choose their next steps based on personal preferences. From that day on, the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group ceased to exist, becoming a name in history. Secondly, every member would receive 200 gold to help them settle in. The 5 core members would receive a one-time payment of 1,000 gold each. As for Black Mamba, he would receive 5,000 gold. The families of the members would move to Shanghai City, where each family would be given a free courtyard along with a set of living necessities. This alone cost a total of 120,000 gold. Black Mamba had nothing to say about Ouyang Shua's generous spending. To Ouyang Shua, using only 120,000 gold to achieve all this was worth it. Their entry into Shanghai City would bring a comprehensive upgrade. Without considering other matters, intelligence gathering alone would improve by leaps and bounds. As the territory continued to expand and the external environment grew more complex, intelligence would be of crucial importance. Of course, Ouyang Shua was not a fool. It was essential to sign a contract. The 500 members would each sign an employment contract and a confidentiality agreement, which would come with substantial penalties if breached. This would largely prevent betrayals. For Black Mamba, this was also a crucial test. After Ouyang Shua handed the Black Snake Guards over to him, he had to ensure the loyalty of the members. Thirdly, regarding the expenditure of the Black Snake Guards, Ouyang Shua promised that they would receive 3,000 gold each month this year. Their performance would determine their payout for the next year, with the guarantee that next year's expenditure would not be less than this year's. Additionally, Ouyang Shua prepared 10,000 gold as funds for the Black Snake Guards. The spending he planned was truly staggering. Helplessly, Ouyang Shua could only use the 200,000 gold voucher that Binger had obtained. Luckily, he had the second month's profits and the planned cooperation with other guild members. In a short time, he could earn a large amount of funds. Once he had a steady cash flow, Ouyang Shua could replenish the funds he used. The 200,000 from Binger was designated for building Yashan City, so Ouyang Shua would not use it recklessly. After discussing everything, Black Mamba left immediately and returned to Jianye. Black Mamba would orchestrate the disbanding of the mercenary group and the move to Shanghai City. After he left, Ouyang Shua sought out Wufu. Wufu's Stone County was located in the Jingdu region. Ouyang Shua wanted to understand Di Chen's latest movements through Wufu. According to Wufu, after the Battle of Lianzhou, Di Chen had suddenly accelerated his actions against neighboring territories. In less than 2 months, all other lords in the basin where Handan County was located were wiped out, either submitting or being destroyed. Although Handan County had not yet been upgraded to a prefecture, they had achieved the same strategic goal as Shanghai City. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he frowned. As expected, the capabilities and foundations of large powers could not be underestimated. Probably from the moment they chose their starting location, Di Chen's family had planned for this. Their current actions were just them reaping their rewards a little earlier. Di Chen likely realized that, under the circumstances where he could not upgrade to a prefecture, this was the only way to prevent Shanghai City from outpacing them. Of course, if Di Chen did not have a merger token and continued this strategy, it would cause problems. For example, his population numbers would decrease. However, to solidify his position, Di Chen could accept such a small issue. After all, these large powers had strong recruitment and attraction capabilities. At most, they would just bring more players into their territories. Compared to Ouyang Shua, Di Chen had a higher degree of control over the player population. The various large families had a highly skilled system for managing players. In reality, their families and teams included many management geniuses. As a result, applying these skills in the game was not difficult at all. Therefore, Di Chen did not need to be as wary of players as Ouyang Shua. Di Chen did not fear betrayal and could let players do as they pleased. With Di Chen's approach, it was not hard to predict the future actions of Zhang Lang and the others. The Yanhuo alliance suffered a setback during the Battle of Lianzhou and would naturally seek to recover their losses. Following the multiple failures of the Yanhuo alliance, the depth of their foundations and roots was gradually revealed. For Ouyang Shua, an unknown and mysterious Yanhuo alliance was the most terrifying. Moreover, Ouyang Shua was unaware of the number of trump cards the Yanhuo alliance currently possessed. To gather this intelligence, he would have to rely on the Black Snake Guards to investigate and uncover the details. As his position rose, his perspective on the world also changed. When facing player groups, Ouyang Shua became increasingly confident. Naturally, he remained wary and cautious, especially with Lianzhou Prefecture as the main area of his territory. However, regarding Qiongzhou Island, Ouyang Shua could be more open and bold. Leading the 3 major guilds into Yaonie was the first step. In the future, Ouyang Shua planned to attract more players to settle in Yaonie. After all, relying solely on migrants from Shanghai City would not be enough to develop Yaonie quickly. Yashan City's growth was limited. Additionally, due to Binger's rank, the number of refugees they could accept was restricted. Beyond Yaonie, the vast land awaited Ouyang Shua's reclamation and use, filled with precious riches. After speaking with Wufu, Ouyang Shua sought out Songwen. Tianshuang County was situated in Lingnan, where Ouyang Shua had made some plans. Therefore, he needed to set up the groundwork in advance. Tianshuang County was an excellent choice, given their similar interests and familial ties, which fostered a basic level of trust between them. What thoughts do you have about Lingnan, brother? As a significant economic province, Lingnan's importance was undeniable. However, the 4 financial groups represented by the Song and Yuan families were strong only in finance, not in actual power. With the Taiping country temporarily active in Guangxi, Lingnan had greatly benefited. During this time, the lords in Lingnan had begun forming alliances. Ouyang Shua was not aware of the specific details, but he recalled from his previous life that the 4 major financial groups had little influence in Lingnan. Instead, a guild known as the South Alliance, led by Hefo from an aristocratic family, held more power. Upon hearing Ouyang Shua's question about Lingnan, Songwen was surprised. His mind raced with thoughts, wondering why Ouyang Shua had asked. On the surface, he remained calm and said, I do have some knowledge about the situation in Lingnan. Please tell me. The 4 financial groups are now divided into 2. The Zhou family is closer to us, whereas the Zhao family is close to the Yuan family. Yanshuo realized that the division of the 4 financial groups was related to him. Without his presence, the marriage planned between the Yuan and Song families would have proceeded. Now, however, the 2 parties had become enemies. The most concerning point is not that. In Lingnan, there's an alliance known as the South Alliance. To oppose our Song family, Yuan Ping has joined the South Alliance. As his words proceeded, Song Wen's heart was filled with sorrow. It was clear that their situation in Lingnan was not favorable. Since they belonged to the Shanghai Alliance, everyone would naturally align against them. When Yanshuo heard this, he laughed. It seemed that Yuan Ping still hadn't accepted defeat. He believed that joining the South Alliance would give him the power to oppose Yanshuo. Yanshuo was not overly concerned about this. However, the current state of Tianchuan County caused Yanshuo to frown. His brother-in-law could be considered well-educated and refined, but he lacked the spirit of a leader. The current condition of Tianchuan County was entirely due to Song Wen not taking the initiative to attack. Yanshuo had several discussions with the Song family. From his impressions, they were very calculating and lacked in humanity. They treated the territory like a business, so how could it truly thrive? This was also why Di Chen could suppress Chen Shinjun. Even though Di Chen had made a series of mistakes that affected his prestige, he could still rise again. Chen Shinjun, in contrast, could not. After the Lianzhou battle, it seems he would need a long time to recover. The identity of being part of the Shanghai Alliance should not make others target you. Instead, you should use it as a weapon. In this aspect, Feng Qiuwang had undoubtedly maximized the advantage of the alliance. She created a territory alliance under the Shanghai Alliance called the Phoenix Alliance. With this, fallen Phoenix City would shelter anyone who joined the Phoenix Alliance, effectively providing them with the protection of the Shanghai Alliance. Yanshuo was highly supportive of her actions. He hoped that while the members maintained the honor and strength of the Shanghai Alliance, they could also build influence in their own regions, using their territory as a core to radiate their influence across the entire China region. Only then could they establish a solid base, plant deep roots, and form a vast network. This would allow them to earnestly challenge the Yanhuo Alliance. Compared to Feng Qiuwang, Song Wen was a disaster. Yanshuo told Song Wen about Feng Qiuwang's actions and said, "Don't worry, I don't believe the territories are so dumb that they can't choose between the Shanghai Alliance and the South Alliance." Though Yanshuo spoke indirectly, he was reminding Song Wen that continued lagging could lead to isolation. Even their current ally, the Zhou family, might defect to the South Alliance. When Song Wen heard this, he looked uneasy. "Don't worry, I know what to do." Yanshuo nodded, understanding that as his elder brother-in-law, he couldn't lecture him. Of course, Yanshuo definitely wouldn't let Tianchuan County fall to ruin. He promised that Shanghai City would support the development of Tianchuan County through the Four Seas Bank. Yanshuo wished for Song Wen to step up and shine the name of the Shanghai Alliance, attracting players to oppose the South Alliance. He did not wish for Lingnan to fall under the control of other forces. If circumstances permitted, after stabilizing Yaonie, Shanghai City would send troops to assist Tianchuan County if Taiping Country did not attack Milan's stronghold. Their goal was to take over the Leizhou area opposite Cheongzhou. Yanshuo already considered Cheongzhou Island restricted territory and did not want other lords to use Leizhou as a stepping stone to enter Cheongzhou. After talking with Song Wen, Yanshuo did not speak to any other members. At 5 p.m., all the girls returned from Beihai City. That night, Yanshuo held a feast in the Lord's Manor, arranging dancing and singing performances. After dinner, he invited everyone to the back garden for a campfire party. His plan was to bring everyone closer. He hoped that they would not only be business partners but also brothers and sisters. They would look out for one another in the game and in the future on Planet Hope. Among all the members, especially the lords, it was easy to become depressed if they only spoke to NPCs for long periods. People like Bai Hua and Feng Qiuhuang, who had friends around them, were still okay. However, people like Wu Fu and Xuanlong Dianxue were very lonely. Thus, the two of them quickly became close friends. For a lord to reach their current level, they had to endure a tremendous amount of pressure. Becoming a lord was not as glorious as outsiders thought. The pressure they faced was unimaginable to adventure game mode players. Even Gong Chengshi, who seemed pretty useless, was actually just trying to release the stress in his heart. Otherwise, Zhao would not have taken such drastic measures to set an example. As a result, Ouyang Shua emphasized communication among members. Relying solely on the Alliance channel was not enough to support his plans. After all, the Alliance channel was public and private matters couldn't be discussed there. The moon hung high, and the night air felt warm and pure. A campfire was set up in the garden, where 19 teens sat in a circle, drinking and chatting casually. As she grew more excited, Ziluolan began dancing olden dances around the campfire. Her sexy dance moves were a sight to behold. The purple enchantress's charm was irresistible, and everyone cheered. "Great! Sister Z, your dancing is so good. Beautiful." Gong Chengshi and Fat Lion, those two oddballs, started whistling and cheering loudly. Thanks to Ziluolan, the atmosphere of the campfire party grew warmer. Taking advantage of the moment, Moon, the only couple present, naturally became the center of attention. With the moon shining over the river, and encouraged by the group, Moon invited Hong Ying to dance. She was a bold girl, unbothered by the attention, and accepted his invitation. The atmosphere reached its peak as a group of young people surrounded the campfire, singing and dancing. At that moment, they were not lords or guild leaders, but simply young teens chasing their dreams. The next day, the members of the Alliance departed Shanghai City one by one. Before leaving, Ouyang Shua prepared a small gift for each of them. He hoped that the Alliance gathering would become an annual event, and that next year's meeting would be held in other territories, not just Shanghai City. The members would take turns hosting it. After most of the members had departed, only Xie Xiyun and Lin Jing remained. The Shanghai Alliance and the Warsnow Rose mercenary group still had a significant business deal to finalize. With the formation of the Dragon and Tiger Legions, the military had accumulated another large batch of equipment. Along with the gear cleared from the Battle of Lianzhou, they had amassed a mountain of equipment. The Combat Logistics Department calculated that they had over 100,000 weapons and 90,000 sets of armor. If sold at a gold coin each, they could earn 200,000 gold. Among the items, there were also a few elite pieces. A rough estimate placed the value of this batch of equipment at 300,000 gold. As the primary merchant of Shanghai City, the Warsnow Rose mercenary group would naturally make a substantial profit. Due to the enormous sum, they would take only half of the profits. With the sale of this equipment alone, Ouyang Shua could earn back 300,000 gold. In reality, this amount was on par with the profits from the 4 military workshops. They needed to replace the eliminated equipment with better ones, and elite items do not materialize out of thin air. The 4 workshops had to produce them. The military industry began to shine and became one of the most profitable industries in the territory. This cash inflow was the sole reason he possessed the confidence to acquire the Rattlesnake mercenary group. For the financial income of the second month, Ouyang Shua instructed the financial department to transfer every last bit of gold into the territory, ensuring that not a single gold piece was retained. As Lianzhou Prefecture was under construction, numerous large-scale projects commenced simultaneously. The construction division focused on 4 major projects: the expansion of the outer city of Shanghai City, the construction of the Mulan stronghold, the road network, and the development of Shenwan City. Each project had a cost of no less than 230,000 gold. Among these, the construction of the outer city seemed like a bottomless pit. According to Wei Ran, building this historical megacity would take an entire year just to establish its basic structure. It was estimated that the completed Shanghai city could accommodate more than 5 million people. Shanghai House would primarily allocate funds for essential public infrastructure such as roads, ports, distribution centers, marketplaces, temples, drum towers, and schools. Even with these expenses, the construction costs would exceed 200,000 gold. The Lord's Manor would subsidize a portion of the costs, while Shanghai House would cover the remainder. To raise additional funds, Wei Ran decided to sell land. Inspired by this, Shenwan House Magistrate Huwei adopted a similar approach to fund the construction of Shenwan City. Shenwan City was divided into inner and outer sections. The House Office would construct the entire inner city, while the outer city would largely be sold off. The Lord's Manor would fund the Mulan Stronghold and the road networks. The roads were considered public infrastructure for Lianzhou Prefecture. The Mulan Stronghold, being a purely military installation, would not permit civilian investment. According to estimates, the road network would take half a year to complete and cost 100,000 gold. The Mulan Stronghold would take 3 more months to complete, and the production cost would be 70,000 gold. Essentially, the financial income from Lianzhou Prefecture for the next 6 months or more would be invested into construction projects. If other medium-scale projects and significant military expenditures were added, Ouyang Shua would not keep a single cent from the income in the second year of Gaia. It's uncertain, but Ouyang Shua would likely need to find a way to raise funds to cover the financial deficit. The second year of Gaia would be the most crucial year for the construction of Lianzhou Prefecture. Ouyang Shua was looking forward to Lianzhou Prefecture's economy flourishing and becoming a stable and strong shield. Simultaneously, it would serve as a reliable backbone for the territory. That afternoon, Ouyang Shua was in the reading room. He personally met with Du Huwei, Cobra, Viper, and the 3 heads of the Military Intelligence Division. Song San would be removed from his position and appointed as Deputy Secretary, while still leading the Special Operations Team. Cobra would leave the Special Forces training camp and officially take up the role of Secretary. Ouyang Shua planned this arrangement to control and restrict Cobra. The 3 team leaders in the division were all highly trusted by Ouyang Shua, making it nearly impossible for Cobra to act against his interests within the Military Intelligence Division. Even if Rattlesnake members joined the division in the future, their positions would remain lower than the 3 team leaders. Ouyang Shua personally oversaw the organization of the Military Intelligence Division, which, for the time being, would consist of only 3 teams, a structure that would not change in the short term. At this time, Ouyang Shua hoped that Song San, Lingqian, and Lei Sun could quickly grow under Cobra's leadership. Meanwhile, the Military Intelligence Division remained under his control. Furthermore, the 4 divisions under the Military Affairs Department, apart from the Military Law Division, were nearly complete. For now, the position of secretary could only be given to Du Huwei. Whether it was Zhao Qua, who led the War Division, Zhu Hongliang, who led the Combat Logistics Department, or Cobra, who led the Military Intelligence Division, they had all earned Ouyang Shua's trust through their abilities. Since Du Huwei's appointment, the scale of the Military Affairs Department had expanded 4-fold. Now, it had become the most important department. Apart from Cobra, Viper would officially become the main instructor at the Special Forces training base, holding a position similar to that of a colonel. Under him, there would be 5 deputies, their positions similar to that of an army major. The Special Forces training base would become a regular part of the military, tasked with producing scouts and Special Forces members. On the 27th day, the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, Black Mamba led the Rattlesnake mercenary group and all their family members to move to Shanghai City. On that day, all 550 of them chose where they wanted to go. The final tabulated results were as follows: 113 joined the Military Intelligence Division as spies, while 45 joined the Special Forces training camp as instructors. 7 joined the division as captains of the scouting squadron, and 15 joined the military as majors. Among the 5 core members, Ouyang Shua appointed one known as Collar Snake as a colonel, who joined the Dragon Legion. The remaining 370-odd people all entered the Black Snake Guards to form its backbone. In 2 days, Black Mamba established the basic structure of the Black Snake Guards and reported back to Ouyang Shua. The headquarters of the Black Snake Guards would be built in a small courtyard in the official residence area. Its primary responsibilities would include consolidating intelligence, intelligence analysis, and target selection. Black Mamba would personally remain at the headquarters and help coordinate with the various intelligence stations. Each of the 9 imperial cities would have a conductor responsible for that area. The Black Snake Guards would all use code names. Apart from the leader, Black Mamba, the 9 conductors would be known as Red Snake, Orange Snake, Yellow Snake, Green Snake, Blue Snake, Purple Snake, White Snake, Ink Snake, and Jade Snake. The other members would be divided into Black Guards and Snake Guards. The Black Guards would primarily use force to capture and interrogate, similar to the Special Operations Team in the Military Intelligence Division. The Snake Guards would infiltrate and obtain intelligence in secret, similar to the 1st and 2nd teams of the Military Intelligence Division. Both teams would have a leader, who would be called Black Guard 1 and Snake Guard 1, with the rest following this naming system and being numbered accordingly. The 2 choices for leaders were the remaining 2 from the 5 core members. The leader of the Black Guards was called by Meifu, and the leader of the Snake Guards was called Zhu Yeqing. To Ouyang Shua's surprise, Zhu Yeqing was actually a girl, and she looked very delicate and pretty. However, the eyes of all the other members only contained fear when they looked at her, indicating her exceptional skill. Her delicate appearance was merely a facade. The 2 leader positions were below Black Mamba but above the 9 conductors. Ouyang Shua was very pleased with Black Mamba's efficiency. That afternoon, he handed over all the funds set aside for the Black Snake Guards. The Black Snake Guards officially began operations. In the territory, only Ouyang Shua and the 4 directors knew of the existence of the Black Snake Guards. This mysterious organization did not have any unveiling ceremony, even their headquarters lacked a sign. In the front yard stood only an ash tree. In the future, this small courtyard would terrify the world with its name, Ash Courtyard. On the 28th day of the 2nd month, the 8th day of the new year, the handling of the discarded equipment had temporarily concluded. Next, the members of the War Snow Rose mercenary group would use their storage bags to transport all these items back to Jianye to sell. Xie and Lin Jing then left Shanghai City. After seeing them off, Ouyang Shua started to tour Lianzhou Prefecture with a guard squad. He traveled west, passing through Yongye County and Guangshui County, then headed to Tianfeng City and turned north to Mulan House and Mulan Stronghold. From there, he went south to Broken Blade City, Ishui County, and Gushan County before returning to Shanghai City. The entire tour took a full 25 days. Thus, when the elite groups of the 3 guilds arrived in Yaonie, he would still be on his tour. Ouyang Shua had sent a letter to Sun Xiaoya, asking her to represent him in welcoming them. Apart from returning on New Year's Eve for dinner, she spent the rest of her time in Yaonie overseeing the construction projects. Check out our Patreon for early access chapters. We have made some changes so Patreons get more per tier. Map contest featuring prize money and extra chapters. Click here to find out more. Send submissions to email protected. Please consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. 8 chapters if we are first, 7 if second, and 6 if third. Hey everyone, just wanted to promote Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which is quite similar to the world online. If you enjoy kingdom building, game-like alternate worlds, the incorporation of ancient history, and strategy, you'll be sure to love The Lord's Empire. When the Shanghai Alliance held their alliance gathering, the Yanhuo Alliance did not sit idly by. In Jingdu region, Handan County, second brother really has a big appetite. Di Chen stood by the window, his posture rigid and his expression complex. Outside, the white snow blanketed the earth. The heavy snowstorm from the night before had hidden the dirt of mankind. You promised him? Fenghua Juedai wore a white coat and held a cup of steaming tea, the vapor rising into a thin mist. I promised him? Impossible. Di Chen smiled coldly. Handan County is what I have built. Yet, this second brother, who has been an onlooker, now wants to take it over due to our troubles. After releasing his frustration, he sighed deeply. Grandpa is very disappointed in me. Di Chen's words reminded Fenghua Juedai of that kindly old man. Shivers ran through her serene demeanor, recalling some unhappy experiences. In fact, it's not just second brother. For us to rule the basin so smoothly this time, I don't believe for a moment that no one has been pulling strings behind the scenes. Di Chen had a clear view of the entire situation. He was sure about his siblings. His words left Fenghua Juedai taken aback. What are you planning to do? Heh. Di Chen laughed coldly. They think they are sly, but they don't realize I'm just playing along. When the time comes, they'll cry, for sure. Fenghua Juedai raised an eyebrow but did not respond. The current Di Chen had grown increasingly inscrutable, and even Fenghua Juedai sometimes could not fathom his thinking. Di Chen raised his head and looked at the sky. Huwei, wait for me. Our war is far from over. In the Xiangyang region, Pilsun County. Unlike Di Chen and his siblings, Chen Shinjun was the sole heir to his family. Moreover, his operation to take over Jingzhou went very smoothly. Even so, he was not happy. Due to family tradition, those managing the surrounding territories were all branch family members or the weaker ones in his family. The real elite family members were hidden in the various imperial cities, using the family's funds and resources to establish chambers of commerce. Each chamber would hand over 30% of their profits to Pilsun County to support its development, which was also why Chen Shinjun had so much funding. However, with the end of the Battle of Lianzhou, his prestige was severely damaged, and his abilities were questioned by his family. On the instructions of the family head, some of the chambers of commerce started to falsify accounts to reduce the amount of money they had to hand over. They are just striking us while we're down. When Chen Shinjun heard the report, he was furious and shattered the teacup in his hand. During the Battle of Lianzhou, Pilsun County had lost many troops and generals. As a result, he currently needed large amounts of gold for rebuilding. However, his siblings wanted to reduce the gold they provided. How could he be happy about that? Lord, do not be angry. The butler quickly called for servants to clean up. Chen Shinjun looked cold and scheming as he gritted his teeth and said, since they do not treat me as family, I won't treat them as such either. What's your plan? I'm going to find my father to expose them. His greatest support was the absolute backing of his father. I also plan to send auditors to check their books. The butler interjected at the right moment, it's best if we can station auditors there to keep watch. That way, the various chambers of commerce would have no chance to fake their books. Not bad, that's a good idea. Chen Shinjun looked at the butler with approval. He felt he still hadn't been harsh enough with his brothers and sisters. Lord, even if the chambers of commerce pay what they owe, we still have a lack of funds. If we want to recover quickly, it will be difficult. Although the butler was a sycophant, he was a capable one. Otherwise, Chen Shinjun would not trust him so much. How much? Chen Shinjun asked, frowning. The butler raised his hand and said, at least 50,000 gold. 50,000? Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? Chen Shinjun was shocked. Definitely, I've done the math several times. The butler would not admit that he planned to take a portion of the sum handed over by the chambers of commerce. I see, you can leave. Chen Shinjun waved him away, his expression serious. "Yes, my lord." The butler got up and left. Chen Shinjun was left alone in the study, considering whether it was feasible to increase the percentage of profits handed over to 40%. Although his father fully supported him, he couldn't underestimate the presence of the other uncles. However, the massive lack of money was a risk Chen Shinjun had to take. "I don't care anymore." A look of viciousness flashed across his face as he left the reading room. "Brothers and sisters, this time, I'll make all of you cry. And you, Huwei Wui, this hatred and debt will be repaid." In the Jianya region, Blood Red County, if one had to say which lord lost the most face during the Battle of Lianzhou, it had to be Zhang Lang. While Chen Shinjuan's loss was ugly, the one who really planned everything was Zhang Lang. As a result, he had to take responsibility. If Di Chen hadn't saved him at the last moment, he would have likely ended up like Sha Pejuan. His general, Zhao Zhuang, would probably have been reunited with Zhao Kuo. After the battle, Zhang Lang locked himself in his reading room and did not come out. Even as his army was sweeping and clearing Qinghe, the task was carried out by Shui Lang, Er Lang, and Gue Lang. Baiqi had given the generals alongside Zhang Lang a stern lesson on how war in the cold weapons era should be fought. The defeat of the Alliance army was due to their arrogance and underestimating their enemy. If they had worked together with the Grassland Alliance army from the start and directly attacked Shanghai City, they would have had a greater chance of victory. Instead, they watched the Grassland Alliance army be decimated before slowly entering the fray. They split their troops into two, but neither division achieved any success. Sometimes, too much ambition and appetite were not a good thing. They were arrogant and underestimated their enemy. They underestimated the investigation and monitoring capabilities of Shanghai City in Lianzhou Basin, and the spies had detected their routes. They also underestimated the fighting strength of Shanghai City's elite forces. During the battle at Gushan County, these elite forces demonstrated what a true elite army could do, leaving the Alliance army in awe. This made Zhang Lang feel deeply ashamed. It was only after the new year that Zhang Lang emerged from his shadow. Defeat often brings wisdom, and the Battle of Lianzhou likely proved beneficial for Zhang Lang. Now, he has chosen to enter a period of hibernation to train a truly elite army before the next confrontation. This elite division will be equipped with Suazi armor and will consist entirely of retired military personnel who have class-changed into generals. The name of this army will be Red Blood. In the Quanzhou region, Qing County, Xiangba managed to retreat during the Battle of Lianzhou. Aside from losing some basic troops, their power was not significantly diminished, and they have since recovered and possibly even improved. They also completed the unification of Quanzhou. Every action has its trade-offs, and the price Xiangba paid was the doubt he now faced from the Yanhuo alliance. Previously, he had a very close relationship with Chen Shinjun, but now it is non-existent. During the alliance meetings, Chen Shinjun outright ignored him, and their relationship has reached a freezing point. Xiangba was not overly concerned, as he too is a proud individual. Seizing the opportunity when the Yanhuo alliance was inactive, Xiangba formed an alliance with Wandering Magic, which similarly did not suffer any losses. This way, they became the third power in the alliance. Xiangba had officially emerged from Chen Shinjuan's shadow and begun to exert a greater influence. His conflict with Di Chen was heating up. While one could say that only doubt existed between Xiangba and Chen Shinjun, he and Di Chen were sworn enemies. This enmity arose not only from their personal animosity but also from a long-standing feud between their families. This was why, despite losing the Battle of Lianzhou, Xiangba's standing within his family had actually risen, as they saw an opportunity to gain the upper hand against the Di family. The other members remained silent. Sha Pejuan had suffered significant losses and now harbored a deep grudge against Wandering Magic. Coincidentally, their territories were both located in the Xiangyang region. The last member, Feng Tianlai, was still in the process of building his power and currently did not pose a significant threat. Map contest with prize money and upcoming chapters. Click here to find out more. Send your submissions to email protected. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. 8 chapters if we are first, 7 if second, 6 if third. Hey everyone, just wanted to promote Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which is quite similar to The World Online. If you enjoy kingdom building, game-like alternate worlds, and the integration of ancient history and strategy, you'll surely love The Lord's Empire. Gaia, 2nd year, 3rd month, 1st day, Yashan City, the War Snow Rose Mercenary Group, Qingfeng Pavilion, and Tingyu Floor, 3 elite forces totaling 1,500 players, arrived in Yashan City. After forming a guild alliance, they developed a strong understanding among themselves. Lin Jing led the elite force of the War Snow Rose Mercenary Group, while the captains of the other 2 guilds led their respective groups. This arrangement effectively placed the War Snow Rose Mercenary Group in the lead. Sun Xiaoya greeted them, and they would rent a living area to serve as their base and supply site. The elite forces had 2 primary objectives. The first was the South Mountain Mysterious Region, their main goal. Although the South Mountain Cave could be explored multiple times, the first exploration would grant extra rewards and a system announcement, making it a significant opportunity. With only 1 cave and 3 guilds, they decided to take turns. Lin Jing convened a meeting with the 2 other captains, and they agreed that the guilds would explore in the order of War Snow Rose Mercenary Group, Qingfeng Pavilion, and Tingyu Floor. Success would depend on skill and luck. Despite being first to explore, the War Snow Rose Mercenary Group did not gain any unfair advantages. As revealed by the Blood Evil Mercenary Group, players who died inside could revive without penalties but could not re-enter immediately after resurrection. They had to wait for the next opportunity. Gaia set a rule that a player could only revive 3 times without penalties in the same mysterious region. After these 3 chances, the player would face penalties, and their level would drop back to 0. Gaia's arrangements were not out of mercy. Instead, it was because the mysterious region was extremely difficult. Passing through it for the first time was nearly impossible. When the Blood Evil Mercenary Group explored the region, they spent 1.5 months and cycled through 5 groups of people. Over 2,000 members died before they successfully passed. The bigger the reward, the greater the risk. Reality proved that the rewards they earned were enough to cover their losses. Different mysterious regions had different upper limits. The South Mountain Cave, for example, had a limit of 100 players. Therefore, an elite group could be split into 5 and take turns exploring. Based on the type of mysterious region, the number of times it could be opened also varied. Adventure mysterious regions could only be explored once and would disappear regardless of the outcome. Scroll mysterious regions could be explored once a day until they were passed. Public mysterious regions opened twice a day and never disappeared. The South Mountain Mysterious Region was a public mysterious region, opening twice daily. 3 elite forces, comprising 15 teams, would need about a week for each team to explore at once. Even so, 1 team would not have a chance to enter. Therefore, while they were not exploring the mysterious region, they would explore the 5-Finger Mountains. Their goal was not ordinary beasts but desolate beasts. This way, they could not only level up but also acquire high-grade resources. If they were lucky, they might even obtain an inner pellet. Apart from that, players could use contract scrolls to form contracts with desolate beasts, making them pets or mounts. Hence, Yaonie was a heaven to all players. After the elite force finished their preparations, they were ready to start their first exploration of the South Mountain Cave. A day before the elite forces arrived, the 3rd batch of migrants had set off from Beihai Harbor. The main force of migrants consisted of 10,000 farmers taken from around Lianzhou Prefecture. Their mission was to reclaim land. Yashan City needed to complete the reclamation job before the Qingming Festival. The Tiger Legion followed them, along with 100 merchant ships. The construction of Yashan City was undoubtedly a huge opportunity for all the chambers of commerce. Especially when they heard that Lord Lianzhou wanted to send 2 elite divisions, the chambers of commerce were more at ease. The natural resources of Yaonie piqued their interest, making them eager to join in. Various chambers of commerce bought large quantities of land in Yashan City to build shops and workshops. They also rented large amounts of land to reclaim and form farms. Thus, the merchant fleet, apart from carrying resources, brought along a large number of workers hired from the imperial cities. Based on Ouyang Shua's requirements, these workers would become members of Yashan City, accelerating its development. Due to the restrictions of Binger's rank, Ouyang Shuo's strategy was to attract more migrants. However, taking them from Lianzhou Prefecture was like using one wall to fix another. The third batch of migrants would be the final group of support from Lianzhou Prefecture to Yashan City. Future population growth would come from other methods, such as attracting chambers of commerce to move in and bring workers with them. They could also attract adventure game mode players or target the natives on Chengzhou Island. In any case, Ouyang Shuo would not allow Yashan to develop at its current rate. With Lianzhou Prefecture's support, Yashan City was destined to progress much faster. During the 3rd month, Ouyang Shuo was still touring Lianzhou Prefecture, while Yashan City developed slowly. Meanwhile, all other Lord Game Mode players were unusually quiet. After the Battle of Lianzhou, the Yanhuo Alliance went silent to prepare their strength. Following the Shanghai Alliance's achievement of their goals, they sheathed their swords and began to harvest the fruits of their labor. The China Region Territory War, which began with the Battle of Lianzhou, had ceased, and the wilderness had become calm once more. Other Lord Game Mode players were consolidating their alliances, making the wilderness seem unusually quiet. Of course, the 4 uprising armies continued to grow and expand as usual, spreading through the wilderness like a plague. Amidst the lack of action, the only sky-breaking news was the assassination of Chen Shinjun in Pilsun County. A lord being killed in his own territory was undoubtedly major news. Following this event, many lords began to strengthen their personal guards and did not dare to relax even in their own territories. Being assassinated in front of subordinates and commoners would deal a significant blow to one's prestige. Strangely, the assassin did not even attempt to hide his identity. 10 minutes after the assassination, Bloodblade announced on the forums that they were responsible for the act. Seizing this opportunity, they began to take missions from players. The death of Chen Shinjun significantly boosted their reputation. While Lord Game Mode players were relatively inactive, Adventure Game Mode players were the ones making the moves. The tension between guilds continued to rise, leading to frequent small-scale guild wars in the wilderness. As guilds started to leverage their powers, it became increasingly difficult for small groups of players to survive. Due to the strict death penalty, when a solo player died, their level reverted to 0, and they lost their acquired equipment. Unlike guilds, which had members to help retrieve lost items and boost levels, solo players had no such support. For them, death often meant the end of their adventuring career. This led to a sense of depression among solo players who died. Many opted to change their occupation and become work occupation players. Gaia's settings allowed players to choose a new occupation upon death, but only once. After reviving, they could not change their occupation again. Many players who died immediately joined guilds upon reviving, providing a steady stream of new members for the guilds. As a result, conflicts intensified, and murder and slaughter became more common in the underworld. The violence began to spread among player groups, leading to significant problems for one of the 10 largest guilds, Thread. As a pure work occupation guild, Thread had virtually no combat strength. As player skill levels increased, so did their need for higher-level resources, which were often controlled by the stronger guilds. The result was that Thread found itself in an awkward situation. However, Thread also held a lot of charm and attraction. Both lords and guilds were interested in their work and occupation players. Some guilds even used high-grade resources as leverage to pressure Thread into merging with them. Among these parties, Jianqi Zongheng, also based in Jingdu, took the hardest stance. Rumors suggested that due to Jianqi Zongheng's actions, Thread began losing members. At this crucial moment, a significant change occurred. Star Alliance, whose base was in Jingdu, suddenly announced its presence. It was rumored that Star Alliance was interested in Thread. Strangely, upon seeing Star Alliance's move, Jianqi Zongheng began to back off. If anyone claimed there was nothing suspicious about this, no one would believe it. Ouyang Shua knew that Di Chen's interference must have caused this. Suddenly, Star Alliance's influence started to rise, and they began openly recruiting members. Likely, after much deliberation and debate, their hidden aristocratic family decided it was time to reveal themselves to the world. We've made some changes to our Patreon so that supporters receive more benefits per tier. Join us for early access chapters and participate in our map contest featuring prize money and chapters ahead. Click here to find out more and send submissions to email protected. Please consider giving us a vote if you're enjoying the world online, too. We're offering 8 chapters if we're first, 7 if second, and 6 if third. Hey everyone, I wanted to promote Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which is quite similar to The World Online. If you enjoy kingdom building, game-like alternate worlds, and the incorporation of ancient history and strategy, you'll surely love The Lord's Empire. Thread wasn't the only thing that caught Star Alliance's interest. Rumors suggested that Xingzhe Zichen was also pursuing Qing Saiku. As these rumors spread, the matter began to attract more and more attention, and Jingdu suddenly found itself in the spotlight. Ouyang Shua, like many others, had his eye on Thread. Prior to this, he had been recruiting working-class players through the Warsnow Rose mercenary group. Thread was precisely who he needed. Currently, Ouyang Shua was waiting for the opportune moment to act. He had instructed Black Mamba to use the Black Snake Guards to closely monitor the situation. Ouyang Shua recalled from his past life that Jianqi Zongheng had pressured Thread into merging with them. Curiously, their guild leader, Qing Saiku, did not join them and simply vanished. Her whereabouts were a complete mystery. Rumors circulated that she had given up and turned into a casual player. As the 3rd month concluded, the steps of spring approached. Life began to awaken, and the wilderness soon teemed with vitality. Spring was a critical time of the year. For the lords, the spring planting season had commenced. After the grain crisis, none of the lords dared to be complacent. They took personal charge of the spring planting to ensure they could secure at least half a year's worth of grain from it. On the 25th day of the 3rd month, Ouyang Shua concluded his tour and returned to Shanghai City. The moment he arrived, Meng Jida, the treasurer of the Four Seas Bank, sought him out. After several months of preparation, the first batch of banknotes was finally ready. He had come to present the finished products for Ouyang Shua's inspection. Ouyang Shua took the 100 gold banknote and began to examine it closely. In ancient printing, there were only 2 colors, black and white. The banknote in front of him was larger than real life. It featured a picture of the Lianzhou basin, taken from a map. On the front, it used the symbol from the Lord's flag. Initially, Meng Jida wanted to use Ouyang Shuo's face, but he rejected the idea. When using banknotes, apart from high-quality printing, the key was preventing forgery. Given their limited technology, Meng Jida resorted to a laborious process, stamping the Lianzhou Lord's seal onto every note. The Lianzhou Lord's seal was a symbol of the Lord and could not be forged or replicated. Anyone who attempted to do so faced the threat of 9 generations of their family being wiped out. With Ouyang Shua's support, banknotes would be introduced in the 4th month. Coincidentally, the Warsnow Rose mercenary group had just completed its equipment sale, selling everything. In the end, Ouyang Shua received 286,700 gold. 13,000 gold was used to cover the costs of establishing the Black Snake Guards. He kept 50,000 gold as backup funds and sent the remaining gold to the Four Seas Bank to support the launch of the banknotes. The timing was perfect. At this moment, Ouyang Shua also needed to increase his support for Tianshuang County through the Four Seas Bank. Although his brother-in-law, Songwen, lacked style, he was very methodical in his work. With Ouyang Shua's support, he formed the Shanghai Alliance Tianshuang Alliance to compete with the South Alliance. Suddenly, the lords of Lingnan faced a significant decision. Of course, the leader of the South Alliance Hefo was not an easy person to deal with. Their battle had just begun. Ouyang Shua naturally sat in, waiting and watching as a storm brewed in Lingnan. The next day, accompanied by Du Ruhui, Ouyang Shua attended the Army Military Academy unveiling ceremony. In fact, they had completed the academy construction a month ago, but they had to push back the unveiling ceremony until their Lord-cum principal returned. After the unveiling, a system notification spread across the China region. System notification, representative figure for military strategists, Sun Wu, has moved into Shanghai City to manage the Army Military Academy and accept disciples. At the same time, the 3 requirements for one of the 100 philosophy branches, philosophy of war, to move in have been met. System notification, military strategists have moved into Shanghai City. As a reward, it is now the home of the military strategists. Congratulations, player Huwei Wui. The unveiling of the Army Military Academy meant that military strategists now had a place to share their thoughts in Shanghai City. The first semester had a total of 100 students, divided into 2 classes, A and B. All of the students were current soldiers recommended by their divisions. In a pleasant coincidence, they met the 3rd requirement, allowing the philosophers of war to naturally move into Shanghai City. The moment the notification sounded, the China region was sent into an uproar. When the news that War Saint Sun Wu was residing in Shanghai City spread, players had already anticipated this and were not too shocked. Instead, they felt a mix of envy and excitement. With that, the Army Military Academy had officially announced its presence in the China region. Ouyang Shua felt regretful that military strategists did not belong to the 10 main schools. Hence, it could not help him complete the quest. The 10 schools of thought referred to Confucianism, Taoism, Moism, the Logician School, the Yin-Yang School, the Miscellaneous School, the School of Diplomacy, the School of Minor Talks, Legalism, and the School of Agriculture. Since the School of Minor Talks referred to arts, it was not considered a stream of thought. The art of war appeared later, during the spring and autumn period. During the philosophical debates, the art of war was not yet a major power. Hence, it was not listed as one of the 9 streams of thought. Ouyang Shua consoled himself while checking the stats of the title. Land of Military Strategists, soldiers' rank-up speed increased by 10%, the chance of generals breaking through increased by 10%, soldiers' quality increased by 15%, and morale increased by 10%. After he checked the stats, Ouyang Shua's regret disappeared. This title provided a comprehensive upgrade for the military. With the help of the buff, the military would welcome a new batch of intermediate generals. Even advanced generals were not a distant dream. Compared to this, the quest was trivial. Of course, completing the quest and obtaining the title would grant him even more powerful stats. On the 27th day of the 3rd month, in Shanghai City, the Beihai Naval Fleet returned to Beihai Harbor after sending the 3rd batch of migrants. They had already cleared out the pirates around Qiongzhou Island. As they had established a stable foundation in Yaonie, they no longer needed the protection of the Beihai Naval Fleet. Even if they required a fleet, they could build their own in Yaonie. The duty of the Beihai Naval Fleet was to protect Beihai City and guard the waters of Lianzhou Prefecture. Therefore, strictly speaking, they were better at close-sea combat. As the Dragon and Tiger legions developed, the Navy's progress seemed to lag behind. Firstly, it took time to build the turreted ships. Secondly, they lacked Navy admirals. While the construction of ships could be resolved with time, the lack of admirals was a critical issue that could not be easily solved. Pei Donglai was only an intermediate officer, and in terms of skill and experience, he was not the right person to lead the navy. When Ouyang Shuo visited Beihai City, Pei Donglai raised several points about naval development that gave Ouyang Shuo many ideas. During this period, Ouyang Shuo reviewed books from the Qing and Ming dynasties, gaining a clearer understanding of how to build a navy. Consequently, he specifically invited Pei Donglai and Du Ruhui to discuss these issues. The three spent an entire day in his reading room before confirming the future plans and the current organizational structure of the navy. According to the plan, the future navy would be divided into fleets, squadrons, divisions, and units. A fleet would be similar to an army corps, a squadron to a legion, and a division to a division. They decided to establish the Nanyang Navy to oversee water battles in the South China Sea, with one admiral position. The Nanyang Navy would consist of several squadrons, depending on the circumstances. The Beihai Naval Fleet would be reorganized into the Beihai Bay Squadron, primarily responsible for the battles around Beihai Bay. There would be one fleet admiral in charge, holding a position equivalent to that of a general. The Beihai Bay Squadron would operate under the Nanyang Navy. Additionally, they would establish the Yashan Squadron in Yaonie. Unlike the Beihai Bay Squadron, the Yashan Squadron would primarily handle long-distance battles in the South Pacific. The Beihai Bay Squadron and the Yashan Squadron would be the two main squadrons under the Nanyang Navy. The Beihai Bay Squadron would consist of 4 divisions. The current Beihai Naval Fleet would serve as the first division of the Beihai Bay Squadron, led by a chief general with the same authority as a major general. Each unit under the division would have a major. The main difference between the Army and the Navy was the absence of a regiment. Pei Donglai was officially appointed as the Chief General of the 1st Division. The positions of Admiral and Fleet Admiral were both left vacant. Simultaneously, the warship arrangement was planned. The basic setup was for a sailor unit to have 1 turreted boat and 4 Mengchong warships as the main combat force, along with 12 Sima boats for scouting. Apart from the Sima boats, each warship would have a captain, chief officer, second officer, and third officer. Since the Sima boats were small and only responsible for scouting, they would have only a captain. With this, the Shanghai City Navy had finally gotten on the right track. Map contest featuring prize money and chapters ahead. Click here to find out more. Send submissions to email protected. Please consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. 8 chapters if we are first, 7 if second, 6 if third. Hey everyone, just wanted to promote Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which is quite similar to The World Online. If you enjoy kingdom building, game-like alternate worlds, the incorporation of ancient history, and strategy, you'll be sure to love The Lord's Empire. The completion of the changes in the Beihai Bay Squadron was only the first step. Next, they needed to find a Navy general. The top 10 Navy generals in China included Zhou Yu from the Three Kingdoms era, Liu Rengui from the Tang Dynasty, Li Bao and Zhang Hongfan from the Southern Song era, Yu Tonghai from the Yuan Dynasty, Zhang He, Deng Zilong, and Yu Daiyou from the Ming Dynasty, Zhang Chenggong, and Shi Lang from the Qing Dynasty. By the late Qing Dynasty, when Deng Shichang was a general, they already had iron warships. Among these generals, the earliest, Zhou Yu, appeared during the Three Kingdoms era. After the Battle of Changping, the next major conflict was the Battle of Julu. The end of the Battle of Julu marked the beginning of the Qin Dynasty, which occurred well before the Three Kingdoms era. Thus, it was impossible to recruit these figures through normal methods. There were only 2 options, the recruitment hall or the summoning token. The recruitment hall required a year of cooldown time. As for the summoning token, aside from the difficulty of obtaining one, even if they had one, they would need to be lucky enough to summon a Navy general. In this matter, Ouyang Shuo was at a loss. He was still far from achieving his goal of establishing a strong navy. For now, he could only gather various warships, especially turreted ones, and order Pei Donglai to continue training sailors for future expansion. The large-scale storage of ships posed a problem, as idle ships would lead to a waste of resources. Therefore, Ouyang Shua could only proceed step by step. On the 28th day of the third month, Black Mamba reported back to Ouyang Shua with the results of a month's work by the Black Snake Guards. After a month of preparation, the Black Snake Guards began operating in the 9 imperial cities. The core of the guards comprised 370 hired mercenaries, and together with the NPCs, they totaled 500 men. Additionally, the manager of the various intelligence stations spent a significant amount of money to purchase informants all around the cities, such as merchants, beggars, laborers, brothel workers, and others. Though they might not appear significant, these informants could provide a great deal of valuable intelligence for the Black Snake Guards. The next step would be to infiltrate the servants of the royals and nobles, as well as the guilds within the imperial cities. This would essentially complete the intelligence network in the imperial cities. However, with limited resources, intelligence gathering required time to grow, whether for high-priority targets or ordinary citizens. Once these sources were bought, the Black Snake Guards had to assist them in gaining influence and power. For instance, the chosen beggar needed to become the leader of the beggars in a specific area, a brothel girl needed to become famous, a laborer needed to achieve success. Cultivating intelligence sources was a lengthy and intricate process that could not be rushed. Only through nurturing these sources step by step could they become loyal and reliable. As for players, they were mostly gathered in guilds and territories. Guilds could be penetrated by bribing or infiltrating members, however, the information obtained might be limited, giving only a rough sense of the guild's current direction. Similarly, if they were promoted to a position of power, their value would increase. If they became core members, they would have truly succeeded. Unlike NPCs, the player's loyalty was a concern. Therefore, for some guilds, the Snake Guards had to go undercover to gather intelligence personally. Essentially, all the guilds in the top 10, including those in the Alliance, had undercover Snake Guards. They established hidden contact points in territories, and the managers of these points built networks within those territories. Given the special nature of territories, they decided the managers of these contact points should be NPCs. If players took these roles, it could easily raise the Lord's suspicions. Thus, the Black Snake Guards were training NPCs at the intelligence stations to form an elite group of spies. Since they were still training the NPCs, the infiltration of territories had not yet begun. Additionally, the Black Snake Guards had taken over the intelligence network established by the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group. At this point, their network was just barely operational. When Ouyang Shua heard all this, his mouth was agape. If they could follow Black Mamba's plan, it would be incredible. In the future, no matter the imperial cities, guilds, or territories in the China region, these groups would not escape their scrutiny. Of course, a plan is just a plan. To make it work, time and effort were needed. Even with a team of professionals and significant financial support, building such an intelligence network would take over a year. Seeing this, Ouyang Shua took out 20,000 gold from his reserve funds and handed it to Black Mamba. Black Mamba was naturally very excited by Ouyang Shua's support. What he was currently doing was far more interesting than what he did in the Rattlesnake Mercenary Group. Black Mamba could feel the cold blood inside him start to boil once again. The reason Ouyang Shua supported the Black Snake Guards was that he sensed some danger in what they described. If they could build such an intel network, couldn't Di Chen and others do the same? Perhaps, a territory was just the tip of the iceberg in terms of their power. The major forces might not be able to match Ouyang Shua in running a territory or game knowledge, but in other areas, they far surpassed him. Building an intel network was naturally something they excelled at. He had been too careless. During the Battle of Lianzhou, the betrayal of 3 territories was already a sign. Di Chen's intel network had, in fact, already seeped into the Lianzhou basin. However, Ouyang Shua had not known. When he thought about it, a shiver ran down his spine, and he shared his thoughts with Black Mamba. When Black Mamba heard this, he remained silent. After a long while, he calmly said, "Do not worry, my lord. I'll personally clean up Lianzhou and find all the spies hidden here within 2 months." What Black Mamba said was find, not remove. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he nodded. Some spies, once identified, did not need to be removed. Perhaps they could be useful. Thank you. Black Mamba nodded and said nothing more. Apart from the intel network, Black Mamba also heard some interesting news. The matter Ouyang Shua paid the most attention to was naturally the events between the Star Alliance and Thread. The rumor about Xingzhe Zichen and Qing Saiku is, in fact, true. On the other hand, Star Alliance is really pushing Thread into a corner. It seems like it's time for us to act. Ouyang Shua laughed, appearing very confident. When Black Mamba heard this, he looked at Ouyang Shua with a strange expression. He couldn't understand what trump card Ouyang Shua possessed to have such confidence in snatching Thread from the clutches of Star Alliance. Although they were newly formed, they had a strong ally in Jianqi Zonghang and the backing of Handan County. Beating them would not be easy. Without considering other factors, even Xingzhe Zichen's family was not to be underestimated. For a hidden aristocratic family to come out, they would naturally give it their all. If Ouyang Shua wanted to beat them, he would need to pay a price. Of course, Ouyang Shua wouldn't explain anything to Black Mamba. That afternoon, he brought 4 guards and teleported to Jingdou, then entered the office there. The head of that intelligence station was White Snake. Out of the 9 imperial cities, Jingdou was particularly important, so White Snake was one of the best among them. White Snake detailed the intelligence they had gathered. Based on their information, under the pressure of Star Alliance, Thread was nearly in chaos. They couldn't purchase any rare resources, and the members had started to grow restless. Their leader, Qing Saiku, had begun to lose control and was on the verge of giving up and surrendering. When Ouyang Shua heard this news, he said, "Help me arrange a meeting with Qing Saiku." No problem. The Black Snake Guards had been in Jingdou for a month and definitely had ways to contact her. As a professional, White Snake naturally would not inquire about Ouyang Shua's reasons and goals. To him, it was enough to follow orders. After he left, Ouyang Shua stayed alone in the room, preparing for the meeting the next day. Check out our Patreon for early access to chapters. We've made some adjustments, so patrons receive more content per tier. A map contest with prize money and early chapters is also underway. Click here for more details. Submit entries to email protected. If you're enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. We offer 8 chapters if we're first, 7 if second, and 6 if third. Hey everyone, I just wanted to mention Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which bears similarities to the world online. If you enjoy building a kingdom, game-like alternate universes, and the integration of ancient history and strategy, you're sure to love The Lord's Empire. On the 29th day of the 3rd month, Ouyang Shua arranged to meet Qing Saiku. Their meeting place was a tea house in Jingdu called Yipingxiang. Ouyang Shua arrived half an hour early and chose a room on the 2nd floor. This not only allowed them to enjoy the view outside but also ensured their privacy. Qing Saiku was a reserved girl. When she entered, Ouyang Shua was brewing tea. "Lord Wei, I've heard much about you," she said. "I've heard much about you as well, Guild Leader Qing," Ouyang Shua replied with a smile. He poured a cup of tea for her and said, "Golden Emperor Chrysanthemum tea, please enjoy." Qing Saiku picked up the cup gracefully. As she took a sip, her eyes lit up instantly. "I did not expect Lord Wei to know so much about tea." Drinking flower tea in spring was the epitome of perfection. As the guild leader of Thread, Qing Saiku was well versed in tea, wine, and fine dining. In real life, she was a refined and elegant lady. Not only did she look graceful, but her taste was also exquisite. It was not easy for Ouyang Shua to earn her praise. In his previous life, though Ouyang Shua did not like to drink wine, he loved tea. This became his hobby, so he knew a great deal about it. I only know a little. I cannot compare to guild leader Qing, he responded. Qing Saiku looked at Ouyang Shua with a neutral expression. Her eyes betrayed a visible tiredness. She did not want to beat around the bush and said directly, Lord Wui did not invite me here just for tea, did he? To be honest, if it weren't for Ouyang Shua, she wouldn't have come. She had too many problems and lacked the energy for such meetings. Ouyang Shua smiled. You can probably guess why I'm here. Oh. Are you also interested in thread? Her tone was clearly cold. The atmosphere was not as friendly as before. Recently, a similar strongman had forced her, leaving her quite annoyed. When she saw Ouyang Shua, she couldn't act too rudely, but her originally good impression of him was fading. Ouyang Shua anticipated this reaction. Guild leader Qing, why not hear me out? Recalling his reputation as the top player, Qing Saiku suppressed her unhappiness. Xingzi Zichen had recently cornered her, and she even considered quitting. Meeting Ouyang Shua, she clung to the slim hope that he might be able to help. She responded calmly, please speak. Guild leader Qing, have you heard of Yaonie? Yaonie? Qing Saiku was puzzled. Players, especially those in the adventure game mode, were not very attuned to the China region map. Ouyang Shua added, Qiongzhou Island? Qiongzhou Island? Qing Saiku was astonished. One of the two largest islands in China, Qiongzhou Island was well known among players. Seeing her reaction, Ouyang Shua nodded. The secrecy of the three elite guild forces until now was something that pleased him. Evidently, no news regarding Yaonie had reached the adventure game mode players. He noticed Qing Saiku still had her doubts, so Ouyang Shua gave her a brief introduction to Yaonie. After hearing it, she remained silent for a long while. As a guild leader, she was naturally not stupid. From Ouyang Shua's description, she could roughly understand that Yaonie was a paradise for work-occupation players. Lord Wui, are you not afraid I will leak this information? Ouyang Shua laughed confidently. I trust your character, and I also trust my own judgment. What a confident person. Can you be more specific? Qing Saiku realized this might be the chance she had been waiting for. Of course. Ouyang Shua nodded. Thread will move their headquarters to Yashan City and will be protected by it. Outside the city, there are vast areas of land for work-occupation players to use. Inside the city, there are also various places for talents and artisans to practice their craft. What about rare resources? How will you address this issue? Qing Saiku was not satisfied. The reason Thread was in such a predicament was due to other guilds monopolizing rare materials. The future Yashan City will attract a large number of adventure mode players and many guilds. The resources of Five Finger Mountain are abundant, and I believe Thread will be able to collaborate with these players. Qing Saiku's eyes brightened. Seeing that she was a little intrigued, Ouyang Shua delivered his final pitch: War Snow Rose Mercenary Group, Qingfeng Pavilion, and Tingyu Floor. I have some influence over these three guilds. Even if Thread cannot obtain rare resources from other players, I can assist you. Qing Saiku was astonished when she heard this. I have to say, Lord Wui has nearly persuaded me, but... Qing Saiku trailed off. Ouyang Shua frowned. He had not anticipated this reaction. Logically, compared to the merger plans of the Star Alliance and Jianqi Zongheng, his proposal had fewer restrictions for Thread. Essentially, it was a cooperation on equal terms. Ouyang Shua could not fathom a reason for her to reject this deal. Guild leader Qing, why not voice your qualms or fears? Please do not question my sincerity. I naturally do not doubt your sincerity, Qing Saiku sighed, feeling regretful about missing such an opportunity. Do you know Xingzi Zichen's identity? Ouyang Shua understood. no wonder she was apprehensive. Naturally, a concealed aristocratic family would scare and terrify common players. In his past life, Yaonie was similar and held great respect for such major powers. In this life, things were vastly different. Diverse experiences endowed Yaonie with a distinct resolve. He calmly said, "It's just a concealed aristocratic family, not enough to worry me. There's no need for you to fret about this." "What? You actually know his identity?" Qing Saiku was stunned. She looked at Yaonie with awe. This man was truly unfathomable. Yaonie nodded. "Guild leader Qing, you needn't worry. Shanghai City will assist you against the Star Alliance and Jianqi Zongheng. With your assurance, I have no more concerns." Yaonie's guarantee had entirely eased Qing Saiku's worries. In a brief half-hour meeting, the person before her had completely won her over. Her confidence in and impression of Yaonie had grown multifold. Yaonie smiled and raised his hand. "Happy cooperation." Happy cooperation. The two of them had officially agreed to work together. Next, they needed to work out the specific details. As one of the top 10 guilds, apart from its main guild, Thread also had 10 branch guilds. All of them were large-sized guilds with the maximum number of members, totaling 110,000. Compared to the other top guilds, they could be considered to have relatively fewer members. The guild with the most members was the first-ranked Blood Evil mercenary group, with a total of 300,000 members. Basically, all the other guilds in the top 10 had around 200,000 members. Due to recent changes, many had quit Thread, mostly from the branch guilds. As a result, their numbers had fallen to around 100,000. Toward these members, Yaonie was still wary. Among these people, there would be many spies. Yaonie wanted to use this opportunity to clean out the guild. Qing Saiku did not object to Yaonie's views. In truth, the large number of members leaving was the reason why Qing Saiku felt so disappointed. She had not expected that the guild she worked so hard to run would fail to withstand this test. Yaonie also promised Thread a series of benefits after they moved their headquarters. For example, half the rent and tax for a year. At the same time, the Four Seas Bank branch in Yashan City would offer loans to Thread members to open shops or farms. The specifics needed to be discussed by both parties. After reaching an agreement, the two of them left. Qing Saiku needed to inform the members about the move, while Yaonie had other matters to handle. The two of them agreed that Thread would need to move 2 days later, on the first day of the 4th month. This news could not be hidden from the Star Alliance. Yaonie could not foresee what would happen, so he could only prepare for the worst. Based on Yaonie's character, he always assumed the worst and made preparations accordingly. When Qing Saiku returned to headquarters, she immediately sent a message through the guild channel, "Members, I'm Qing Saiku." Her sudden appearance turned the guild channel from total silence to total excitement. During this period, Thread had been in chaos, and her absence of any opinion had caused the members to panic. Now that the guild leader had stepped forward, it seemed everything would be resolved. Some members were distressed, while others were excited. They were about to face the judgment of fate. The spies the Star Alliance had placed in Thread were thrilled. They thought their master must have successfully taken her down. Without waiting for her to announce anything, they spread the news to their superiors, eager to gain credit. In less than 10 minutes, Star Alliance leader Xing Zhichen received the news. The spies were delighted, believing their work would definitely secure them a position within the Star Alliance. The identity of their leader was not a secret among the higher ranks of the guild, which made the members feel that the guild had potential. As a result, they worked hard, knowing that if they could be highly regarded by Xing Zhichen, their lives would be set. Check out our Patreon for early access chapters. We've made some changes, so Patreons get more per tier. Map contest featuring prize money and chapters ahead. Click here to find out more. Send submissions to email protected. If you're enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote, 8 chapters if we're first, 7 if second, 6 if third. Hey everyone, I just wanted to promote Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which is quite similar to The World Online. If you enjoy kingdom building, game-like alternate worlds, and the incorporation of ancient history and strategy, you're sure to love The Lord's Empire. However, the spies that the Star Alliance had planted in Thread were not happy for long. Qing Saiku announced the news in the guild channel. Facing the current situation, I've decided to allow members to leave. You can either be solo players or join other guilds. I won't interfere with any decision you make. The moment her words landed, the guild channel exploded. The 110,000 members were split into 2 groups. One group chose to leave upon hearing her words. Since their leader had given up, what was the point of staying? Why not just leave on good terms? As work occupation players, the members were not afraid of failing to find a new home. Of course, some had grown tired of the backstabbing that occurred in guilds and decided to become solo players. They would run a shop in the Imperial City to earn money and raise their skills. The other group were the loyal members who tried to stop Qing Saiku. Guild leader, don't. We don't want to leave Thread. That's right. It's our home, we won't leave. Leader, we built this up with so much hard work, don't disband. Leader, say something. If Thread disbands, what can we do? Some members were thrown into disarray. They seemed like baby wolves that had lost their mother. Qing Saiku was currently feeling very conflicted. On one side, she could hear notifications of members leaving, while on the other, she could hear members begging. The members who stayed let her know that there were still loyal people in the guild. They were connected and belonged to the guild. Even so, she had to continue this cruel test. Qing Saiku shouted out once again, Thread will not disband, but we won't merge with any other guild. If, despite that, you want to stay, I won't say anything. Even some of the loyal members began to waver the moment she said that. After these few occurrences, Thread had fallen down the guild rankings and faced an uncertain future. As a result, the ambitious members chose to leave. More and more members decided to leave. At first, it was just the outer group members. Now, even the elite and core members were leaving. When Qing Saiku saw this scene, a tinge of sadness appeared in her eyes. Especially after seeing core members leave, it left a huge impact on her. These were the people who had fought by her side for so long in many games. She did not expect them to choose to leave at this crucial moment. The real-life interests Earth Online affected were simply too significant. The motivations for playing were no longer as pure, and these interests greatly tested the loyalty of the players. If the tree falls, the monkeys will scatter. Suddenly, she also felt a sense of relief. She hoped that after this, Thread would revive itself in Yaonie. In an entire afternoon, a total of 40,000 members had left. Those who had not left yet were mainly still exchanging guild contribution points for items. Before they left, the members would typically spend all the contribution points they had accumulated. Suddenly, the resources in Thread storage, which had piled up like mountains, started to disappear at a rapid rate. As the guild leader, she could have prevented them from exchanging, but she did not. After all, they had earned the points with their hard work, and they also had the right to leave. This series of events had completely fallen outside the expectations of the spies. Their excitement turned into shock. They could only laugh bitterly and report the new information. After hearing that a large number of Thread members had left, the guilds in Jingdu were buzzing with excitement. When both Jianqi Zongheng and Star Alliance took action, the other guilds, aware of the inevitable, backed off. Since Thread refused to merge with other guilds, the members who left would be unaffiliated and could be recruited. Various guilds began to recruit the Thread members who had left on a large scale. Initially, they greeted each new member individually. As the number of defectors increased, they decided to set up recruitment stations outside Thread's base, as there were simply too many of them. The Thread members who chose to leave packed their belongings. The moment they exited the base, they were pestered by members from various guilds. The scene was highly chaotic, with some guilds even fighting in the streets to snatch members. Fighting was prohibited in the Imperial City, and those caught faced jail time. Unlike Bloodblade, who could easily escape as a solo entity, these guilds could only engage in quarrels or simple fist fights. Even if the constables arrived, as long as it wasn't a riot, they could explain the situation. Not only at Thread's headquarters, but the 10-branch guild bases also experienced similar scenes. Large guilds surrounded the headquarters, while medium-sized guilds were near the branches. Small guilds were not considered by Thread members. Jianqi Zongheng was also present. Since Star Alliance couldn't take down Thread, Jianqi Zongheng saw no need to intervene. They instructed their managers and recruiters to take in large numbers of Thread members. This scene drew attention from other imperial cities. The Blood Evil mercenary group, Streamer, and the 18 horsemen of Yanhuo even came to poach members. The situation resembled a buffet, with Thread being the only dish. In this feast, the angriest and most annoyed person had to be Xingzhe Zichen. After receiving the initial intel, he was delighted that his first battle had ended in victory. This proved that those who disagreed with him and his family were completely wrong. However, his mood darkened when he received the second news. He plummeted from the peak to the depths. Scum! Actually choosing to disband rather than joining me, he scolded. Xingzhe Zichen utterly despised Qing Saiku, the person responsible for this. He had never faced such humiliation in his life. His fury was so intense that he nearly lost his rationality. He even wanted to send people to take revenge. Fortunately, there were some wise individuals in the Star Alliance. At a crucial moment, their advisor stepped forward. We can take revenge next time. What's more important now is to attract more members from Thread, the advisor said. Xingzhe Zichen's anger subsided upon hearing these words. He patted the advisor on the shoulder and commended, "You're right. You'll be in charge of this." "Thank you, leader." The advisor stepped back and resumed enjoying the feast, which lasted until the afternoon of the next day. On the 30th day of the third month, at 4 p.m., fewer than 10,000 members remained in Thread. Facing this situation, Qing Saiku felt heartbroken. When she had agreed to this test, she had expected a significant number of members to leave. However, she hadn't anticipated that 90% would depart. She began to doubt herself, wondering if she was a failure as a guild leader. Now, those who remained were the truly loyal members, and the spies had been mostly cleared out. The Star Alliance had only one spy left. They were only there because Xingzhe Zichen still hated her and wanted revenge. During this feast, Star Alliance had recruited only 3,000 members. Jianqi Zongheng, on the other hand, recruited 10,000 and could form a working branch guild. All the guilds in Jingdu received a share. As for the guilds in other imperial cities, they also gained a little. Blood Evil mercenary group had recruited 5,000, even more than Star Alliance, which was based in Thread's territory. The influence of Star Alliance was clearly not as great as he had expected. The large difference between 3,000 and 10,000 made him furious. He decided to take revenge on Thread and force them to leave Jingdu. The three guilds in Shanghai Alliance also joined the feast. When Ouyang Shuo received the news, he took no action. As the alliance leader, he would not interfere with their internal decisions. At 5 p.m., Qing Saiku performed a rough calculation. Out of the 10,000 members, the main guild had only 3,000 left. When she saw the numbers, she felt a bit more at ease. At least the main group was reliable. Additionally, out of the 100 core members, half remained. As for the 10 branch guilds, most of the members had left. Some branches had around 1,000 left, while most had fewer. One or two newly established branches had only a few members remaining, with the rest having all left. Helplessly, she gathered the remaining members into the main guild. As for the 10 branch guilds, they would be left as empty shells. Qing Saiku gathered her thoughts and began to speak in the guild channel. Fellow members, I am Qing Saiku. The same words now carried a very different meaning. The changes the guild had undergone left the 10,000 members terrified. This was the weakest moment for Thread, but also its strongest. The remaining members were utterly united, they could only ride through this by staying together. Through troubles, we can see the truth. At the crucial moment, I've seen your loyalty, and I'm truly touched. Now, I'm going to announce that our headquarters will move to Yashan City. Yashan City? Yashan City is a base that Huwei has built on Xiongzhou Island. It will be where we spend our future. If you do not want to leave Jingdou, you can leave the guild. I won't force you. Qing Saiku did not describe Yashan City much. Even so, the golden signboard of Huwei made all of them see a glimmer of hope in the darkness. When they heard these words, only a few members left the guild because they did not want to leave Jingdou. Qing Saiku prepared some compensation for these members. After all, they had passed the test and deserved some rewards. In the guild storage, only a portion of the resources remained. Qing Saiku had kept the rare ones, as the rest were just basic resources. The valuable assets were the industries the guild had established in Jingdou, including hundreds of workshops and 50 to 60 shops. Some of these shops were even located in the bustling areas of Jingdou. These businesses were what they had built up over the year, with the goal of creating a stable platform to provide the guild with its main source of gold. Qing Saiku sold all the products that the members had processed. The only thing she kept was the main courtyard. First, she wanted to preserve it as a memory. Additionally, she wanted to leave some assets in Jingdou for when they returned. Even the empty shells of the 10 branch guilds were sold to other guilds. Qing Saiku had raised 160,000 gold, taking everything into account. This would be the capital Thread would use to rise again in Yashan City. Map contest featuring prize money and chapters ahead. Click here to find out more. Send submissions to email protected. Please consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. 8 chapters if we are first, 7 if second, 6 if third. Hey everyone, just wanted to promote Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which is quite similar to The World Online. If you enjoy kingdom building, game-like alternate worlds, the incorporation of ancient history, and strategy, you'll be sure to love The Lord's Empire. Xingzhe Zichen was furious when he learned that Thread was moving to Yashan City. His anger intensified when he discovered that Huwei was behind it all. Despicable. I won't let you get away with this. Xingzhe Zichen gritted his teeth, a viciousness flashing in his eyes. Men. Leader. The advisor walked in, anxious about the Star Alliance's failure to recruit the members of Thread. He feared the guild leader's wrath, despite his best efforts. The problem was simply that the Star Alliance lacked the necessary strength. Despite his anger, Xingzhe Zichen remained rational. Coming from an aristocratic family, he had been well-bred. He called the advisor over and gave him a mission. After hearing the details, the advisor was astonished but held his tongue, recognizing that the guild leader was still very angry. Persuading him would likely invite trouble. Xingzhe Zichen, noticing the advisor's strange expression, coldly demanded, "If you have something to say, say it." The advisor, realizing he had no choice, carefully chose his words. "Guild leader, this isn't beneficial for the Star Alliance. Instead, it will create a powerful enemy. Is this really the right move?" Xingzhe Zichen shook his head. "You're mistaken. Huwei is the enemy of the Yanhuo Alliance, and therefore, he is also our enemy. The Star Alliance has just joined the Yanhuo Alliance, and now is the time for us to prove our worth. If we can insult him and also raise our status, isn't that good?" When the advisor heard those words, he felt they made sense and could not retort. "Let's just set it like this." Xingzhe Zichen had lost all his patience and waved the advisor off. Yes, guild leader. The advisor backed down and followed the guild leader's orders. April 1st, Jingdu. The Thread members had finished packing up. They officially said goodbye to Jingdu and headed toward the only teleportation formation in Jingdou. It was only now that the other guilds finally received the news that Thread was actually about to leave Jingdou. When they saw this, many players were shocked. A guild that ranked in the top 10 had disappeared in just 2 days. This dramatic change was beyond the understanding of most people. Along the way, players pointed and commented on the group. Where is Thread moving to? Who knows? They probably just want to leave this sad place. Io, the symbol of the worker occupation, has ended just like this. Is there any way for us to get famous? The size of one of the tailors received a lot of agreement. The strong prey on the weak. What can we do? On the sides, there were even former Thread members. The symbols and badges of their new guilds were on their chests. When they saw their old comrades, their expressions were complicated. Some felt regretful, while others mocked Thread. Qing Saiku walked at the front, her face expressionless as she faced everyone. In her heart, she swore that she would return. Moreover, they would be even more glorious than before. The other members were not as calm as her. Being criticized and judged in public was not a pleasant experience, and many of them felt embarrassed. They only wished that this journey could end quickly. The teleportation formation stood in the largest square of Jingdu. Compared to those in other territories, the formation in the imperial city was much busier. People teleported in and out constantly. The current square, however, was a bit unusual. 20,000 Star Alliance members formed circle after circle, surrounding the teleportation formation. Xingzhi Zichen stood at the outermost layer, waiting quietly for Thread to arrive. On the eastern side of the square, in one of the tea houses, Ouyang Shuo and his 4 guards quietly observed the scene. Ouyang Shuo found it unsurprising that Xingzhi Zichen would act. However, the latter's shameless methods left him speechless. The imperial city did not permit player killing, but it didn't control where players could stand. The Star Alliance members were allowed to stand as they did. This move prevented Thread from teleporting out, a significant embarrassment. It wasn't just a slap to Qing Saiku's face, but also to Ouyang Shuo's. After some thought, Ouyang Shuo took out an object and handed it to one of his guards, giving him some instructions. The guard nodded and left the tea house, disappearing. Over the past 2 days, Ouyang Shuo had not been idle. When the Thread members rushed to the square and saw the formation, they were stunned. Xingzhi Zichen, what's the meaning of this? Qing Saiku glared at him, furious. Originally, she had been a little afraid, considering his aristocratic background. However, seeing him resort to such despicable tactics erased her fear, leaving only contempt and hatred. There's no meaning. Xingzhi Zichen was delighted inside but feigned innocence on the surface. Don't you think this is too much? Qing Saiku scolded. Too much? Xingzhi Zichen exploded, his expression changed as he loudly said, Despicable be *tch. You dare to talk to me about being too much? You agreed with me but turned around and jumped into Chiue Wui's arms. If I don't kill you, how am I supposed to appease my anger? You. Qing Saiku was so furious that she didn't know what to say. No one had ever insulted her so badly since she was born. The square was filled with people, and naturally, everyone heard their exchange. Uproar. Qing Saiku was one of the 4 heroines of the adventure game mode players, yet someone had insulted her to such an extent. You're too much. That's right. We're lucky we didn't join the Star Alliance. What a dog *T guild leader, such trash. All these men grumbled quietly. No one dared to stand out and say it aloud. Seeing this scene, Xingzhi Zichen grew more and more delighted. As an heir of an aristocratic family, he had been asked to act low profile since his birth. Even with their vast power and wealth, he could only act like a normal person. This prolonged suppression had changed his original nature, altering his personality. Now, he relished the attention and the eyes of everyone. He, the son of an aristocratic family and the mysterious qi cultivator, was destined to be the shining star. Compared to Di Chen, who came from a large power, Xingzhi Zichen had received traditional aristocratic family education. In his heart, he didn't believe in the notion of everyone being equal. Hence, that was why he called her a B***TCH and did not hesitate to scold her. He found no fault in his actions. It was not that no one in the square dared to oppose the Star Alliance. They were silent, digesting the other intelligence Xingzhi Zichen had revealed. Huwei Wui. Behind Thread, Huwei Wui stood firm. This was something no one had anticipated. These two powers, seemingly unrelated, had joined forces, shocking everyone. They then realized that Xingzhi Zichen was not only countering Qing Saiku but was also acting against Huwei Wui, the colossal force that loomed over the China region. The mere thought of challenging such a behemoth made one tremble. Thus, they did nothing, for they did not believe Shanghai City would idly allow such a transgression. With this in mind, they chose to wait and watch the spectacle unfold. They remained calm, but this did not reflect the agitation among the Thread members. When their guild leader was insulted, they erupted, as if ready to fight. Kill them. Let's crush them. Fortunately, Qing Saiku maintained her composure and restrained her guild from engaging in combat. A work occupation player could not match the strength of a combat occupation player, let alone face 2-to-1 odds. Qing Saiku was waiting for the arrival of one person. When Xingzhi Zichen saw the enraged faces of the Thread members and noticed that none dared to charge, his arrogance grew, and he laughed, "All you young ones, go back to your mothers." Along with their guild leader, the members of the Star Alliance also mocked the Thread. Ouyang Shua, sipping his tea, remained seated in the tea house. He took a slow sip. "I don't like this guy." White Snake's heart tightened when he heard those words. Sitting opposite Ouyang Shua, he knew exactly how much weight they carried. It was essentially a death sentence for Star Alliance. White Snake glanced at Xingzhi Zichen, and pity appeared in his eyes. He was too young and rash. Did he really think that a hidden aristocratic family was that big in the game? Sadly, he did not know how powerful Ouyang Shua was. Even Yanhuo Alliance would tread carefully when facing Ouyang Shua. After failing several times, some members even developed a phobia, like Sha Pejuan. White Snake couldn't understand why Xingzhi Zichen felt so confident. White Snake knew he needed to infiltrate Star Alliance and lay a path for his lord. Not only that, it was time to act on the other guilds in Jingdou. Star Alliance was the first sharpening stone for the Jingdou intel station. At that moment, the guard returned and whispered something into Ouyang Shua's ear. Ouyang Shua nodded and stood up. "We should head down. Let's not make our friend wait. Map contest featuring prize money and chapters ahead. Click here to find out more. Send submissions to email protected. Please consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying 2, ***. 8 chapters if we are first, 7 if second, 6 if third. Hey everyone, just wanted to promote Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which is quite similar to The World Online. If you enjoy kingdom building, game-like alternate worlds, and the incorporation of ancient history and strategy, you'll be sure to love The Lord's Empire. When Ouyang Shua walked down the stairs, he bumped into a scholar in a white shirt. This man was very handsome, seeming talented yet reserved, which inspired one to admire him. Ouyang Shua's eyes focused. He did not expect to meet such a peerless and graceful figure in the tea house. As he had some matters to attend to, Ouyang Shua could not start a conversation and simply nodded slightly before brushing past him. In the square, Star Alliance and Thread stood in a stalemate. At that moment, a team of about 200 constables suddenly ran over. They were led by a middle-aged constable who wore a wool-young crown on his head, a yulong robe on his body, and a Sichuan knife on his waist. Who dares to create trouble in Jingdou? This middle-aged constable was the head of a hall. His position was not low, ranking below only the elder, deputy commander, and commander. When Xingzhe Dichen saw the police force suddenly appear, he was shocked and felt a bad premonition. Noticing the leader questioning them, Xingzhe Dichen instructed his advisor to step forward and respond. Though the advisor was alarmed, he remained calm, walked out, and bowed. We are members of the Star Alliance. We are only having a gathering here and do not dare to cause trouble. The middle-aged constable laughed coldly. How could such poor acting fool him? He barked, impudence. You are clearly here to disrupt the teleportation formation. Men, put them all in jail. Yes, sir. Instantly, 200 constables sprang into action with chains to capture the players. Despite being vastly outnumbered, 200 constables against 20,000 players, the constables showed no fear. In Jingdou, no guild would dare to challenge the police force, as they were the representatives of the Jingdou Imperial Court. Without mentioning the 100,000 palace guards, the police force alone numbered around 10,000, including many great martial artists in their ranks. They did not need to exert much effort to take down the Star Alliance. The crowd that had been standing around felt dazzled as they saw the sudden change in the situation. What happened? Why did the police force come? Did the Star Alliance make enemies with someone? They've bumped into an iron brick. Hee, there's something nice to watch now. What is this called? Trying to embarrass someone but being embarrassed instead? I did not expect Thread to have such a backer. If they were so strong, Qing Saiku would not be in this situation, a player retorted. You're right, so who's helping Thread? Along with these words, the crowd around looked toward someone. This player, called Dalong Taosha, was considered to have some knowledge. Once he saw himself become the center of attention, he did not feel joy. Instead, he tried to downplay it. Are you all stupid? Did you hear what Xingzhe Zichen said? That Thread got Huwei to help them? Think about it, which lord has the most power in Jingdou? That can't be true, the other players did not believe it. No matter how strong Huwei is, he couldn't possibly activate the police force. In their eyes, the police force was an unassailable presence. Even their most ordinary member could compete with the apex of players. Dalong Taosha scoffed, shallow. Don't forget that he's different from us. The Imperial Court officially bestowed him his title. Activating the police would be the least of his powers. When the players heard this, they threw admiring glances at Dalong Taosha. In his heart, he felt delighted, but on the surface, he acted as if nothing had happened. The other players were genuinely impressed. This guy was smart. Some of the more perceptive ones wanted to add him as a friend and build a relationship with him. Dalong Taosha did not reject any of them, he even pulled the group to a corner very secretly. They looked on in excitement, eager to see what he was about to reveal. However, they only saw him take out an old armor. Armor making, silver quality. 5 gold for one. Do you all want one? His eyes were so sincere. Their image of him instantly crumbled. They didn't think this guy was actually a shady merchant, trying to sell such an old armor for 5 gold. They all shook their heads and left. Some even deleted him from their friends list. Hey, don't leave. It's all silver quality from Shanghai City. A definite elite item. His expression instantly changed, and he formed a shrewd smile. Don't pull me. When the other players heard his words, they ran even faster and quickly disappeared. Brother, we can discuss the price. Don't leave. Suddenly, all the players had left, and no one remained. Dalong Taosha shook his head and sighed. He saw that one player in the corner had not left, so he smiled and asked, Brother, do you want one? The player looked at the armor and drooled. Skilled player, skilled player. I only have 1 gold. He took out 1 gold as he said that. It was clear that this gold was all he had, and he cherished it a lot. Dalong Taosha found himself at a loss, unsure whether to laugh or cry. The armor he intended to sell came from the Warsnow Rose mercenary group. His plan was to resell it and earn a profit from the price difference, having purchased it for 1 gold. Seeing the rookie before him, his heart softened, and he made a decision to sell 1 piece to the newcomer, perhaps reminiscent of his own beginnings in the game. In a moment of good karma, he decided to sow a seed. Unfortunately, the once innocent youth had transformed into a slick merchant. Upon receiving the armor, the player was overjoyed and overwhelmed, saying, "You are a good person." Thank you, thank you." Faced with the earnest young warrior, Dalong Taosha could only maintain a stance of valor and generosity. "It's not very valuable. Little brother, good luck to you." "Yes." The rookie nodded in agreement. Unbeknownst to Dalong Taosha, his action that day would help forge one of the game's future experts. But that was a matter of the future, not of immediate concern. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, Xingzhe Zichen took a quick step forward, approached the middle-aged constable, and surreptitiously handed over a gold note. Then, he whispered, "Sir, forgive the disturbance. We will be off now. This is just a token of our sincerity. Please accept it." Only the heavens knew how furious and embarrassed Xingzhe Zichen truly felt, losing a great deal of face today. He had not anticipated the police force to descend upon them so unexpectedly. Under normal circumstances, barring any major incidents or assassinations, the police force would have remained indifferent. He wondered what had them in such a state of agitation over a minor matter today. It was not that Xingzhe Zichen did not think Huwei might be responsible, but even a lord could not activate the police force. In Jingdu, there were many of them, and the elders in the police force would not follow orders from lords to solve their problems. As expected, the police force would not easily intervene. However, Ouyang Shua was different. On the first day of the new year, after Ouyang Shua faced an assassination attempt, the police force failed to find the assailant. The constable in charge was the middle-aged man before him, who felt he owed Ouyang Shua something. Faced with Ouyang Shua's request for help, he did not hesitate and instantly agreed. Hence, these events transpired. When he saw the 200 gold ticket that Xingzhe Zichen passed to him, a look of disdain flashed across his face. The Lianzhou lord had rewarded him with 5,000 gold. Naturally, Ouyang Shua did not spend so much gold just for this matter, he also wanted to establish connections in Jingdu. In the future, the work of the Black Snake Guards would have some backing. Strictly speaking, 200 gold was a significant amount, nearly half a year's pay for the middle-aged constable. Unfortunately, someone had offered a higher price. He laughed coldly. Wow, someone actually tries to bribe an official. Men. Yes, sir. Take this man down and hand him over to the yeoman. Yes, sir. They did not hesitate and immediately chained up Xingzhe Zichen. Ah. Before he could react, he was taken. Even now, he did not understand what he had done wrong. He followed the usual practice of paying a fee to improve relations. This was the standard method to get the other party to give him a chance. However, they were not fooled. Take him away. The middle-aged constable remained expressionless. When the Star Alliance members saw their guild leader being led away, they could only follow quietly. The police force acted swiftly, using long metal chains to line them up. Then, they took them back to the yeoman. The scene was truly imposing. The crowd gaped in shock. Star Alliance won't survive in Jingdo anymore. The Star Alliance members, feeling utterly humiliated, hung their heads low. When the members of other powers witnessed this, their hearts tightened. It was better to anger the devil than the Lianzhou lord. The middle-aged constable, unperturbed, approached Qing Saiku and said warmly, "Guild leader Qing, please forgive me for any inconvenience caused." He usually wouldn't act so politely, but this was all about showing respect to the Lianzhou lord. Hearing this, Qing Saiku nearly broke into tears. The humiliation and embarrassment she endured were more than compensated by Ouyang Shua's respect, which meant everything to her. At this moment, the Thread members held their heads high. "Thank you, sir, for your help." Qing Saiku bowed. The middle-aged constable waved her off, then led his men and left. He had done everything he could. Only after the police force had taken away all the members of the Star Alliance did Ouyang Shua finally appear. Although everyone had guessed he used his power to create this situation, he did not want to confirm that he had activated the police force. When they all saw Ouyang Shua appear, the square erupted into an uproar. In the end, Ouyang Shua was the main character in this entire episode. Map contest with prize money and chapters ahead. Click here to find out more. Send your submissions to email protected. If you're enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. 8 chapters if we're first, 7 if second, 6 if third. Hey everyone, I just wanted to promote Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which is quite similar to the world online. If you enjoy kingdom building, game-like alternate worlds, and the incorporation of ancient history and strategy, you'll surely love The Lord's Empire. Ouyang Shua walked in front of Qing Saiku. Then, he said just one sentence, "Take care." She nodded. The two of them had formed a tacit understanding. Saying more would have been a waste of words. After this simple goodbye, Qing Saiku took Thread and teleported to Yashan City. By then, Sun Xiaya was already waiting beside the teleportation formation. Ouyang Shua did not follow to Yashan City, as Shanghai City still had matters for him to handle. He also believed that, with both Sun Xiaya and Bai Nanpu in Yashan City, things could be managed for the time being. As this matter came to an end, the astute players knew that the animosity between the two men would lead to future developments. Jingdu was destined for unrest. After sending Thread away, Ouyang Shua walked back toward the tea house. Ouyang Shua felt that the scholar in the white shirt was not a simple person, and he wanted to get to know him. Unfortunately, when Ouyang Shua rushed back to the tea house, there was no sign of the scholar. "Waiter, did you see a scholar in a white shirt?" Ouyang Shua handed over a piece of gold to one of the waiters in the tea house. The waiter's face lit up with a smile when he received the gold. The coin was worth 2 months of his pay. There was such a person, but he has already left. How long ago? And in which direction? He just left. As for the direction, I do not know. Ouyang Shua felt disappointed but was not willing to give up. He shouldn't be far away. Let's split up and chase, quickly. Lord, this. The guards found themselves in a difficult situation. What? Lord, if we all leave, what will happen to you? After the Jingdo assassination incident, Wang Feng had selected 8 of the best guards from the guards regiment, the current palace guards, to work in 2 shifts, protecting Ouyang Shua around the clock. It's fine. I'll follow the Lord. White Snake stepped forward. The guards wanted to protest, but Ouyang Shua interrupted them, urging them to give chase quickly. Ouyang Shua, with White Snake in tow, chased towards the east. Compared to Shanghai City, Jingdu was bustling with activity. The roads intersected, and there were numerous streets and alleys. Lost in the crowd, Ouyang Shua could not spot the white-shirt scholar. Forget it. Let's stop chasing. Ouyang Shua sighed. Half an hour had passed, and all clues were lost. His poor luck stat really didn't provide any favorable moments. Ouyang Shua was fairly certain that the scholar was a historical figure from the Spring and Autumn or Warring States period. If he were from an earlier era, he would have either emerged already or become a hermit, so that was unlikely. Even the famous figure from the Shang dynasty, Yin, was recruited by a player known as Chen Hang. According to the sources, Chen Hang was a powerful lord in Jianye. After recruiting Yin, his reputation in the region flourished, and he became the leader of a local alliance. Not only from the Shang dynasty, but a significant number of figures from the Spring and Autumn era had also taken up roles. The players tried to keep many of them a secret, but as more alliances were formed, they were slowly revealed on forums. The current territories each had one or two historical figures, either civil servants or generals. Gaia was very fair in this regard. The most stunning was Wuqi, who had taken up a role in Qing County. Who knows what Xiangba, that old fox, did to persuade Wuqi. Wuqi could be considered a presence equal to Sun Bin, and in fact, he might even be better. When White Snake noticed the Lord's disappointment, he said, "Lord, I feel that we might find clues if we return." Scholars, by nature, frequent the same tea houses once they choose one. When Ouyang Shua heard these words, his eyes brightened, and he facepalmed. "Why didn't I think of that? Let's go back to the tea house." When they returned, all the other guards had also gotten back. As expected, they did not manage to find anything. Ouyang Shua was not dejected. He found the waiter and asked, "Does that scholar in the white shirt frequent this tea house?" The waiter, recognizing he was speaking to a lord, did not dare to delay. "Lord, you've asked the right person. That fellow doesn't come every day, he only visits when the tea house has chess games." Chess games? Yes, to attract customers, the tea house holds 5 chess games a month. Guests can drink tea and watch the games simultaneously, the waiter proudly explained. Ouyang Shua nodded. "When's the next one?" "In 5 days. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he took out another gold coin and passed it to the waiter. "5 days later, I'll come again. Help me book a room. If that gentleman arrives before me, lead him there. Do you understand?" "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." After receiving the reward, the waiter was elated. Such generosity was indeed expected from a lord. After he left the tea house, Ouyang Shua arrived at the small courtyard known as the Jingdu office. White Snake followed and asked, "Will the lord wait in Jingdu, or?" Ouyang Shua thought for a moment. "I'll just wait here. In the meantime, I'll deal with the Star Alliance." "What's your plan?" To handle the Star Alliance, he had to consider the interference from Jinchi Zongheng. "Go and contact 1 or 2 guilds in Jingdu. I think they will be interested in working with us." Fortunately, Ouyang Shua had already intended to deal with Jinchi Zongheng. During the last system auction, Jinchi Zongheng had become mortal enemies with the War Snow Rose mercenary group in the competition for a god weapon. If he had the chance, Ouyang Shua wouldn't mind teaching them a lesson. While the number of adventure game mode players was rising, they lacked the capability to compete and needed Ouyang Shua's support. In the later stages of the game, the situation would change. Now, Ouyang Shua had enough to challenge Jinchi Zongheng. When White Snake heard this, his eyes brightened. "I understand. Don't worry, Lord, it will happen in the next 2 days." Ouyang Shua nodded, saying nothing more. 4th month, 3rd day, in Jingdu. In a pavilion, for young men were seated. Ouyang Shua sat at the host's position, while White Snake sat opposite him. In the dark, he was the conductor of the intel station. On the surface, he was the manager of the office. On Ouyang Shua's left sat a cool-looking young man. He was the guild leader of Shadow Alliance, Yanhuo. On his right sat a gentle and polite-looking young woman. She was the guild leader of Yimeng Pavilion, Mengyun Tunding. These 2 guilds were ranked 2nd and 4th on the Jingdu Guild rankings. The 3rd spot on the Jingdu Guild rankings was held by Star Alliance. After receiving Ouyang Shua's invitation, both guilds felt a mix of excitement and anxiety. The news of the events in the square had already spread. Both knew that members of the Star Alliance were still locked up in jail, with Xingzhe Zichen in the worst position, sentenced to a month in jail. The person in front of them terrified the two. When White Snake invited them, he revealed that Shanghai City intended to act against Star Alliance. Jinghu did not express a stance on this matter, while Mengyun Tundi was eager. It had only been 2 months since Xingzhe Zichen arrived in Jingdu, yet he managed to usurp Yimeng Pavilion. Meng Yuntundi's thoughts on Xingzhizichen were clear. Jianghu, on the other hand, was there for his target Jianqi Zongheng. As the third-ranked guild in the China region, Jianqi Zongheng overshadowed every guild in Jingdu. However, the waters in Jingdu were deep, with many hidden tigers. Many aimed to challenge Jianqi Zongheng's position, Jianghu among them. When the Shadow Alliance first emerged, they went straight against Jianqi Zongheng, but their efforts bore no fruit. However, they secured the second position, a spot even the Star Alliance couldn't shake. Jianghu's strength and resilience were not ordinary. Upon receiving this invitation, Jianghu knew his chance had arrived. Ouyang Shua could sense something from the quick acceptance of the invitation. He recognized that White Snake had a clear understanding of the animosities and relationships among the various guilds in Jingdu. The conductor's ability was not to be underestimated. Compared to the previous intelligence station, the Black Snake Guards were several times better. Ouyang Shua felt that the hundreds of thousands of gold he spent on them were entirely worth it. Both of you are top figures in Jingdu. Are you interested in working with Shanghai City? After the initial pleasantries, Ouyang Shua delved straight into the matter. Given his current position, he no longer needed to beat around the bush, he was clear and direct in his dealings. We are willing to hear your proposal. Although Meng Yuntunding was eager, her words still carried a sense of poise. Ouyang Shua nodded. It's simple. Shanghai Alliance will sell you both a batch of elite equipment, including strong bows, heavy swords, and shields. In return, the Star Alliance must not be able to survive in the third region. The third region of the Imperial City was the most fiercely contested area among guilds. If a guild couldn't gain a foothold there, it essentially meant they were not a first-rate guild. Ouyang Shua's condition essentially meant that the Star Alliance would not thrive in Jingdu. In truth, his terms were tempting to both of them. These elite pieces of equipment were the dream of all the large guilds. Now was the crucial moment for the guilds in the third region. With this equipment, they could form one or two elite squads. The moment they took the initiative and got ahead, the benefits were limitless. If not, Xie would not have been so anxious during the Shanghai Alliance meeting. Ouyang Shua agreeing to sell these items did not affect his deal with the other members. He was just taking out half of the equipment he had traded for. After all, when he ordered the heavy swords and shields, Ouyang Shua prepared half for his own use and half as a reserve. Map contest featuring prize money and chapters ahead. Click here to find out more. Send submissions to email protected. Please consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. 8 chapters if we are first, 7 if second, 6 if third. Hey everyone, just wanted to promote Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which is quite similar to The World Online. If you enjoy kingdom building, game-like alternate worlds, the incorporation of ancient history, and strategy, you'll be sure to love The Lord's Empire. As for the terms Ouyang Shua suggested, Jianghu instinctively wanted to bargain. Going against the Star Alliance is not an easy matter, Jianghu said. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he laughed. Jianghu seemed like a cool guy, but he liked to beat around the bush when he spoke. You're wrong. To me, going against them is just to vent my frustrations. However, for the two of you, it's a great opportunity. What you gain is proportional to what you put in, isn't that right? Jianghu froze. He had not expected Ouyang Shua to be so confident. Of course, Ouyang Shua was confident. If Shadow Alliance didn't work with them, he could just find another guild. At that point, the ones facing trouble would be the two in front of him. He believed that Jianghu would not let go of this opportunity. For negotiations, as long as one grasped the other's bottom line, everything was easy to discuss. Noticing he was being baited, Jianghu could only smile awkwardly. He was also a decisive person. Since he saw he could not bargain further, he immediately gave up and agreed. With this, the cooperation of the three sides was achieved. Ouyang Shua did not want to draw these two guilds into the Shanghai alliance. Even if he considered such a matter, it would have to wait until they dealt with Jianqi Zongheng and Star Alliance. On the other hand, Thread had successfully joined the Shanghai alliance under Ouyang Shua's recommendation. In truth, Ouyang Shua did not expect Shadow Alliance and Yimeng Pavilion to take down Jianqi Zongheng. Just taking down the Star Alliance would suffice. How powerful was Jianqi Zongheng to rule Jingdou? The hidden aristocratic family behind Star Alliance would go all out since they decided to come out. Ouyang Shuo's goal was to let the guilds in Jingdou fight one another and stunt each other's growth. With this, Ouyang Shua would be pleased. When the time came for him to finish the two guilds, the Shanghai alliance would probably do the deed. After sending them away, Ouyang Shua was left cooped up in the courtyard with nowhere to go. As a result, he planned to spectate and enjoy the action that would unfold in Jingdou. That afternoon, the promised batch of equipment arrived in Jingdou. The batch included 1,000 strong bows, 1,000 god-arm crossbows, 500 heavy swords, and 2,000 shields. Ouyang Shua sold them to Shadow Alliance and Yimeng Floor for a total of 44,000 gold. He sold them at a price 10% higher than what he paid internally. Even so, it still made the two of them delighted. Such elite equipment would be at least 10% more expensive if placed on the market. From the funds gained from the sale, Ouyang Shua kept 20,000 gold to compensate for the investment in the Black Snake Guards. This kept his available gold at 50,000. The remaining 24,000 gold was sent to the financial department. This sum would flow into a specialized fund used to expand the 4 military workshops. Based on the plans for Shanghai City, the Eastern Region military workshops would continue to expand eastward, all the way to the Canyon River. Even a portion of the harbor would be used as a military harbor. After the expansion, the military workshop region would be 5 times larger. After a year of development, numerous skilled craftsmen emerged, driving the rapid growth of the military industry. With the support of Shanghai City, both Shadow Alliance and Yimeng Pavilion felt confident. On the 4th day of the 4th month, Yimeng Pavilion secretly attacked the Star Alliance leveling squad in the 3rd region, causing heavy casualties. The core members of Star Alliance were still in jail, allowing Yimeng Pavilion to force them out of their training spots and resource-gathering areas. Jianqi Zongheng wanted to send reinforcements, but Shadow Alliance stopped them. The atmosphere around Jingdou became increasingly tense. On the 5th day, the main force of Star Alliance was released and they counterattacked, led by all their leaders. Yimeng Pavilion, with the momentum on their side, naturally faced the battle without fear. The war in Jingdou escalated, officially marking the start of the guild wars. The various guilds in the China region, much like territories, prepared for a series of tough battles. The strong would survive, while the weak would fall. Thanks to their influence, many challengers from the 9 imperial cities appeared, attempting to challenge the top 9 guilds. With Thread out of the picture, each imperial city coincidentally had one guild in the top 9. Which guild would replace Thread? All players eagerly awaited the answer. The Guild Alliance under Shanghai City seized this opportunity to showcase their strength. With 3 of the top 9 and 1 former member of the top 9, the warfires began to subside. The guilds in Jianye, Luoyang, and Dali immediately lowered their flags and ceased fighting. With the wars ceasing in 3 imperial cities, the conflicts in the other cities grew fiercer and more intense. Apart from Jingdou, Xianyang was home to the Blood Evil mercenary group, which none dared challenge. Xiangyang housed the 18 swordsmen of Yanhuo, supported by Chun Shinjun, making them relatively stable. The Jin Yiwei in Chang'an, Streamer in Xuanzhou, and Laojun Temple in Qingdu had not allied with any territories, turning them into targets for ambitious players. Laojun Temple, ranked last, faced the highest pressure. Qingdu also had a guild known as Spark, led by Minji. He, like Xingzhe Zichen, was an heir of a hidden aristocratic family, and his ancestors came from the royal family. Spark's appearance caused Chengdu to shift from one primary guild to two. Rumors suggested Spark had begun collaborating with Swordsman County, putting even more pressure on Lianzhou Temple. As Spark grew, they became the quintessential example of the chaotic guild wars. Seizing this opportunity, the Black Snake Guards planted spies in all guilds. Yaonie merely observed from afar, unaware he was the spark that ignited this vast conflagration. On the 4th month, 6th day, Yaonie brought Bai Shi to the tea house. The waiter, recognizing them, warmly guided them to their room. Has the scholar in the white shirt not arrived yet? Not yet. Yaonie nodded and waited patiently. After half an hour, the scholar in the white shirt finally entered the tea house. The waiter, awaiting at the door, greeted the scholar immediately upon his arrival. "Mister, please," he said as he led him toward the room. The scholar followed behind. Upon seeing that their destination was one of the rooms, he said, "I'm just looking for a seat in the main hall." "I don't need a room." The waiter smiled and said, "I won't hide it from you. There's actually a VIP waiting for you." "VIP? But I don't know anyone in Jingdu." "You'll know once you go in." The scholar in the white shirt did not mind much. "Okay, then I'll go take a look." Once he pushed open the door, he only saw a young man brewing tea. The young man seemed highly focused on the task. Upon hearing the sound, he looked up. It was Yaonie. Yaonie placed down the teaware, stood up, and adjusted his shirt. He followed the old customs, cupped his hands together, the back of his palm faced outward, and pushed the front forward before placing it in front of his chest. "I am Huwei. Sorry for disturbing you." The scholar in the white shirt froze. He obviously knew who Huwei was. Among the historical figures, nearly everyone knew of him. He returned the greeting, "I am Wei Yang." "Greetings, Lord Lianzhou." Upon hearing this name, Yaonie's heartbeat slowed for a moment. He was even more shocked than Wei Yang. Wei Yang, the representative figure of legalism, was the one who pushed for the Qin state to unify the land. Any one of his achievements could make anyone revere him. Yaonie's decision to wait was right. "Please." The white-shirt scholar stood up and sat behind Yaonie. Wei Yang sat opposite him. His actions were truly respectful and polite. At this point, Wei Yang recognized that Yaonie was the young man he had met on the stairs. It seemed the Lianzhou lord had purposely waited for him. In an instant, Wei Yang had deciphered everything that had happened and the current situation. Both were intelligent, so they did not need to state the obvious. Since they were sure of each other's identities, Yaonie did not rush. Instead, he happily accompanied Wei Yang to watch the chess game downstairs. A huge hall housed a giant chessboard. When the players made a move, men would replicate it on the large board, moving the massive pieces for the customers to watch. Yaonie did not know much about chess. In his previous life, he had been an adventure mode player and didn't have much time for it. It was only after Jiangsheng moved in that Yaonie occasionally played chess with him. Although he lost every time, his skills had improved rapidly. Thus, when he watched the chess game downstairs, Yaonie could follow it. As for Wei Yang, he was at the pinnacle of the game. The chess match lasted for 2 hours. White Snake, sitting behind Yaonie, could not stand it any longer. As a mercenary, he would rather kill people or go undercover. But chess? It was torture. Looking at the full board felt like reading books to him. He could not understand why the Lord had not immediately questioned Wei Yang after recognizing him. Instead, the Lord engaged in such a low-efficiency activity. How was White Snake to know that Wei Yang was different? Such a talent would not be persuaded easily unless he personally wanted to take up a role. Based on his style, he would rather spend his time in the tea house than go to other places. Yaonie knew that Wei Yang was already starting to have thoughts of becoming a hermit. On the surface, Ouyang Shua seemed to be waiting, but deep down, he was contemplating what Wei Yang needed. How could he persuade this representative of legalism? It was so difficult. Check out our Patreon for early access chapters. We've made some changes so Patreons get more per tier. Map contest featuring prize money and chapters ahead. Click here to find out more. Send submissions to email protected. Please consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying too. 8 chapters if we are first, 7 if second, 6 if third. Hey everyone, just wanted to promote Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which is quite similar to The World Online. If you enjoy kingdom building, game-like alternate worlds, the incorporation of ancient history, and strategy, you'll be sure to love The Lord's Empire. After the chess game finished, the atmosphere completely changed. White Snake's heart tightened, knowing that the crucial moment had arrived. You talk about setting an example, so what happened to you, sir? Ouyang Shua took the initiative to ask the difficult question, mocking Wei Yang for giving up on himself. I failed to spread my ideology in the end. It was like a dream bubble bursting, so how can I not? Wei Yang's eyes flashed with loneliness and pain. How can you say you failed when the ideology you taught is one of the pillars of society? Ouyang Shua was not exaggerating. Wei Yang could be considered one of the first total revolutionaries of China. His legalist school of thought did not just affect the Qin state, its influence extended beyond its time, shaping thousands of years of Chinese history. The Qin state only lasted for 200 years. Clearly, it was a failure. In the wilderness, Wei Yang naturally gained knowledge of China's 5,000-year history, leading to his profound dejection. He was a passionate ideologist who promoted legalism in the Qin state and pushed for reforms. Although he died because of his ideologies, he had no regrets. The only regret he felt was that his ideas had vanished. Ouyang Shua shook his head. Sir, you should consider this. The reason the Qin state lasted for 200 years is that they firmly believed in your ideas and did not progress. Think about those times when you entered the Qin state. You didn't accept a position but went into the wilderness to observe them, to create suitable laws. Why? Because they were crafted for them. When Wei Yang heard these words, he fell silent and did not reply. With his talents, he clearly understood the meaning behind Ouyang Shua's words. Despite this, it was hard not to be emotionally involved since he was part of the whole matter. Ouyang Shua continued, with your talents, spreading the name of legalism is what you should do. Change with the times and adapt your laws. If you continue to just drink in tea houses, you would be insulting your calling. When Wei Yang heard these words, he dejectedly said, "Where is Duke Qiao?" The success of his ideology was largely due to Duke Qiao's support. To meet such a person was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. When Ouyang Shua heard this, he stood up and bowed, "Although I am not worthy, I am willing to be your Duke Qiao." Wei Yang was moved. Ouyang Shua's words were like a promise. The word of a lord was worth its weight in gold. At that moment, the atmosphere froze, making it hard to breathe. Ouyang Shua waited with bated breath for Wei Yang's reply. After a long while, Wei Yang let out a sigh, stood up, and adjusted his clothing. Then, he bowed and said, "Lord." With this bow, the master and servant relationship was sealed. White Snake, who had witnessed the entire process, could not help but feel impressed and amazed. Name, Wei Yang, God rank. Title, Shang Lord. Dynasty, Warring States, Qin. Identity, resident of Shanghai City. Loyalty, 75. Command, 72. Force, 35. Intelligence, 88. Politics, 95. Specialty, legal system, raises administrative efficiency by 25%, territory honesty by 30%, iron-faced, raises prestige by 20%, open and fair, raises honesty by 20%. Book, Shang Lord Book. Evaluation. Wei Yang, a believer in legalism, is a strong administrative personnel. He helped the Duke of Qin establish laws to punish the dishonest and protect the weak, balancing the odds. His punishments were based on the severity of the crimes. He encouraged the people to focus on farming and used the military to expand the land, making the troops the wealth of the nation and contributing to the invincibility of Qin. After recruiting Wei Yang, Ouyang Shua did not linger in Jingdu. He returned to Shanghai City on the same day. Upon his return, he did not immediately assign duties to Wei Yang. Given Wei Yang's character, he needed to observe Lianzhou before suggesting any changes. Ouyang Shua assigned 2 guards to accompany him, as although Lianzhou was generally peaceful, small groups of bandits still posed a threat. Ouyang Shua also gave Wei Yang a token, which allowed him to meet anyone in the prefecture without hindrance. Ouyang Shua had already planned Wei Yang's appointment. Among the 3 major departments, the Internal Affairs Department, which oversaw laws and punishment, suited him best. Therefore, Ouyang Shua needed to make arrangements for the current director, Tian Wenjing. If Ouyang Shua had just made Tian Wenjing the deputy director, it would have been a waste of his talents. The territory lacked civil servants, so Ouyang Shua could not act so imprudently. Therefore, he intended to let Tian Wenjing lead Yashan City. If events went smoothly, Tian Wenjing would be the ideal choice for governor of the future Qiangzhou prefecture. This was the best place for Tian Wenjing to showcase his abilities and lead an entire region. He was a model governor during the Qing dynasty, and overseeing Yashan would be the most suitable role for him. Ouyang Shua had completed a series of arrangements, which made Yashan City's foundations increasingly stable. All that was needed was a capable leader to take charge. Neither Sun Xiaya nor Bai Nanpu had the talent for such a role. In the first half of the year, before Taiping country threatened Lianzhou prefecture, Ouyang Shua planned to focus his efforts on Yashan City to establish a strategic base. The next day, Ouyang Shua called Tian Wenjing to his room. Wenjing, would you like to govern a region? When Tian Wenjing heard this, he was stunned. If he were to govern, with his position, the role of prefect would be beneath him. Moreover, Lianzhou prefecture had no vacant positions, only Yashan City had an opening. Could it be? When his thoughts reached this point, his heart began to throb with excitement. He was well aware of the strategy to explore Qiangzhou Island and its strategic importance. Even without considering the future, the current Yashan City was second in importance only to Shanghai City. What you're saying is? Compared to the others, he had far better composure. Ouyang Shua held high hopes for this important official. I want you to take up the role of mayor of Yashan City. However, it won't be limited to that. You will handle the matters of Qiangzhou Island. When Tian Wenjing heard this declaration, he grew emotional. Governor. The first governor of the territory. Facing such a huge responsibility, no one could remain calm. Yet, Tian Wenjing was still Tian Wenjing. This cold-faced director could remain so calm it was terrifying. He quickly collected himself. Then what about the Internal Affairs Department? Wei Yang's arrival had been very low profile, so Tian Wenjing still did not know about it. Ouyang Shua nodded. Wei Yang has already come to our territory and is now touring it. When he returns, you should go and acquaint yourself with him before you leave for Yashan City. Wei Yang? Finally, Tian Wenjing could not contain himself and exclaimed in surprise. The name of the Shang Lord was too shocking. That's right. Ouyang Shua nodded. It was not an easy task to make this cold-faced director so shocked. Congratulations, Lord. After ending the conversation, Ouyang Shua left Tian Wenjing with these words. Use this period of time to think about how to make Yashan City and Qiangzhou Island great. I won't let you down. Just as Ouyang Shua was about to say something, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification, congratulations, player Huwei, territory martial artist Linyu has recovered. Additionally, after breaking through a bottleneck, he has become a fist-style Grandmaster. Player is rewarded 2,000 merit points. Grandmaster, the second one in the territory, was born. Linyu did not disappoint. In a short month, he had not only recovered but also advanced to become a Grandmaster. Shortly after, another system notification rang out. System notification. Congratulations to Shanghai City for nurturing a Grandmaster martial artist, now bestowed the title Home of Fist Styles. Congratulations to player Huwei. The moment the system notification sounded, players were naturally amazed. Shanghai City's string of miracles led to it being dubbed the City of Miracles. Therefore, this notification did not cause much of a stir. The only effect was that players specializing in fist styles became much more interested in Shanghai City. One could predict that in the future, more players would head to Shanghai City to learn martial arts. After Tian Wenjing left, Yaonie reviewed the stats. Home of Fist Styles. It increases the physical quality of territory residents by 10%, raises their familiarity with fist styles by 10%, and boosts the prestige of fist styles by 10%. Incredible. Its stats were even stronger than those the Home of Martial Arts granted with the founding of the Dongli Sword Sect, especially for fist-style practitioners. Whether they were militiamen or residents, they all benefited from this. Even Yaonie, who trained in Bajiquan, felt a boost in his abilities. At this point, Shanghai City already had 5 titles: the world's first prefecture, land of military strategists, home of forging, home of martial arts, and home of fist styles. Just at this moment, another system notification sounded in his ear. System notification. Congratulations to player Huwei. The titles Home of Martial Arts and Home of Fist Styles of your territory can be merged. Will you merge them? Merge. System notification. Congratulations to player Huwei. The territory titles have merged successfully. Shanghai City has obtained the title Where Martial Arts Prosper. The original 2 titles have disappeared. Where Martial Arts Prosper raises resident physical quality by 30%, increases fist-style familiarity by 10%, and boosts territory fist-style prestige by 10%. Note: this title can be further upgraded to Land of Martial Arts. Upgrade requirements include obtaining 2 more titles, such as Home of Sword Arts or Home of Spear Arts, and more. Yaonie was speechless. The merger was just a simple stacking of effects. The only thing he looked forward to was the final title, Land of Martial Arts. However, to obtain that title, he needed 2 more martial arts grandmasters. How difficult. Map contest featuring prize money and chapters ahead. Click here to find out more. Send submissions to email protected. If you are enjoying too, please consider giving us a vote. 8 chapters if we are first, 7 if second, and 6 if third. Hey everyone, just wanted to promote Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which is quite similar to The World Online. If you enjoy kingdom building, game-like alternate worlds, and the incorporation of ancient history and strategy, you'll be sure to love The Lord's Empire. With the merger of the titles, Yaonie thought that perhaps other titles, like Home of Forging, could also merge. For example, Home of Forging, Home of Tailoring, and the like could merge into a title that encompassed all work occupations for players. There seemed to be a chance if one thought about it that way. The regrettable matter was that Qinger still had not obtained the lucky break she needed to break through to Tailoring Grandmaster. On the other hand, Master Shipbuilder Zhang Dehai had a chance to become a Grandmaster through the Ming Dynasty Warship Building Technical Manual. Since Linyu had upgraded, the necessary matters had to be completed. The moment Song Jia entered Five Finger Mountain, they lost contact with her. To this day, she has not returned. Thus, Yaonie had to help with the sect matters. In the afternoon, Linyu arrived as expected. After becoming a Grandmaster, his aura had changed. Although he still restrained his aura, he had undergone a qualitative transformation. Previously, he had no choice but to restrain his aura and energy since he could not control it. Now, he could freely manipulate it as he wished, making him appear very stable. There was no need for formalities between the two of them. Lord, the Bajiquan Dojo disciples are all ready. They can go up the mountain at any time, Linyu said, always decisive and crisp in his handling of matters. Ouyang Shua nodded. The dojo in the city does not need to be closed. Brother can arrange a good disciple to run it. The place can serve as the outer building of the Dongli sword sect. With the boost from the title, it was the best time to recruit disciples. Dongli sword sect was located far away and was not a place that could accommodate many disciples. When Linyu heard these words, he laughed. Lord has thought it through. Let's do it as you say. Linyu was emotionally invested in the Bajiquan dojo, so it would be best if he did not have to close it down. Sect leader Song is not here. As such, I'll personally accompany you up the mountain tomorrow. Linyu did not reject this proposal. For someone from the underworld, joining a sect was a significant matter. It was appropriate for the Lord to come along personally. The two of them had a brief conversation before parting ways. On the 8th day of the 4th month, in Shanghai City, Ouyang Shua brought 4 guards to lead the 500 or so Bajiquan dojo disciples to the Dongli sword sect. Without Song Jua, Cui Tianqi and Bankxia handled the daily duties in the sect. When they heard the news, both of them led all the disciples to wait and welcome them. After not seeing each other for half a year, Cui Tianqi had grown into a vigorous and handsome teenager. According to Song Jua, Tianqi had great potential and a high level of comprehension. He had already mastered both the Nining cultivation method and the Yuanu sword technique. If placed in the underworld, he would be considered an exceptional youth. However, the once open and extroverted boy now exuded a more menacing and intimidating aura, likely due to his training in the Nining cultivation method. Ouyang Shua also heard that this elder brother had gained a high level of prestige in the sect. He was very strict with the other disciples, making them all fear him. Fortunately, he was a cultivation enthusiast and spent most of his time training in his room or practicing in the back mountains, rarely mingling with the other disciples. On the other hand, Bankxia, as the elder sister, was not strict with them. As a result, none of the disciples disrespected her. When a male cultivated the Nining cultivation method, he would become dark. If a female cultivated it, her charm would grow as her strength increased. Bankxia originally looked good, so it was no wonder she charmed many male disciples. Greetings, Lord. Cui Tianqi led all the disciples to kneel. Ouyang Shua nodded, walked beside him, patted his shoulder, and smiled. Not bad. Cui Tianqi's heart felt warm. His relationship with the Lord was highly complex. The Lord was his benefactor, his brother, and also his liege. Receiving the Lord's praise was undoubtedly the greatest joy. Unfortunately, since he mastered the Nining cultivation technique, Cui Tianqi had forgotten how to smile. His current expression looked very stiff, and when he did smile, it looked worse than crying. When Ouyang Shua saw this, he remained silent. Every successful person had to invest a lot to reach their current level. For example, Bankxia. Both of them became disciples at the same time, and her potential was not bad either. However, her skill was far from Cui Tianqi's. Why was that? The environment of the sect, the honor of being the elder sister, and the love and attention she received made her forget why she became a disciple in the first place. Furthermore, she even thought that her influence in the sect was higher than Cui Tianqi's and looked down on his intense training. The difference between the two was truly emotional. Ouyang Shua was not her master, so he would not lecture her. He just smiled slightly. Bankxia similarly had complex feelings toward the Lord. She was grateful and respected him, she even worshipped him. All of this changed that morning. The Lord wanted to set up rules in the manor and, without regard for their master-servant relationship, kicked her out. If Zissou and the others had not begged for her, Banksia would not have even had the chance to become Song Jia's disciple. In that instant, hatred grew in her heart. That thorn still lingered, she could not fully remove it. Half a year had passed, and she still felt a complex mix of emotions when she saw the Lord again. Compared to half a year ago, the man before her had become even more charming. Every action he took displayed his power and prestige. In front of the Lord, she unknowingly displayed her charm, hoping to catch his attention. When she learned that the Lord was coming, she specially woke up early and dressed up. Unfortunately, Yanhuo had seen many beautiful girls. In his eyes, Banksia was just a green apple. He only smiled slightly and did not give her much attention. When Banksia noticed, her heart felt cold, and the smile faded from her face. "Let's go to the main hall." Cui Tianqi nodded and led the way. After half a year of construction, the Dongli sword sect had become more majestic. It had the appearance of a large sect, at least in terms of its infrastructure. In the main hall, Yanhuo formally introduced Linyu to them. Yanhuo looked around. Brother Lin is a grandmaster in fist techniques. He has accepted the position of elder in the sect. When our sect leader returns, we will hold the official ceremony. At the same time, he will open a hall known as Baji Hall for the teaching of Bajiquan. When Linyu heard these words, he stepped forward and cupped his fists in greeting toward everyone. "Welcome, Elder Lin. Welcome, Elder Lin." All the disciples shouted, creating a really ecstatic scene. The sect's growth and expansion were naturally seen as a good thing by them. "Elder Lin will handle matters during the period when your sect leader is not here," Yanhuo announced a series of rules to establish Lin Yu's position in the sect. Essentially, Lin Yu would be the second in command in the Dongli sword sect. "Yes, Lord." All the disciples replied in unison. However, their voices were not as loud or united as before. Joining the sect was one thing, having another leader was a different matter. Without Song Jia present, the disciples naturally felt wary and alert. They did not feel as relaxed now that a new elder would handle daily affairs. Especially Banksia, whose heart jolted. Banksia was akin to a young master in the sect, given that Cui Tianqi barely involved himself in matters. Lin Yu's arrival meant she would be removed from her position of power. When Yanhuo saw this scene, he frowned. However, after some thought, he did not lecture them. He believed that Lin Yu had the capability to manage them and build his own prestige. After all, who was Lin Yu? Naturally, he saw through everything. Before he arrived, he had already anticipated this reaction. Of course, he was not afraid. After announcing these matters, Yanhuo dismissed them. Banksia led Lin Yu to the prearranged courtyard. Yanhuo then called for Cui Tianqi to have a conversation. "Lord, Sister Banksia," Cui Tianqi stopped. He looked calm, but his mind was racing. Yanhuo waved him off, "Let's not talk about her." "Tianqi, what are your plans now that Elder Lin is taking over?" "Plans?" Cui Tianqi was confused. "Train." Yanhuo shook his head. "You can't become a true expert through training alone. You need to go out and explore, like your master." "Can I?" Excitement flashed in his eyes. "Of course. Why don't you pack up and leave the mountain today? If you don't want to go alone, you can take a few other disciples." "All right." Cui Tianqi nodded vigorously. Yanhuo took out a heavy sword and a gold ticket and handed them to Cui Tianqi. The sword was specially designed, a valuable dark gold weapon. This wasn't favoritism, the weapon simply didn't suit Banksia. "Lord." Cui Tianqi recognized the sword's uniqueness and was astonished. When he looked at the gold ticket, he saw it was worth 1,000 gold, which shocked him. He had never seen such a large sum in his life. "Take it. How can you train without a good weapon?" Yanhuo smiled. "The gold is what your sister Yu told me to bring." "Thank you, Lord." Cui Tianqi felt warmth in his heart. Thinking of his sister, he felt very grateful. When you leave, you should go and see your sister. She misses you, and she'll be delighted to see your progress. Okay, since that's all, I'll take my leave. As Ouyang Shua stood up, Cui Tianqi quickly followed. Ouyang Shua patted his shoulder again. You don't need to send me off. Continue training hard. When you become a true expert, I have plans for you. Yes. Helping the Lord was Cui Tianqi's ultimate goal. Check out our Patreon for early access chapters. We've made some changes so Patreons get more per tier. Map contest featuring prize money and chapters ahead. Click here to find out more. Send submissions to email protected. Please consider giving us a vote if you are enjoying the world online. 8 chapters if we are first, 7 if second, 6 if third. Hey everyone, just wanted to promote Mr. Voltaire's new novel, The Lord's Empire, which is quite similar to the world online. If you enjoy kingdom building, game-like alternate worlds, and the incorporation of ancient history and strategy, you'll be sure to love The Lord's Empire. On the 4th month, 10th day, Cui Tianqi brought 11 fellow disciples down the mountain toward the Lord's manor. When Linyu heard that Cui Tianqi would head out to train, he sent 6 of the most promising disciples from Baji Hall. They totaled 12, 6 males and 6 females, including Banksia. Ouyang Shua recommended they head for the Five-Finger Mountains, where they might encounter Song Zhao. The administrative matters of Lianzhou Prefecture were now running smoothly, so Ouyang Shua did not need to personally handle all the affairs. Binger had also started school, making the entire Lord's Manor much quieter. Little Green and Little White were with Xuer, training together in the Spirit Beast Hall. Who knows what changes they might undergo. Since Ouyang Shua needed to wait for Wei Yang's return, he purposely delayed his trip to Yashan City. During this free time, he focused more on training his martial arts. The assassination attempt in Jingdou had left a lasting impact. Ouyang Shua began to place greater emphasis on his own strength. After all, even with guards, increasing his personal strength was safer. Situations change, and there would certainly be times in the future when his guards could not protect him. Even the cultivation of the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique required daily practice. In addition, there was the rigorous training of spear techniques and palm techniques. Ouyang Shua would not just train alone, he would also find a few guards to spar with him. He would start with 1 opponent, then 2, then 3, gradually increasing the challenge. Ouyang Shua could feel his body and skills improving every day. Every time he trained, the guards would hurt him, causing him tremendous pain. In intense fights, getting hurt was inevitable. Since his Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique reached the 6th layer, he had made tremendous progress. By the start of the 3rd month, during his tour of Lianzhou Prefecture, he had already advanced to the 7th layer. This new upper limit for his primordial energy was 500 points. Despite this increase, Ouyang Shua's efficiency remained the same, allowing him to gain only 3 points of energy each day. If everything went smoothly, he would reach the next breakthrough by the 7th month. Each time the technique advanced a level, it not only increased his primordial energy but also strengthened his meridians. The expansion of his dantian brought a comprehensive improvement to his body. One could say that only by training the technique to the 6th layer could one be considered a martial arts practitioner. At this stage, his body strength had reached that of an ox. Do not underestimate this level, it is actually quite remarkable. A normal person would be considered very strong if they could lift 100 kilograms. The strength of an ox is 600 kilograms, enough to shatter rocks. Each time Ouyang Shua leveled up his Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique, his strength increased by 1 ox unit. As a result, reaching the 7th layer, he had the power of 2 oxen. With one punch, he could kill a man even without using Bajiquan. When he wore his current 45-kilogram armor, it felt very comfortable, and he could wear it for long periods without feeling fatigued. The 35-kilogram Tianma spear felt like an extension of his body, as if it were a part of him. Not only that, but the primordial energy helped him recover quickly. Often, when Ouyang Shua trained until he was drained, he would use the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique at night. Afterward, he would be fully recovered by the next day. Under the nourishment of the yellow primordial energy, the injuries to his muscles from training and cultivation all disappeared, leaving them as good as new. Not only did the toughness of his muscles improve, but this also enhanced his flexibility and explosiveness. A strong body, terrifying explosiveness, and a fast recovery speed, these three positive aspects combined made Ouyang Shua a passable general. As his physical condition continued to improve, the combat experience hidden in his subconscious from his past life began to awaken. In his previous life, Ouyang Shua did not earn the title of the Two-Faced Shura by chance. His combat experience, however, did not align with his relatively weak body, so it remained dormant in his mind and did not surface with his memories. Although Ouyang Shua had been an adventure game player in his past life, he had to start from scratch in martial arts after reincarnating. As this portion of his memory awakened, his skills improved rapidly. In his previous life, Ouyang Shua had wielded a halberd, a weapon similar to a spear. Thus, after his combat memory surfaced, his spear technique improved significantly each day. Within a short time, his Yang family spear technique advanced to the 5th layer, marking a mastery through understanding. Only 2 more layers remained, the peak of perfection and back to basics. After mastering the technique, Ouyang Shua no longer had to think about which stroke to use. Instead, he would subconsciously adapt based on the enemy's attack. This significantly enhanced his adaptive abilities on the battlefield. The battlefield was an unpredictable environment, with varying strokes and angles. Consequently, a martial artist's adaptive ability was the most crucial factor, especially when surrounded. The martial god Zhao Zilong from the Three Kingdoms era could effortlessly fight thousands of troops. Apart from his spear skills, his adaptive ability was another reason for his might. Of course, Ouyang Shua had only reached a passable level. He could only showcase the full strength of the Yang family spear technique when he achieved perfection. Among the Shanghai Alliance generals, both Shi Huwei and Luo Shixin were spear masters whose skills had reached the pinnacle of perfection. Reaching the highest level, however, was impossible without becoming a spear grandmaster. Thus, compared to Luo Shixin, Ouyang Shua still had a long way to go. In addition to the Yang family spear technique, Ouyang Shua also attempted to integrate Bajiquan into his spear technique to create his own martial art. This was a significant goal. To merge martial arts techniques, one needed a thorough understanding of both. The basic requirement was for his Bajiquan to also reach a level of mastery through comprehension. Fortunately, as Linyu had become a fist-style grandmaster, the territory had received a title, making it much easier for Ouyang Shua to train his Bajiquan. He felt that in less than a month, he could reach that level. Aside from his improvements in spear techniques, the awakening of his past memories also brought him a great surprise. In his previous life, the techniques Ouyang Shua trained were mostly gold rank, except for 2 king rank techniques, 1 halberd technique and 1 movement technique. The halberd technique was now useless, so Ouyang Shua searched his memory. After considerable effort, he managed to bring his renowned martial art, Floating Ghost Shadow, into the game. System notification: congratulations player Huwei Wui on the self-created technique, Floating Ghost Shadow. Player is rewarded with 10,000 reputation points. The Floating Ghost Shadow technique is a king rank movement technique. Since it incorporates special skills, it is a genuine secret technique. In his previous life, Ouyang Shua's use of Floating Ghost Shadow, combined with his bloodshot eyes during combat, earned him the epithet of Shura. This technique helped him compensate for the lack of a movement technique. In just half a month, Ouyang Shua's abilities made a significant leap. It was no exaggeration to say that, apart from Shi Huwei and Luo Shixin, none of the generals in the territory could match him. Ouyang Shua even dared to challenge Dai Qin, known as the Black Tiger of the Grasslands. In Shanghai City, his strength could rank in the top 10. Among all the generals, Bai Qi had the highest stats, followed by Erlai and Shi Huwei, then Luo Shixin. Further down were Fan Liwa and Mu Guiying. As for Sun Bin, although he had created his own fist technique, he was only slightly stronger than an average person. Lin Yi, Wang Feng, and Zhao Sihu were the three at the bottom. Not only that, the 10,000 reputation points the system awarded him pushed his reputation stat past 100,000 points, upgrading it to prestigious. The final reputation grade, well known in the world, required 1 million points, which couldn't be achieved quickly. The only way to earn such significant rewards was by participating in world wars, which was also the essence of the title. One could only become well known in the world by defeating other countries. System notification: player reputation points have reached over 100,000, becoming prestigious. You have been specially awarded the title. Congratulations! As for the final stage, the title he would likely earn was Overlord. Title: raises the goodwill of historical figures by 45% and increases the recruitment success rate of historical figures by 20%. Undoubtedly, after gaining this new title, his fame among historical figures had increased. One could anticipate that in the future, many more historical figures would come to Shanghai City. On the 25th day of the 4th month, in Shanghai City, Military Intelligence Secretary Cobra reported the latest military intelligence to Ouyang Shua. When Ouyang Shua appointed Cobra, the Lianzhou Basin had just been unified. At that time, Cobra helped reorganize the Military Intelligence Division. Team 1 was responsible for intelligence gathering around the 100,000 mountains and Qiyu City. Team 2 focused on Xuanzhou, the location of Tianping country. The Special Operations Team handled the highest-level intelligence gathering, such as missions in Qiyu City and Taiping country. This elevated their position above Teams 1 and 2. The spies and division members left Lianzhou Prefecture to focus on their intelligence-gathering missions. Within the prefecture, the Black Snake Guards managed the remaining player territories, mountain barbarian tribes, and grassland tribes. Before establishing the Safety Division, Ouyang Shua could only rely on the Black Snake Guards for these tasks. With Cobra's appointment and the addition of many former Rattlesnake mercenary group members, the division's strength and intelligence-gathering capabilities significantly improved. Cobra primarily met with Ouyang Shua to report on Taiping country and Qiyu City. Over the past 4 months, Taiping country had acted like locusts, unstoppable as they swept through Xuanzhou. They took over all the territories in Xuanzhou, and after securing control, the uprising army began to build their capital, naming it Tianjin. Historically, Taiping country rose and fell rapidly, particularly due to the corruption of their king, Hong Xiuquan. After the Taiping army entered Tianjin, they immediately expanded the yamen into the Tianwang house, destroying many homes and using millions of laborers. In 1854, the area was rebuilt. The entire region within a 5-kilometer radius of the palace was grand and glistening. If one set a bad example, others would follow. The construction of the East King House required vast amounts of wealth and resources. For instance, the dresses, coronation attire, horses, and the like were all very extravagant. Additionally, the king continued to select beautiful women to enter the palace. According to historical records, his palace housed nearly 1,000 beauties. Gaia ensured that the core members of the uprising army would have no memory of such affairs, while only their leader would retain a complete and intact memory. This arrangement essentially meant that Gaia helped to revive the leaders of the uprising armies. Consequently, after learning from past mistakes, the leader would not repeat the same errors when leading the Taiping country. Instead, he would strive to rule and build his ideal nation. After establishing their capital, the uprising army began to expand. Learning from past mistakes, he avoided randomly crowning kings and lords. Yang Xiuqing, Shi Dakai, and Xiao Chogui all served as generals. Hong Xiuquan remained in Tianjing to command and lead from there. The uprising army had 20,000 troops in each direction, calling themselves the 100,000 Army, with the goal of expanding their territory swiftly. In the west, Xiao Chogui and Feng Yunshan led the troops to attack Jinan. To the north, Shi Dakai and Li Kaifeng led troops to attack Guiling. In the east, Yang Xiuqing and Li Fengxiang attacked Wuzhou. To the south, the young generals Li Xiuqing and Chen Yuqing attacked Lianzhou. Among the four directions, the 100,000 army in the west and north were unstoppable, with opponents either surrendering or being defeated. The uprising army was like a snowball, growing larger and larger. The lords in Guangxi had formed an alliance, but their name was rather unfortunate, the Dare to Die Alliance. Unfortunately, they stood no chance against the uprising army. The fall of Jinan and Guilin was inevitable. On the eastern front, they faced the formidable Qiyu army. Since building Qiyu City, Qiyu had led his troops to conquer the entire Wuzhou. For the uprising army to invade Wuzhou would naturally invite resistance. The Qiyu army was entirely composed of elite mountain barbarian warriors. Yang Xiuqing's uprising army easily defeated the player armies. However, confronting the elite mountain barbarians was a formidable challenge. The hastily formed uprising army resembled a peasant militia. Apart from their morale and the abilities of their general, they were especially lacking in terms of weaponry. Yang Xiuqing was not discouraged by the eastern troops being pushed back. Instead, he set up an eastern camp on the border of Xuanzhou and Wuzhou. They used this opportunity to train their army and establish discipline. Due to the population constraints of Qiyu City, they did not launch an offensive. Thus, the eastern front entered a stalemate. On the southern front, another stalemate developed. In mid-April, Li Xiuqing and Li Yuqing led their 20,000-strong army against Lianzhou. When they reached the canyon and saw the massive stronghold, they were stunned. Mulan Stronghold was about 1.5 months away from completion, but its outer walls were already constructed. Only the internal structures and defensive mechanisms remained. The uprising army, lacking even basic siege equipment, had no way to breach such a formidable stronghold. Helplessly, they could only set up the south camp 5 kilometers away from the stronghold. Given the situation at hand, Baiqi personally took control of Mulan Stronghold. The 3rd and 4th divisions of the Dragon Legion also entered the stronghold and camped there. It was okay if they did not come, but if they really did come, they would be in some trouble. Once he heard the report, Ouyang Shua kept silent and did not say anything. With the strength of the Dragon Legion, they could destroy the enemy's south troops and take down Tianjing if they attacked and used this opportunity. They could destroy the whole uprising army right now. The crux of the problem was whether this was really the best time. With the setup of the wilderness, to lords, land was not important. Population and other resources were the most precious. This was the difference between territorial wars and real-life wars. If purely based on a fighting for land perspective, Ouyang Shua could just use the Dragon Legion to attack not only Guangxi, he could even sweep up Lingnan easily. But the problem was what would happen next. Accepting an area with a lot of land but few people would be detrimental instead of beneficial. Hence, the battle over territories was a huge test of a lord's ability to grasp the correct timing. If the war started early and the fruits were not earned, it would not be worth it. If it was too late and the enemies were ready, taking them down would not be easy. The appearance of Tianping State was a huge opportunity for Ouyang Shua. If he could let them attack Guangxi and make it strong, then attack them and claim the fruits of their labor, it would be the best solution. This was also another huge strategic plan since his poisonous insects in the Lianzhou basin. He termed this plan as raising wolves. Compared to poisonous insects, the hard part about raising wolves would be to avoid them eating you. With their rapid expansion, they would definitely overrun Jinan and Guilin, and possibly even encroach on Yunnan and Guizhou. At that point, would the Dragon Legion be able to stop them? it would be difficult. However, if he attacked now, Ouyang Shua did not feel it was the right time. If he took them down now, the Dare to Die Alliance and Chiyu City would benefit. Taking down the Dare to Die Alliance would also be a challenging task. Undoubtedly, if they saw the opportunity, the Dare to Die Alliance would act like Broken Blade County and seek help from the Yanhuo Alliance. Ouyang Shua did not want every battle to be so tough. He wanted to easily take over the entire Guangxi region. Thus, to achieve this strategic objective, the challenge would be to allow Tianping country to expand while keeping it under control. At the same time, he needed to defend against Chiyu City. Do not underestimate Chiyu City. According to Cobra's report, they had around 30,000 troops. If needed, they could mobilize an additional 20 to 30,000 from the tribes. All the mountain barbarian tribes from the 100,000 mountains had already moved to Wuzhou. Moreover, the scattered mountain and river barbarians from other regions had also gathered in Wuzhou. Wuzhou had become the main base and home for the barbarian race. If this problem was not resolved, Chiyu City would become a significant threat. There were reports that Chiyu was preparing to establish Jiuli country in Wuzhou. The moment this country was built, the ambitions of the mountain barbarians would be further strengthened. When that time came, even if they could attack Jiuli country, it was uncertain whether he could recruit people as he did with the mountain barbarian tribes. The situation facing Shanghai City was not optimistic. Ouyang Shua did not forget that he was the #1 enemy in Qiu's eyes. He had to deal with the problem of how to face Tianping country and Chiyu City. Fortunately, he was not fighting alone. After Cobra left, Ouyang Shua sent a message to Mulanyu, asking her to tell Baichi to come the next day for a meeting. On the 26th of the 4th month, at 9 a.m., Baichi returned to Shanghai City through the Mulan House teleportation formation. Ouyang Shua gathered Du Ruhui, Zhao Kuo, and Commander-in-Chief Baichi to discuss the situation in the north. Cobra was also authorized to join. Under Ouyang Shua's instructions, he reported the intelligence from the previous day. Afterward, Cobra left. The following meeting was highly classified, so Ouyang Shua allowed only the 4 of them to attend. Since Zhao Kuo became the secretary of the War Division, he had not shown his abilities. After listening to the report, his eyes brightened. He knew his time to shine had arrived. Ouyang Shua briefly introduced his plan for raising wolves. Then, he looked around and said, "This is our current situation. Please state your opinions." As soon as his words sounded out, Zhao Kuo stepped forward and bowed, "Lord, please speak." Ouyang Shua knew that Zhao Kuo possessed excellent strategic foresight. Recalling history, the Zhao state had accepted Shangdou from the Han state because of Zhao Kuo. Although they lost at Changping, the original strategy was correct. Otherwise, the Qin state would have easily taken Shangdou, and the Zhao state would have fallen even faster. Zhao Kuo glanced at Baichi, knowing that based on their ranks, Baichi, as the commander-in-chief, should speak first. However, he was curious about what Baichi felt now that Zhao Kuo had taken the opportunity. Baichi remained expressionless on the side, no one could discern his thoughts. Zhao Kuo shook his head, feeling inferior in the face of such an opponent. Given the current situation, we need to make a strategic choice between the Taiping state and Chiyu City. Should we take down the Taiping state first, then eliminate Chiyu City, or vice versa? When Ouyang Shua heard these words, he nodded. Indeed, with the way both sides were developing, he had to control one. Otherwise, the Dragon Legion would be unable to stop and contain both powers effectively. Based on your strategy, it is clear that we should not attack the Taiping state. Therefore, the only choice is to take down Chiyu City first. This will eliminate the threat from the 100,000 mountains, and we can also strengthen our forces by creating 1 or 2 more heavy armored infantry divisions. Zhao Kuo presented his viewpoint, prioritizing the elimination of Chiyu City. What do you all think? Ouyang Shua did not take a stance. Instead, he asked for the opinions of Du Ruhui and Baiqi. Du Ruhui's specialty was his decisiveness, not in devising plans. When Baiqi heard the plan, he said, "I also agree with taking down Qiyu City. However, if we want to attack them, we need to cross Xuanzhou. What plans does the Military Affairs Department have for that?" When Zhao heard these words, he froze. He was delighted that Baiqi had agreed with him, but he did not expect Baiqi to pose such a challenging question. To attack Qiyu City from Lianzhou, there were only two routes. First, they could leave Mulan's stronghold in Xuanzhou and enter Wuzhou. This would mean facing both the southern and eastern forces, making it an obvious dead end. The only remaining option would be to cross the 100,000 mountains. Considering this, even Ouyang Shua felt a headache. The 100,000 mountains were treacherous, even the spies of the Military Intelligence Division had been left in poor condition after passing through. It would be extremely difficult for a large army to navigate. Apart from the 3 RD divisions, 2 regiments of mountain barbarian heavy infantry, the others lacked the confidence to say they could definitely manage it. However, Ouyang Shua did not dare to use these regiments to attack Qiyu City. The status of Qiyu in their hearts was too high, and making them attack the city would be a significant risk. Even under military law, though they would not act recklessly, their morale and focus would undoubtedly be affected. Why not just keep them from the front lines? The more problematic issue was that half of the Dragon Legion consisted of cavalry. How could they cross the mountain? Faced with Baiqi's question, Du Ruhui and Zhao both pondered, especially Zhao, who yearned to outshine Baiqi in strategy. Suddenly, the reading room fell silent. Ouyang Shua looked at Zhao and noticed cold sweat on his forehead, a clear sign of his intense concentration. Ouyang Shua hoped this war secretary would surprise him. After a long while, just as Ouyang Shua began to feel a bit disappointed, Zhao suddenly raised his head, his eyes gleaming. "I've got it. Lord, I found a solution." Zhao leaped to his feet, unable to hide his happiness and excitement. Ouyang Shua laughed. "Please speak." Zhao, feeling a bit embarrassed by the reaction, calmed himself and sat back down. "Lord, there's another place in Xuanzhou we can use to enter Wuzhou, and that's Zhaoqing." Zhaoqing? Du Ruhui, as the Director of Military Affairs, understood the surrounding region. While Zhaoqing was connected to Wuzhou, it lay within Lingnan. "That's right." Zhao responded confidently. "But Zhaoqing is in Lingnan and not connected to our territory. How will we reach it?" Du Ruhui was puzzled by Zhao's confidence. Zhao laughed confidently. "There are 2 ways." "Oh? Speak." Du Ruhui was surprised that Zhao had thought of 2 methods. First, the army could teleport to Tianshuang County before traveling to Wuzhou. "That won't work." Du Ruhui immediately rejected the idea, feeling a bit disappointed. "To attack Qiyu City, we need to send at least 3 to 4 divisions, along with substantial logistical support. It would cost between 50 to 60,000 gold. It's not practical." As the Military Affairs Director, Du Ruhui had to consider the financial expenditure. With the military's financial needs increasing daily, the financial department was already complaining. Thankfully, Ouyang Shua had personally stepped in to calm both sides. As the director, Du Ruhui naturally felt the pressure that the troops and generals did not. Attacking Qiyu City would be costly, both in gold and resources. Moreover, even after capturing it, it was foreseeable that the city would not be a financial asset. It could become a burden, given the mountain barbarians' building capabilities. Not to mention, it would also require 1 or 2 new divisions. Du Ruhui could imagine Chuangyu's reaction. This time, he would certainly not approve such a wasteful military operation. Upon hearing this response, Zhao was not discouraged. "In that case, we'll use the second method." "What is it?" Du Ruhui, now agitated, was no longer as calm as before. Zhao said, "First, we take down Leizhou. Then we cross Zhaoqing to attack Wuzhou." As soon as he spoke, everyone was astonished. His idea was truly bold. To capture Qiyu City, Zhao suggested they start by waging a preemptive war, targeting the southernmost point of Lingnan. Then, they would use Zhaoqing as a stepping stone to attack Qiyu City. Leizhou was an ocean away from Qiongzhou Island and just a forest away from Lianzhou Prefecture. Before this, Ouyang had already considered taking Leizhou to prevent others from disturbing Qiongzhou Island. His suggestion aligned perfectly with Ouyang's Lingnan strategy. One had to admit, it was quite bold. Ouyang and the others had a fixed mindset. They had never thought of entering through Lingnan. Even Baiqi's eyes brightened. He looked at Zhao with approval. The current Zhao remained very calm. Faced with Baiqi's praise, he did not appear delighted or happy. It was clear that successfully outshining Baiqi had unraveled the knot in Zhao's heart, giving him a new lease on life. Zhao was very grateful for joining Shanghai City. Ouyang eyes, sharp as lightning, saw all of this. He was also very pleased. Previously, Zhao was too emotional in his work, not the makings of a good secretary. Now, Zhao was on the right path. Ouyang looked around. "I agree with his suggestion. Next, you will need to make a battle plan for me to review." "Yes, my lord." Du Ruhui and Zhao both stood up and bowed. In the Shanghai City military, the Military Affairs Department would draft the war plans, and the leading generals would only be decided during the war. Ouyang looked at Baiqi. "Commander, do you have anything to say regarding these arrangements?" Unlike the other generals, as the commander-in-chief, Baiqi had the right to participate in high-level decision-making. He was not a general who simply followed instructions. When Baiqi heard these words, he thought for a moment before saying, "We cannot easily give up on the route through the 100,000 mountains. We can still arrange an infantry force to cross the mountains and launch a surprise attack." This suggestion demonstrated his ability. One direct force and one surprise force, this was the correct way to use troops. When Zhao heard this proposal, he was also impressed. He could not underestimate Baiqi. "Please describe your plan." "The 3rd Division will defend Mulan Stronghold. The mission to cross the mountains will be given to the 1st Division. The remaining 2nd and 4th Divisions will form the main force and enter through Zhaoqing. To play it safe, it's better to make use of the Guards Regiment. Shanghai City would deploy 4 divisions, a total of 54,000 troops, with the goal of storming and capturing Qiyu City before Taiping Country could react." Ouyang nodded, "All right. The Guards Regiment and the 2nd Division will carry out the mission of attacking Leizhou. The 4th Division will temporarily camp in Mulan Stronghold." For a small city like Leizhou, they did not need to deploy 3 elite divisions. Moreover, once they sent out troops, they would expend a significant amount of resources. It's better if Baiqi leads the Battle of Leizhou. Ouyang had no intention of personally commanding the battle. "Yes, my lord." After confirming everything, Ouyang dispersed the meeting. Next came matters such as war planning, logistics support, and army organization. The Military Affairs Department would handle all of this. This was another major battle following the Battle of Lianzhou. Moreover, just the preparatory work for the prefecture would take at least half a month or longer. To attack Leizhou, the fastest method would be by sea. Therefore, the Military Affairs Department also needed to coordinate with the 1st Division of the Beihai Bay Squadron to transport troops and resources. After dispersing the meeting, Ouyang asked to see Black Mamba. "The territory plans to take down Leizhou, so it's time for the Black Snake Guards to act. Tell the Chuanzhou intelligence station to infiltrate the various territories in Leizhou and help the military gain an advantage." Ouyang was direct. When Black Mamba heard this, he was jolted awake and solemnly said, "Do not worry, my lord." The Black Snake Guards were formed with significant investment, and it was finally time to see the results. Black Mamba knew what this meant for them. There was no room for error. Go. After Black Mamba left, Ouyang Shua sat alone in his reading room, closing his eyes to think. The Battle of Leizhou was a battle that Shanghai City could not afford to lose. Moreover, it was their first fight outside their territory, a significant test of the abilities of those responsible for logistics and intelligence. Apart from activating the Black Snake Guards, the Military Intelligence Division was also mobilized. Their mission was to gather details about the geography of Leizhou and the sizes of the armies in the various territories. Both intelligence organizations were important. As the Lord, Ouyang Shua had to consider many factors. He needed to plan for Leizhou's future. When they established the Leizhou prefecture in the future, the position of governor would be the biggest challenge. The territory temporarily lacked a suitable civil servant for this role. Among the prefects, only Wei Ran had the necessary ability, but Shanghai City needed him. Among the department officials, Fan Zhongyin could handle the job, but he was also indispensable. Ouyang Shua had moved Tian Wenjing to Yashan City, so he relied on Fan Zhongyin to manage the territory. Moreover, Leizhou was outside the territory, which added another layer of complexity to its management. Overall, the matter was highly intricate, giving Ouyang Shua a headache. The current civil servants were simply too few. Ouyang Shua could only console himself that everything would fall into place in time. However, this attitude was not ideal for a lord. In the afternoon, Ouyang Shua summoned Fan Zhongyin for a discussion. He shared his plans to attack Leizhou and Qiyu City. Shiwen, from now on, you must identify civil servants with the potential to take over Leizhou and Wuzhou. When Fan Zhongyin heard this, he found himself in a difficult position. The construction of Yashan City and Shenwan City had already taken 2 batches of civil servants from him. Even with the Sinan University and the students from each college, the basic level officials could not handle the demands of 2 prefectures. When he saw Fan Zhongyin's expression, Ouyang Shua smiled. Shiwen, you don't need to frown. The most important thing is to choose some young civil servants. As for the basic level positions, we can select from the local population. When Fan Zhongyin heard this, his expression relaxed. If that's so, I understand. Ouyang Shua waved him off. All right, go get busy. Yes, my lord. After Fan Zhongyin left, Ouyang Shua wrote a letter to Songwen. Tianshuang County was located in the Zhaoqing region, so Ouyang Shua hoped that when they passed through Zhaoqing, Tianshuang County could provide some logistical support. As a thank you, the Shanghai army would stop over in Zhaoqing for a period to help unify the region. Whether they could seize this opportunity would depend on Songwen's capabilities. Additionally, the Leizhou region also had some members of the Tianshuang alliance, so Ouyang Shua asked Songwen to provide a list. Ouyang Shua would be lenient if they were willing to surrender. After finishing all these matters, Ouyang Shua could finally heave a sigh of relief. These plans set the stage for the Battle of Leizhou. Now, he needed the army to fight the war, while he was responsible for clearing away all the obstacles outside the battlefield. On the 28th day of the 4th month, in the morning, Shanghai City welcomed a special guest, Jing Jian from the Qing country. He was the one who supported Wei Yang, his most important right-hand man. When he heard that Wei Yang took up a role in Shanghai City, Jing Jian purposely came over. This was the influence of high-level people. For example, Jiang Sheng's appearance had attracted Sun Wu, which then attracted Sun Bin. As the one who pushed for legalism and one of the major powers of the Qing country, Wei Yang's influence could not be underestimated. Among all of this, the title of Mighty Lord also had a hidden effect. Jing Jian was a lean, middle-aged man. Since he was a general, his body was very strong. He was a warm person. However, his heart was really tough, and he was a genuinely good talent. Ouyang Shua personally welcomed him and temporarily housed him in the Lord's manor. Name, Jing Jian, King rank. Dynasty, Warring States, Qin. Identity, Shanghai City resident. Occupation, civil servant. Loyalty, 75. Command, 55. Force, 55. Intelligence, 55. Politics, 70. Specialty, worthy talent, raises reputation of territory by 5%, concerned about the nation, raises efficiency by 20%. The favored official under the Duke of Qin. He once pushed and supported Wei Yang. After looking at his stats, thoughts filled Ouyang Shuo's mind. These all-round stats could be considered average, and he did not have any real outstanding points. However, the hard-to-understand part was the lack of any obvious weaknesses. He could easily adapt to both military and administrative positions. Since Jing Jian arrived because of Wei Yang, when arranging his position, Ouyang Shuo naturally had to consider this point. Fortunately, Ouyang Shuo had planned to make some changes to the Internal Affairs Department. Coincidentally, the next day, Wei Yang returned to Shanghai City. When he learned that Jing Jian had come, Wei Yang was exceptionally delighted. Before this, he had not kept in contact with the people from Qin country. He did not expect that the moment he appeared in Shanghai City, his old friends would show up. Old friends meeting was always a happy occasion. Seeing Wei Yang's expression, Ouyang Shuo guessed that during his one-month tour of Lianzhou, Wei Yang had gained some new insights. Returning and meeting his old friend was a double joy. That evening, Ouyang Shuo held a feast to welcome the two. During the feast, Ouyang Shuo naturally accompanied them. Wei Yang was delighted and talked a lot about what he had seen and heard on his trip. The foundations of Lianzhou Prefecture were much better than he had expected. Compared to the old Qin country, it was a level higher. Lianzhou, which he had worked so hard to run, was the life's work of Ouyang Shuo. Whether in terms of governance standards or the lives of its residents, both were above average. Of course, it was not without its problems. The aspect that left the greatest impression on Wei Yang was the growing income gap, which had begun to empower the rich. Moreover, some problematic issues were brewing far from the main camp. All of these matters fell under the purview of the Internal Affairs Department. As expected, Wei Yang could pinpoint the crux of the problem. After the feast, Ouyang Shuo brought the two into his study and assigned them their tasks. Both were relatively happy with their assignments. Ouyang Shuo sought their opinions on the restructuring of the Internal Affairs Department, and they were both pleased with it. On the 30th day of the 4th month, Ouyang Shuo held an administrative meeting. Before he started the meeting, Ouyang Shuo introduced Wei Yang and Tian Wenjing to everyone. Both were famous figures. With a simple mention of their names, everyone knew them. Especially Wei Yang, whose name was really famous. Ouyang Shuo looked around. Before we begin, I'll announce a few personnel changes. The moment his words sounded out, the main hall fell into total silence. Tian Wenjing will be the new Yashan city mayor. Wei Yang will replace him as director. The first change was already shocking. They did not expect Ouyang Shuo to change the director. From director to mayor was a drop in a grade, but there was no emotion or change in Tian Wenjing's eyes. The smart officials could probably guess that within this matter was a great opportunity. Tian Wenjing and Wei Yang both stepped out and accepted their appointments. Thank you, Lord, for your trust. Wei Yang stepped forward and bowed. When Wei Yang appeared, Procuratorate Secretary Song Yin was delighted. Strictly speaking, he could be considered half a disciple of the legalism school of thought. Ouyang Shuo continued, the name of the auditing division will be changed to the supervisory division. Apart from the original duties, they will be in charge of supervising the officials and civil servants of each house and county. Yet another huge bomb. The new supervisory division, with its additional power and role, could definitely be considered among the top 3. Auditing Secretary Qin Sheng will be moved to the position of Secretary of Taxation. Original Secretary of Taxation Quan Lifei will become the Shanghai House Taxation Secretary. The main hall remained totally silent. Qian Lifei became the second person after Song San to be demoted. At this point, his face was ashen white. The other secretaries were all highly anxious. The message that the Lord sent today was really clear: there was no one who was safe. The able would be promoted, while you would be demoted if you did not have the ability. Ouyang Shua announcing these changes in appointments acted as a warning to all of them. Following these appointment changes, he said, Ging Jian will replace Qin Sheng as the Supervisory Division Secretary. Thank you, Lord, for your trust. At this point, the new round of personnel appointments had come to an end. Although the administrative meeting had ended, its aftermath lingered. The reallocation of Tian Wenjing was like a dense fog that no one could see through. However, news that the Lord wanted Tian Wenjing to manage Qiangzhou Island gradually spread. Only then did the light bulb click in everyone's heads. No wonder he was not dejected but instead looked pumped and excited. A governor of an entire prefecture was comparable to a director, and in the foreseeable future, governors would be the highest-level administrative personnel. Qinqing's appointment as the taxation secretary did not raise any questions or cause any waves. With his experience and ability in the auditing division, managing the taxation division would not be difficult. Qinqing's reallocation actually benefited and helped to strengthen the financial department. On the other hand, the appointment of Jing Jian instantly raised the value of the secretaries in the Lord's Manor by several grades. Not long after Zhao Qua became the war secretary, a civil servant historical figure finally became a secretary. As the territory continued to develop and expand, such a situation would become increasingly common. Naturally, this brought instability to the positions of the other secretaries. The demotion of Qian Lifei shocked all the civil servants. Previously, Song San was demoted to deputy secretary, which was like dropping half a grade. Meanwhile, Qian Lifei went from a Lord's Manor secretary to a house secretary, a full grade lower. Considering the organization of the prefecture, he would be considered to have dropped 2 grades. No one knew the reason for his situation. They did not understand why he was not favored and promoted by the Lord. Even his boss, Chuangyu, was kept in the dark. It was clear that Ouyang Shua had no intention of explaining this. After the administrative meeting, Tian Wenjing brought Wei Yang and Jing Jian to assume their roles in the Internal Affairs Department. The next day, the Lord would accompany them to Yashan City. The moment Wei Yang officially took up his position, a notification rang out in the China region. System notification: Legalism representative, Wei Yang, has assumed a role in Shanghai City, managing internal affairs and accepting disciples. He has met the 3 requirements for a school of thought to move in. The Legalism School of Thought has officially moved into Shanghai City. System notification: the Legalism School of Thought has moved into Shanghai City, and a title reward is granted. Congratulations, player Huwei Wui. With Wei Yang assuming the role of director, the Legalism School of Thought could now be taught and spread in the Internal Affairs Department. Members of the department were believers in legalism. The moment the notification was issued, the China region was thrown into an uproar. The last time, when the military strategists moved in, players were somewhat prepared. This time, it was far too sudden. No one expected that in such a short period, the Lianzhou Lord could secure Wei Yang. Legalism legend: Wei Yang, please accept my reverence. I'm a legalism disciple. I will follow Wei Yang wherever he goes. Forming a group to head to Shanghai City, sign up quickly. Undoubtedly, the players primarily discussed Wei Yang. Even Ouyang Shua himself became a bystander. With the Legalism School of Thought moving in, the philosopher debate quest he initiated had finally taken its first step. He was now only 6 months away from the completion deadline. The pressure was immense just thinking about it. Ouyang Shua suppressed his worry and checked the stats of his new title. Civil servant's honesty increased by 25%, the chance of civil servants breaking through bottlenecks increased by 10%, the quality of civil servants increased by 15%, and the administrative environment was purified by 20%. As a significant school of thought comparable to the philosophy of war, its stats were equally impressive. Yanhuo nodded in satisfaction. His efforts had been worthwhile. Thanks to the title's boost, the quality of the civil servants in his territory saw a significant upgrade. For a territory poised for rapid expansion, this was a major advantage. On the first day of the 5th month, in Yashan City, Yanhuo and his group arrived at the city's teleportation formation. Outside, Secretary Bai Nanpu was respectfully waiting. As for Sun Xiaya, she wouldn't deliberately come to greet him. She was likely busy with Qing Saiku and Lin Jing. With these 3 women in the city, Yashan had become more lively than ever. Yanhuo walked out of the formation and, seeing Bai Nanpu, patted his shoulder. "Great job, it hasn't been easy for you." Hearing these words, Bai Nanpu felt deeply moved. "To serve the Lord is my honor." In fact, news of yesterday's administrative meeting had already reached Yashan City. Bai Nanpu was aware of the small but significant changes that had occurred. Receiving the Lord's recognition at such a time meant even more to him. Yanhuo nodded and turned toward Tian Wenjing. "This is Yashan City. How is it?" Tian Wenjing smiled. "To be honest, it is much better than I expected." Since they began building Yashan City, only 2.5 months had passed. Looking around, the inner city wall was already constructed, and work on the outer wall had started. The inner city's layout was roughly in place, and the city was managed and organized well. The outer city was still in disarray, with construction sites everywhere. Such a scene was enough to merit a not bad. Tian Wenjing glanced at Bai Nanpu and said, "You are amazing." How could Bai Nanpu accept such praise? He stammered, "I do not dare to accept such glory. For Yashan City to reach this scale, it is all due to Sister Sun's planning. I only managed some basic logistical work." Tian Wenjing wanted to continue, but Yanhuo waved both of them off and said, "Let's talk in the town hall." Strictly speaking, Yashan City belonged to Binger. Therefore, following Yanhuo's instructions, they built a town hall to serve as the administrative office outside of the Lord's Manor. The Lord's Manor was temporarily occupied by Sun Xiaoya. The Tiger Legion, which had moved into Yaonie, had started to clear out the aboriginals and raiders. First, to eliminate the threats, and second, to help raise Binger's rank. Over time, the accumulated merit points raised Binger to the rank of Viscount. She was just a little away from the rank of Earl. Thus, strictly speaking, Yashan City was still a Grade 3 town. As such, it could only get 75 refugees per day. The next step was to help her reach rank 3 early. This would allow the city to upgrade to a Grade 1 county. At that time, the city could have a daily refugee spawn rate of 300. Regarding the raiders' siege when the territory upgraded to a county, there was nothing to fear with the presence of the Tiger Legion. Town Hall, Meeting Room. Bai Nanpu started to describe the construction situation in Yashan City. On the sides, Yanhuo and Tian Wenjing listened intently. Firstly, the administrative structure. Based on the territory standards, Bai Nanpu had already built up the town hall structure with the basic personnel taken from Shanghai City. A portion of these people were also recruited from the refugees. One must not forget that the village token of Yashan City was also gold rank. Occasionally, usable talents would spawn. Toward the personnel arrangements of Yashan City, Yanhuo would not interfere. He just left it up to Tian Wenjing. Secondly, the construction projects. The South Mountain Harbor had already been constructed, and many merchant ships traveled back and forth between there and Beihai Harbor. After 3 batches of migrants, the sea route was basically set, and it was truly safe. Furthermore, the Beihai Bay Squadron 1st Division had already established a naval fleet that cleared out the pirates around Beihai Bay. The future merchant trade routes would only get safer. Some of the merchants from Chuanzhou had already started to think about setting up trade routes from Chuanzhou straight to South Mountain Harbor. Of course, this was only a plan for the future. Currently, this region was littered with pirates. Without a navy, merchants would not dare to do such a thing. The inner city construction of Yashan City was basically completed, and only the outer city remained. Based on the city's organization, whether shops or workshops, they were all built in the business district in the outer city. Therefore, the outer city was more bustling and exciting than the inner city. Thirdly, industry planning. Shirley Beach's first phase of salt pans had already been reclaimed and had started producing salt. Each month, it generated 8,000 gold in profits, the largest to date for Yashan City. Outside the city, many million mu of farmland had been reclaimed to plant crops. Rice planting had been completed, and the crops were growing well. Sugarcane gardens, rubber plantations, carrot farms, tea gardens, and pigsties were interspersed among the farmland, creating a truly interesting scene. Due to population restrictions, the Chamber of Commerce and Thread managed the farmlands and gardens. Yashan City collected only land rent, agricultural taxes, and business taxes from them. The factor that attracted the Chamber of Commerce was not just the resources in Five Finger Mountain. The various farms and gardens were also a significant treasure trove. The natural environment in Yashan was exceptionally suitable for growing sugarcane, rubber, and other crops. Fourthly, territorial defenses. The Tiger Legion, a wilderness combat force, was not stationed inside Yashan City. Instead, they were located 5 kilometers north of the city. Clearly, in Sun Bin's view, the indigenous people in the north posed the greatest threat to the territory. Inside the city, due to population restrictions, only one city protection unit was established. Their primary duties included daily patrols and resolving internal disputes. In contrast to Shanghai City, Yashan City was a more complex place with many stakeholders. Occasionally, disputes and conflicts would arise. After hearing Bai Nanpu's report, Shuo nodded his head. The development of Yashan City was far better than he had expected. Tian Wenjing was really delighted. With such a base and infrastructure, he was a lot more confident in making Yashan City the second biggest city outside of Shanghai City. At 10 a.m., Ouyang Shua summoned the officials in Yashan City to meet him. He also announced the appointment of Tian Wenjing. After Bai Nanpu completed the turnover, he would return to Shanghai City. Yashan City's training would become one of his greatest assets. To show his support for Tian Wenjing, Ouyang Shua did not move into the town hall. Instead, he stayed in the Lord's Manor. Although the town-grade manor was shabby, it was still comfortable enough for a temporary stay. Ouyang Shua was not a person greedy for such comforts in life. When he walked into the Lord's Manor, he found Sun Xiaya, Lin Jing, and Qing Saiku there by coincidence. Seeing the 4 guards behind Ouyang Shua, Lin Jing teased, "Stupid brat, you're getting more and more powerful." Hearing these words, Ouyang Shua could only remain silent. After all, she was his elder. Deep down, he somewhat enjoyed this teasing. As his position and power grew, there were very few people who would dare to treat him this way. It was lonely at the top. When Qing Saiku observed their interaction, she found it truly interesting. The highly regarded Lord of Lianzhou was just a little boy being mocked. Ouyang Shua dismissed the guards and then sat opposite his little aunt. "Have you all explored the South Mountain Cave yet?" "Soon." Lin Jing frowned as she thought about the issue. The exploration over the past 2 weeks had been an unforgettable experience. After all, the 3 guilds had taken turns. This was far different from the Blood Evil mercenary group, who had entered alone. Although 2 months had passed, they still had not fully explored the cave. However, her words indicated that the exploration had reached a crucial moment. In a week, they would pass the cave, assuming nothing went wrong. It was still unknown who would claim the riches. Although the 3 guilds were allies, they were also competing in this exploration. Each guild kept their progress a secret from the others. He noticed her expression seemed very confident. Yaonie paid attention to the exploration speed because it concerned his plans. Once they completed the exploration, he could officially open the adventure game mode to players. The first batch would primarily consist of members from the 3 guilds, along with some small teams. The Black Snake Guards in the Military Intelligence Division would also set up an intel station here, strengthening their control over Yashan City and monitoring every move within it. Yaonie turned to Qing Saiku and smiled, asking, "Guild Leader Qing, are you settling in well in Yashan?" After going to great lengths to move Thread into Yashan, this lord had arrived about a month later, which didn't feel quite right. Qing Saiku didn't mind and nodded. "It's much better than I expected." Thread had taken root in Yashan, using the resources gathered in Jingdo to invest in numerous workshops and shops in Yashan City. Outside the city, they had opened 4 manors and 2 farms. Their investments in Yashan City were even more extensive than those of the Chamber of Commerce. The 10,000 members left in Thread were not only loyal but also of intermediate rank and above, perfectly filling the gap of talented individuals in Yashan City. The current Thread was a significant force in Yashan City, not to be underestimated. As for rare resources, they bought these from elite groups or the headquarters of the 3 guilds. With Yashan City becoming more open to the public, rare resources would no longer be a problem. Thread was on the road to being reborn. Although she had spoken with Yaonie before, Qing Saiku remained expressionless. This woman would not easily reveal her thoughts and feelings to others. Her coldness surpassed by Hua's. Strangely, she became close friends with Sun Xiaye. Sun Xiaye was not ready to move until Yashan City was built. Leading the city's construction gave her a great sense of achievement. Naturally, she wouldn't express gratitude to him. A silent understanding had formed between them. In the afternoon, Yaonie headed to the Tiger Legion camp. With Yashan City on the right path and Tian Wenjing in charge, Yaonie wouldn't interfere much. His only concern was the clearing of the aboriginals. For the details, he needed to discuss things face-to-face with Sun Bin. Sun Bin, a master of formations, had built the main base of the Tiger Legion with well-hidden formations. In the camp, apart from the troops sent out to clear the aboriginals, the rest trained in the fields. The entire camp, aside from the sounds of training, was silent, a testament to Sun Bin's strict rule. On the way to the commander's tent, Yaonie nearly bumped into a young soldier. The soldier was carrying a 50-kilogram sack of potatoes, likely to feed the horses in the stables. He carried the heavy sack effortlessly. Maybe because he was in a rush, he did not see Yaonie. "Who dares to bump into the lord?" The guard drew his blade, intending to take down the soldier. Yaonie raised his head. The soldier was only around 17 or 18 years old, with slightly tanned skin. He was tall and exceptionally strong, like a leopard. Yaonie could sense the soldier's bloody scent and untamable spirit. It was truly interesting, a small soldier actually had such an aura. When the soldier heard how the guard addressed Yaonie, he became nervous, his heart racing. However, this was not out of fear, but excitement. Having trained the Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique to the 7th layer, his senses had become extremely sharp, allowing him to detect the soldier's emotional changes. How strange, the soldier thought. Sorry, Lord." At this point, the soldier regained his senses and knelt on the ground. The words that came out of his mouth were not fluent, as if he had just learned to speak them not long ago. Yaonie frowned and stopped the guard. "Stand up." Thank you, Lord." The soldier picked up the potatoes and quickly left. The guard walked up and said softly, "This person is a little unusual." Yaonie nodded. "Contact the Black Snake Guards to investigate. Remember, do not alert him." "Yes, my lord." After this small interruption, Ouyang Shuo finally arrived at the commander's tent. Lord Sun Bin, sitting in his wheelchair, greeted Ouyang Shuo. Ouyang Shuo nodded and sat down. Talk about the situation regarding the Aboriginals. Qiangzhou had two major groups, the Desolate Beasts and the Li race Aboriginals. Especially in the Yaonie region, the Li race tribes were scattered everywhere. The arrival of the Tiger Legion naturally alerted all these tribes. In the beginning, the tribes retaliated. Unfortunately, in front of an elite army, the Aboriginals still using wooden spears could not compare. Furthermore, they fought on plains, so they were badly defeated. When the Aboriginals saw things were not going well, they backed off into the Five-Finger Mountains. The deep mountains and forests were their real home. Even Sun Bin did not dare venture in carelessly. The war situation had entered a stalemate just like this. Luckily, the plains region was enough to let Yashan City gain a foothold. Hence, Sun Bin's strategy had changed. The current mission of the Tiger Legion was to clear out the beasts and desolate beasts on the plains. They also had to train their forces. Of course, to the Aboriginals that retreated into the Five-Finger Mountains, Sun Bin did not give up. The Li race were the king of the forests and mountains. Even the well-trained spies from the Black Snake Guards got lost in the mountains or fell into traps. There were more than 30 spies that were sacrificed in the Five-Finger Mountains. Based on the military organization, one division only had one scouting squadron. All the spies in the division added together were only 200 men. These sacrifices could not be considered small. The Five-Finger Mountain was about to become a forbidden region. Luckily, when Sun Bin saw one plan failed, he made another. On the grassland fields, the Tiger Legion had already destroyed 10 Li race tribes and captured 30,000 of their people. 80% and above of the prisoners were sent to work in the various farms and gardens. The remaining 10% and above, around 5,000 people, were all young and strong men. They were chosen to enter the army. Sun Bin's plan was to train Li race teens into a formidable mountain region army. He was prepared to use the Li race warriors against their own people. One had to admit, this plan was truly bold. If Ouyang Shuo hadn't granted Sun Bin decision-making authority before leaving, Sun Bin wouldn't have dared to proceed. Normally, the Military Affairs Department would propose such an idea, and Ouyang Shuo would need to approve it before anyone could organize and expand the military. Ouyang Shuo only gave Sun Bin this power because Qiangzhou Island was isolated and Sun Bin was a god-ranked general. Securing the submission of the Li race teens was no easy task, and training a loyal force was equally challenging. Since Sun Bin was so confident, Ouyang Shuo was also eager to see the results. Suddenly, Ouyang Shuo thought of the soldier he had met. Could he have been a Li race teen? At that moment, the guard who had left returned to the tent. My lord, the soldier's identity has been confirmed. He is a newly recruited Li race teen. As expected. Noticing the doubt on Sun Bin's face, Ouyang Shuo briefly explained what had just happened. My lord, you think this soldier's background is more complex than it seems? Sun Bin was astute and could guess the gist from Ouyang Shuo's words and actions. With the lord's power and status, a regular soldier wouldn't warrant such attention. Let's wait and see. Ouyang Shuo turned to the guard. General Sun will oversee the investigation. For Sun Bin, these tasks were not difficult. Yes, my lord. Ouyang Shuo left the barracks and returned to Yashan City. That night, he held a banquet at the Lord's Manor to welcome the various power representatives in the city. These guests included the team leaders from the 3 guilds' elite forces, high-level players from Thread, some of the heads of the Chamber of Commerce, and even the leaders of the Li race tribes that had surrendered. Additionally, there were civil servants led by Tian Wenjing and generals under Sun Bin. Ouyang Shuo used this banquet as an opportunity to promote Tian Wenjing to a prominent role. Most importantly, through the banquet, Ouyang Shua sent a clear signal that Yashan City would continue to prioritize being an open society where everyone could coexist. Previously, Bai Nanpu managed Yashan City without a title, causing the various powers to worry about the city's future. The Lord's personal appearance and clarity at this moment instantly gained everyone's approval. Ouyang Shua was the absolute star of the banquet. Various power representatives came forward to drink with him, strengthening their ties. Ouyang Shua was used to such occasions. His smile was genuinely natural, and he enjoyed the evening. The next day, Ouyang Shua participated in numerous opening ceremonies and feasts. After receiving the message from the Lianzhou Lord, the Chamber of Commerce was naturally delighted and invited him to attend their shop opening ceremonies. Even stores that had already opened held grand reopening ceremonies. Under the persuasion of other members, even the typically reserved Qing Saiku personally came forward to invite Ouyang Shua to the opening ceremony of Thread's largest general store, Yipinxian. The members of Thread revered Ouyang Shua. The events at Jingdu Square were unforgettable. Star Alliance had recently been embroiled in a tough battle and was not as strong as before. All of this was due to the Lianzhou Lord taking revenge on their behalf. The Thread members were mostly girls, and during the opening ceremony, they surrounded Ouyang Shua. The girls went to war, pulling him over for autographs and pictures, while some of the bolder ones even hugged and kissed him. When girls went crazy, it was simply terrifying. Players had selfie functions, and Ouyang Shua did not dare to think about what Song Zhao would think when these photos were posted on the forums. He begged for Qing Saiku's help, but she just stood by and watched. Under the protection of his guards, he barely managed to escape. Wah, Brother Wui is so handsome. Yeah, even when escaping, he's so handsome. I really love him. When Ouyang Shua heard these words, he ran even faster. That day, he attended the opening ceremonies. At night, the Chamber of Commerce invited them to their mansions for feasts. The feasts were incredibly grand, even surpassing the one at the Lord's Manor. Seafood, delicacies, wine, and fine food were just the surface. The various performances were the real focus, with merchants competing to outdo each other. Some performed dances, while others came up with more creative ideas. Some even asked for help from their main base to teleport in famous songstresses. Ouyang Shua welcomed all of this, determined to bond with his people wholeheartedly. When they saw the delight of the Lianzhou Lord, some members of the Chamber of Commerce grew even bolder. For example, a mid-sized Chamber of Commerce from Chuanzhou arranged for a beauty to take care of Ouyang Shua. It would be a lie to say that the beauty before him did not tempt Ouyang Shua. Being a virgin, how could he resist such temptation? However, the moment he thought of the female tiger at home, his desires were extinguished, and he declined their good intentions. Ouyang Shua could not fall asleep that night. The next day, when Sun Xiaye heard about this from one of the guards, she directly rejected that Chamber of Commerce's application for land. Upon learning this news, they were in tears. In the future, no other Chamber of Commerce would dare do such a thing. Amidst all the festivities, 5 days passed. Based on Ouyang Shua's plan, he would stay in Yashan City for about a week before heading back. Leizhou, Chiyu City, Taiping Country. In the coming days, Shanghai City would face foe after foe. He could not feel at ease if he left the main camp for long periods of time. Unexpectedly, he received a message from Song Zhao. After nearly 3 months, her training had ended, and she was on her way back. Not only that, she had actually completed the secret quest. One had to say that nothing could stop you when luck was on your side. Legend has it that Ollie and Wumai had 5 children. They were said to have lived a hard life, farming half a mu of land. One night, Ollie dreamed of a white-haired saint, who told him about a treasure hoe and a treasure sword. The next day, their whole family went to work and they really found these 2 treasures. They used the sword to cut trees and the hoe to farm. As a result, their lives grew better. Many years later, Ollie died. The children followed their mother's wishes and buried the treasure sword along with their father. A man known as Huwei spread the news to pirates. The pirates gathered hundreds of people to the place. They even killed Wu Mai and captured the 5 children. Huwei placed all of them in chains and tortured them to reveal the location of the treasure. However, none of them revealed the location, and they were all killed. Their bravery touched all the animals in the region. The beasts united and killed Huwei and the pirates. The animals shifted large quantities of rocks and mud to make 5 high graves to bury them. These 5 burial mounds looked like 5 fingers pointing upward, thus they were called 5-finger mountains. On New Year's Eve, Song Jia entered Ali's house. However, this time, he had not passed away. She had not triggered the mission. Naturally, she would not know how special this family she lived with was. She merely treated them as a temporary layover. After training for a period, she would return to the house to rest. Just a week ago, Ali suddenly passed away. With this, the quest activated. If she had left a step earlier, she would have probably missed this great opportunity. Next, the events that happened to Wu Mingji in Yangshu's last life basically happened to her. She made use of her martial arts to destroy the pirates. After she chased them away, to thank her, the family gave her the treasure sword. Based on Song Jia's words, she also found 2 treasures on the bodies of the pirates. As for what these treasures were exactly, Song Jia refused to tell him. Yangshu decided to stay in Yashan City until she returned. On the 8th of the 5th month, Song Jia came back. When she left, it was early spring, and the city was not yet built. Now, it was summer, and after training in the 5-finger mountains, her aura had completely changed. She seemed like a sharp sword that inspired fear. A swordsman of a generation had officially stepped into the underworld. Yangshu also noticed that the sword at her waist had changed. The Qingfeng sword was replaced by a treasure sword. Since they had just met, he did not want to ask about the new sword. After so long apart, they got close, and no one dared to disturb them. She looked at Yangshu. Wui, the forums say there's a playboy. Do you know who he is? When Yangshu heard this, he froze. As he had expected, the photos from the thread opening ceremony were posted online. A group of girls surrounding him was indeed shocking. This incident led to the Brother Wui fan club launching a war with Thread on the forums. While Thread was not good at fighting, they were skilled in debating. Both sides went at each other and fought unhappily. Since Yangshuo's reputation was so significant, the event naturally spread across the entire China region. In the end, even if Song Jia did not want to pay attention, she could not. As the person in the pictures, Yangshu could only remain silent. He knew that those girls did not have any ill intentions, they were just young girls playing around. If Yangshu came out and tried to clear things up on the forums, he would be asking for it. Judge, let me explain. Just as he was about to speak, Song Jia suddenly raised her index finger and shushed him. Dummy, I'm just kidding. Do you think I don't trust you? Yangshu was speechless, she had teased him again. When she saw his stunned expression, Song Jia burst out laughing. You actually dare to tease me. Watch how I teach you a lesson. Yangshu charged toward Song Jia. Yangshu apped toward Song Jia, hugging and tickling her. Song Jia feared tickles the most. She immediately begged, haha, Wui, I'm wrong, haha, I won't dare anymore. Call me husband. Husband, haha, I really don't dare anymore. After fooling around, their clothes were really disheveled. The next day, Song Jia showed Yangshu gains from the trip. Firstly, the reward from the hidden quest, one of the top 10 famous swords, Chunjun sword. Name, Chunjun sword, god weapon, hardness, 87 sharpness, 85 toughness, 84 specialty, blade breaker, may break opposing weapon if hardness is lower than the Chunjun sword. Unique, cannot be dropped, cannot be traded. Killing technique, water hibiscus, releases sword energy. Like the light from the stars, formless and unavoidable. Cooldown time, 1 week. Evaluation: Chunjun's sword is a unique sword. It has an appearance like a shining star. When looking at it in the light, it seems like water in a pond. The sword is crafted from tin from the mountains, copper from the lakes, thunder from the heavens, and coal that the gods used. It is truly a heavenly sight. Next, the spirit beast, a golden spot-tie butterfly that Song Jia caught on the mountain. In order to capture this spirit butterfly, which she called Little Gold, Song Jia had stood in the bushes for 5 days and 5 nights. If she did not have the military grains pills supporting her, she definitely would not have survived. Name: Golden Spot-Tie Butterfly, Spirit Beast, Level 68 Specialty, Illusion, can instantly place the enemy into an illusion that lasts for 30 seconds. Cure, stops blood loss and helps to regain strength and energy. Combat Power, 120. Evaluation: The golden spotted butterfly is exquisite and beautiful, the queen of butterflies. Its wings shine with a green light, and it has curved, golden-green spots on its front. On its back, it has a few golden-yellow spots. Its back wings are shaped in a long, sharp manner with a golden speck at the end. Armed with the Chunjun sword and the golden spotted butterfly, Song Jia could enter the top 10 among adventure game mode players. With her Nining cultivation technique and Yuanu sword technique, the top 3 was not a dream. In the hands of NPC disciples like Cui Chanqi, the Nining cultivation technique was only as effective as their training. However, in her hands, it had layers similar to the Yellow Emperor's internal cultivation techniques. In contrast to the legendary Nining cultivation technique, the one created by Gaia was purely an internal cultivation technique, with no other martial techniques recorded. It had 9 layers, and after diligent cultivation, Song Jia had reached the 5th layer. As for the Yuanu sword technique, she had reached the 4th stage, performing with ease. For Song Jia to achieve her current status, her talent was only part of it, focus and diligence were the key. Few adventure game mode players could venture deep into the mountains and forests to train for 3 months. The current Song Jia had the demeanor of a sect leader. Upon learning that Lin Yu had chosen to join the Dongli sword sect, Song Jia felt elated and was eager to return immediately. She did not want to disturb the disciples' training in the 5-Finger Mountains. If one does not experience rain, how can there be a rainbow? Before leaving, Song Jia gave Ouyang Shua the 2 items she obtained from the bodies of the pirates. 2 items, 1 map, 1 token. Beihai Bay Treasure Map. 3 Beihai Bay has given birth to a very famous pirate, called Blood Slaughterer. After his death, all his riches disappeared. Before he died, he buried his treasures on a forsaken island and drew a map. He split it into 3 parts and gave a section to each of his 3 most trusted generals. That was quite interesting. It was actually this map. Ouyang Shua had obtained the first part of the map when they attacked Huwei Island. With that, they only lacked the second part. Then, he could search for the treasure. Now, this mysterious treasure really tempted Ouyang Shua. Of course, to obtain the last part of the map, he needed fate and a great deal of luck. Just like how Song Jia had gotten the 3rd piece of the map. Who would have thought an ordinary pirate could hold it? The token was a summoning token, an item that all lords dreamed of. This was a king-rank summoning token. Who knows what talent he could summon with it? Ouyang Shua did not mind who it was. If it was a civil servant, he had a use for all of them. If it was a general, Ouyang Shua wished to summon a navy general. After sending Song Jia off, Ouyang Shua could not wait any longer. He tore the token, only to see a white light shine across. An average-looking middle-aged general was summoned. System notification: Congratulations player Chiue Wui, recruiting king rank historical person, Kai Mao. Rewarded reputation points 100, congratulations. When the middle-aged general saw Ouyang Shua, he kneeled on the ground and solemnly said, General's name is Kai Mao. Greetings, my lord. Wow, he had actually summoned a navy general. Although Kai Mao was not as famous, he was actually a strong navy general during the Three Kingdoms era. Especially in training the navy, even Zhou feared him. General, please rise. Yanhuo walked toward Kai Mao and helped him up. Name * Kai Mao, King rank. Dynasty * Three Kingdoms. Identity * Yashan City General. Occupation * Advanced General. Loyalty * 75. Command * 80. Force * 75. Intelligence * 50. Politics * 45. Specialty * wave treading. Movement speed on water increases by 10%. Water combat raises sailors' combat power by 15%. Navy training. Efficiency of training increased by 25%. Cultivation technique * nil. Equipment * Han sword. Song Jia was truly Yanhuo's lucky star. Since he had summoned Kai Mao, he could start the construction of Yashan City's navy. Yanhuo had no choice but to stay in Yashan City longer due to this small accident. On the same day, he brought Kai Mao along and had a lengthy discussion with him about the navy's construction. The next day, Military Affairs Director Huwei teleported over for a meeting. Based on the original Nanyang Navy organization, the future Yashan City would have a Yashan squadron. Kai Mao's arrival was perfectly timed. Yanhuo immediately decided to appoint him as the chief general of the 1st Division of the Yashan Navy Squadron. The Beihai shipyard had already built all the warships for the navy, and Pei Donglai had trained a batch of sailors. They just needed to dispatch the sailors to South Mountain Harbor to complete the process. Kai Mao would need to recruit real navy soldiers and train them into a formidable force. Kai Mao appeared very confident about the mission the Lord had handed him. That was to be expected. After all, training a navy was not anything difficult with his experience. In the future, when Yashan City had created its 1st division, Cheongzhou Island would become a step safer. The navy could also sail deeper into the seas and eradicate various pirate organizations. All in all, the addition of Kai Mao was equivalent to obtaining a squadron. Shanghai City had finally obtained a decent navy general. After dealing with the Yashan squadron, 2 days had already passed. Just as Yanhuo was about to return, a system notification sounded out in his ear, which stopped him in his tracks. System notification: congratulations player Huwei, Nian Beast Little Green has trained well in the Spirit Beast Hall. It has automatically become the protector of Yashan Town. Player awarded 500 reputation points. System notification: congratulations player Huwei, descendant of the wolf god, Little White, has trained well in the Spirit Beast Hall. It has automatically become the protector of Yashan Town. Player awarded 500 reputation points. That was unexpected. The two had actually become protector beasts of the territory. The mysterious Spirit Beast Hall was really something one could not grasp. Just a short while had passed, but the two of them had already broken through. Yanhuo did not care about this. He simply went and checked their stats. Name: Little Green, Spirit Beast. Home: Yashan Town. Protector Beast level: 45. Skill: Slayer raises Fury stat by 85%. Charge raises combat power by 70%. Combat power 100. Specialty: Deterrence raises territory safety by 25%. Protector raises territory defense by 15%. Cultivation method: Black Qilin 7 Purgatory Technique. Evaluation: Fierce Beast of Olden Legends, the descendant of the Fierce Dragon and the Black Qilin. As a protector beast, its Qilin blood can be stimulated and it can evolve. Compared to its parents, Little Green's stats were better. Most crucially, it also had a cultivation method, which showed its potential. The name of the cultivation method also raised many thoughts and ideas in his mind. Did this mean that if Little Green trained this technique, it had a chance to become a real Qilin god beast? Name, Little White, Spirit Beast. Home, Yashan Town. Protector Beast Level, 40. Skill, Telepathy, can communicate with all wolf-type beasts. Charm, charms enemies with its appearance. Combat Power, 85. Specialty, Deterrence, raises territory safety by 25%. Protector, raises territory defense by 15%. Cultivation Method, Wolf God Manual. Evaluation, legends have it that the white wolf was royalty in the wolf tribe, and the descendant of the wolf god. It has a high position among all wolves, they all worship it. Compared to Little Green, the stats of Little White were even more insane. This little fellow really had a mysterious past. Its potential was even higher than Little Green, who could become a Qilin. On the 12th day of the 5th month, Yaonie returned to Shanghai City. After Little Green and Little White became protector beasts, they were even more reluctant to leave the Spirit Beast Hall. Yaonie visited both of them and Shui before returning to Shanghai City. He looked forward to the future achievements of these three. As soon as he returned, Yaonie called for Du Ruhui, Zhao, and Cobra. It had been half a month since he asked them to come up with a plan, so Yaonie felt they must have made some progress. Cobra reported first, the Leizhou region is similar in size to the Lianzhou basin. It has 27 territories, including 22 Grade 2 counties and 5 Grade 3 counties. There are no Grade 1 counties. Yaonie nodded upon hearing this information. If he conquered Leizhou, excluding Qiongzhou Island, his territory would double in size. 6 months had passed since the Battle of Changping. Even without a new battle map, the ranks of the lords had risen from combating raiders and bandits. Most had reached at least rank 2 Earl. With this in mind, the ranks of Di Chen and others were likely close to rank 3 Marquis. Yaonie recalled that in his previous life, the 4th battle map activated with the birth of the 5th prefecture. The current China region already had 3 prefectures. As long as 2 more members of the Yanhuo alliance advanced to Marquis and upgraded, they would be very close to the 4th battle. Prefecture quests were of little concern to the major powers. Cobra paused before continuing. The territories in Leizhou have pretty much all hit their upper limit. This means a Grade 2 county has 2 regiments, totaling around 5,000 troops. The 5 Grade 3 counties each have a city protection regiment. The entire Leizhou region has around 180,000 troops. If we include the subsidiary territories, we can conservatively estimate a total of around 200,000 troops. 200,000 men. If they all grouped up, it would be enough to destroy the Dragon Legion. Fortunately, the situation hasn't escalated to that point. Songwen has already replied to Yaonie, confirming that 8 territories in Leizhou have joined the Tianquan alliance, all of which are Grade 2 counties. Yaonie believes that when these territories see his army gaining the upper hand, they will know what to do. Black Mamba reported that they have completed their infiltration of 5 territories, effectively neutralizing a third of the enemy. Even so, taking down Leizhou solely with the Dragon Legion's 2nd Division and the Guards Division would be challenging, not to mention the potential casualties. Yaonie is confident that, thanks to their elite equipment and powerful generals, the Shanghai army can handle 3 times their number, especially with Baiqi's support, allowing them to face 4 times their number. However, anything more would be a significant challenge. Moreover, considering that the Battle of Leizhou will primarily involve sieges, it will be even more difficult. Therefore, conservatively, he needs to deploy another 1 or 2 divisions to successfully take down Leizhou. Out of the 4 divisions of the Dragon Legion, the 1st Division needs to cross the 100,000 mountains, and the 3rd Division needs to guard Mulan's stronghold. As such, only Mu Guiying's 4th Division could move. Moving them would involve a certain amount of risk. Using the 4th Division, in addition to the Guards Division participating in the attack, would leave the entire defense of Shanghai City in the hands of the City Protection Division. Without any reserve forces, this was a very dangerous prospect. Ouyang Shua considered it and decided to keep the 3,000 palace guards in Shanghai City. Although he did not feel that the Yanhuo alliance would attack at this point, he still had to defend his territory. Playing it safe was always the best strategy. At the same time, the Dragon Legion 1st Division would delay crossing the 100,000 mountains. They would temporarily camp at Tianfeng House, near the mountains. Once the situation in Leizhou stabilized, Huwei would lead them on a long and arduous journey to deliver the final blow to Qiyu City. With this in place, the city would have the City Protection Division and the Palace Guards, while outside, the 1st and 3rd Divisions would be defending. There should be no problems. Even if the Yanhuo alliance tried to attack, they could not take down Shanghai City. Moving the 4th Division was only to match the numbers. Ouyang Shua's goal was to quickly take over the entire Leizhou. Therefore, the best method was to deploy another division. With this thought, Ouyang Shua raised his head and looked at Huwei. Send orders to the Tiger Legion. Command the 1st Division to prepare to enter the Leizhou battlefield. The 2nd Division will prepare to defend Shanghai City at any moment. Yes, my lord. Huwei nodded. Leizhou is near the ocean, so there might be sailors. During the Battle of Leizhou, the Beihai Bay Squadron's 1st Division will join in to monitor the ocean situation. Although they could not help with the siege, they could act as a great special surprise force. Counting in the sailors, Shanghai City would send 70,000 troops to this battle. Shanghai City was destined to stun the world once again. After the military meeting ended, the war machine that was Shanghai City started to turn. The 2nd and 3rd Divisions of the Dragon Legion left their camps and did not gather in Shanghai City. Instead, they boarded ships disguised as merchant ships along the Friendship and Huwei rivers. From there, they went downstream to Beihai Harbor. The Guards Division used the cover of darkness to leave the city and rush to Beihai Harbor. As Beihai City developed, they built a commercial harbor on the opposite side of the territory. Merchant ships could not approach Beihai Harbor, as it was a military harbor. The 1st Division of the Tiger Legion would board warships from South Mountain Harbor and head straight to Leizhou. The warships prepared for the Yashan Squadron had already left Beihai Harbor. After receiving supplies in South Mountain Harbor, they would send the 1st Division toward Leizhou. In this way, before anyone knew anything, Shanghai City had gathered all their men and resources. The Navy would play a significant role in the upcoming battle. The entire Beihai Bay was the territory of the Shanghai City Navy. Here, they could do whatever they wanted. His plans for becoming the overlords of the sea were finally coming to fruition. Since the army they moved was too large, the Beihai Bay Squadron 1st Division could only send one division at a time. Hence, they needed to build a sentry base in Leizhou. Luckily, the shortest route between Leizhou and Lianzhou was only a day, while the longest route was 4 to 5 days. Although both were beside the ocean, Leizhou was very different from Lianzhou Basin. Lianzhou Basin had only one ocean entrance and a limited shoreline. In contrast, Leizhou was shaped like a carrot, with a large part of it extending into the ocean. Geographically, it was narrow east to west and long north to south. Based on this strategic geography, Baiqi decided to split the troops into 3 to attack together. The north would be led by the 4th Division of the Dragon Legion under Mu Guiying, while the middle was the Guards Division led by Lin Yi. Baiqi would follow them as the commander. The south was the 1st Division of the Tiger Legion under Fan Lihua. Lastly, the 2nd Division of the Dragon Legion, led by Luo Shixin, was the only cavalry division, using its high mobility to act as backup. Baiqi planned to sweep through the larger half of Leizhou before anyone could react. Otherwise, if the 27 territories worked together, it would pose a significant problem. For this battle, Ouyang Shua had to break the alliance rules and bought 1,000 trebuchets from Consonance City. Mu Guiying and Fan Lihua each took 300, while the Guards Division took 400. Yaonie had essentially swept up 3 to 4 months of Consonant City's trebuchet production. In addition to the trebuchets, Yaonie also purchased 100 siege chariots and 500 siege towers. In addition to the thousands of scaling ladders that Shanghai City had built, this would completely change the face of the Battle of Leizhou. Buying this set of siege weapons alone cost 35,000 gold. As the military coordinator and liaison, Zhao grumbled a lot about Yaonie's actions. Though his allies were curious about why he bought so many at once, they did not ask. Even Zhao complaints were mostly offhand and not serious. Yaonie naturally felt very grateful for his allies' understanding. The Battle of Leizhou was a fight that Shanghai City could not afford to lose, and he had to be careful. Apart from siege weapons, Yaonie also purchased a large amount of grain from various chambers of commerce. Once the troops gained a foothold in Leizhou, merchant ships would transport millions of units of grain to the region. In essence, the chambers of commerce would help solve half of the grain transportation problem. Once the grain reached Leizhou, its internal distribution would depend on Shanghai City. For this task, the Combat Logistics Department arranged for 50 prisoners to enter Leizhou. Fortunately, the spring sowing season had just ended, or it would have been difficult to gather such a large group of prisoners. It's important to note that construction projects in Lianzhou Prefecture had never ceased, and the labor demand was immense. Based on rough calculations, Shanghai City had spent 60,000 gold just on logistics. This expenditure drained the 50,000 gold that Yaonie had saved in his storage bag. This amount does not include the costs of the military workshops and factories, which, if considered, would easily surpass 100,000 gold. If not, why would one say that war is based on one's economic ability? After a major war, if one could not achieve their goal, it could lead to the collapse of a territory's economy. They needed to establish an outpost and a logistics base for the army. Therefore, the first goal was the Grade 3 counties. The northern troops targeted Hengshan County, located in the northwest of Leizhou. The central troops aimed for Leishan County, situated in the middle of Leizhou. The southern troops targeted Haiyan County, at the southernmost point. With this, 3 out of the 5 Grade 3 counties were eliminated, taking out the key areas of Leizhou. Most importantly, these 3 counties were on Leizhou's borders. After landing, the army could launch their attack directly without any detours. Otherwise, Baiqi would have opted to attack a Grade 2 county. A lone army behind enemy lines was a military strategist's greatest concern. With the plan set, the troops set out. On the 15th day of the 5th month, the Guards Division, acting as the Vanguard, launched the first attack, with Baiqi, the overall commander, accompanying them. Yaonie, after sending the troops off at Beihai Harbor, returned to Shanghai City. As a lord, he had his own responsibilities, and managing Shanghai City was currently his most important task. His presence would calm the populace and deter any unrest. Beihai Harbor was still some distance from the center of Leizhou. On the 18th day of the 5th month, the Beihai Bay Squadron's 1st Division reached their destination and halted at Motu Harbor Bay. Nearby, apart from a small fishing village, there were no military personnel present. 1 week earlier, the Black Snake Guards had investigated this village, which had a population of 300 to 400. The village consisted entirely of NPC villagers, with no players. To prevent adventure game mode players from accidentally entering the village, the Chuanzhou Intel Station even arranged for a snake guard to stand by. This allowed the squadron to come ashore with ease. Docking an old warship was not as simple as finding a spot. These warships needed a harbor or a bay, otherwise, there was a risk of the ship running aground, especially for large warships like the turreted ship. After the division docked, the Guards Division followed and sneaked ashore. In addition to the army, they needed to unload siege weapons and logistics supplies. They were busy until noon, completing the task at that time. Once the division returned, they were now in charge of sending Mu Guiying's 4th Division to the second destination north of Leizhou. At the 3 landing points, the Black Snake Guards made specific arrangements. Black Mamba had given orders for them to demonstrate the value of the Black Snake Guards during the Battle of Leizhou. After the army gathered, they prepared to spend a day in the fishing village. For many of the soldiers, this was their first time traveling by boat, and they were likely to feel seasick, making it necessary to rest before heading into battle. Additionally, the warhorses that were transported with the troops needed a good rest. Compared to soldiers, these horses were much more valuable. While the main army rested, one group could not. This was the division's patrol squadron. Under the leadership of their captain, all the patrol members marched toward Leizhou County. Their mission, apart from confirming the correct route, was to clear obstacles along the road. After all, the Military Intelligence Division had only spent half a month in Leizhou, so they could only investigate the general geography of the area. For the specific geography of a region, the various divisions had to rely on themselves. The first day of the Battle of Leizhou passed peacefully. 50 kilometers away, Leizhou County was unaware that a massive army had slipped past unnoticed. The next morning, after resting for a day and a night, the army was fully energized. The real war was about to begin. In the early hours, the moment they formed up, they wasted no more time. They mounted their Qingfu horses and rushed toward Leizhou County. Any further delays would increase the risk of exposure. The most challenging part was the transportation of siege weapons. Although these weapons were highly effective, they were cumbersome to transport. Baiqi decided to leave 2 units to manage the transportation while the main force pushed forward. The morning air in Leizhou was foggy and humid. The Guards Division used the dim light and the cover of the fog to their advantage. Like a ghost, they swiftly moved forward under the leadership of the scouts. Baiqi never used his troops in a conventional manner. His strategy was to attack the enemy so swiftly that they could not react. To achieve this, he needed to send a vanguard to take down the city gate, thus preventing a prolonged siege. If the entire army charged forward, the thundering hooves would alert the enemy. Therefore, the vanguard force had to be small, ideally a single unit. With the strength of a single unit, it seemed impossible to take down the city gate of a Grade 3 county, even if they launched a surprise attack. The chips in Baiqi's hands were the unstoppable elite of the Guards Division. These soldiers were chosen from each division for their exceptional skills in war. Each one could take on 5 times their number. Baiqi had complete confidence in them. After Baiqi outlined his plan, Linyi volunteered to lead the charge. "Commander, I'm willing." Upon hearing his words, Baiqi decided immediately, "All right, you will lead the personal guards unit to act as the vanguard. The 1st Regiment will be the front line, following closely behind. I will lead the rest." The personal guards unit was the most elite in the Guards Division. No other unit was more suitable to act as the vanguard. Linyi was also an incredibly strong general. This combination made Baiqi highly confident. "Thank you, Commander." Linyi bowed and leaped onto his horse. He led the personal guards unit, breaking away from the main force and charging ahead rapidly. Close behind them was the 1st Regiment, whose duty was to ensure that after the vanguard unit breached the city gates, they could reinforce them. Otherwise, all efforts would be wasted. Under Baiqi's command, the vast army functioned like the cogs of a machine, supporting and assisting one another. At 9 a.m., the personal guards unit led by Linyi descended upon the city gates. They appeared like soldiers from heaven, leaving the enemy no time to react. The city guards even thought they were their own men returning from patrol. When they were less than 500 meters away, the city guards saw the gleaming Mingguang armor and finally realized they were under attack. "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" the guard shouted. The originally peaceful city gate instantly grew busy. The commoners queuing up to enter were pushing their way in, fighting for their lives to enter the city. "Close the gates! Quick, close the gates!" The general in charge of guarding the gates shouted. "General, the city gates are blocked by the people. We can't close them. Chase them away. If they won't leave, kill them." His face instantly turned cold. If they lost the city gate, he would be beheaded. At that point, there was no mercy left. Yes. The soldiers immediately spread the orders. Archers, ready. The general still was not at ease. He asked the archers on the city walls to prepare themselves. "Yes, General." The moment the military orders were sent, the city gate grew even more chaotic. At first, the guards told the commoners that the enemy was just aiming for the gates. They would not harm them, so the guards asked the commoners to stay outside. However, the commoners did not even listen to these words. Instead, they tried to squeeze into the city. When they saw such a scene, the guards were helpless. They could only use their blades. The military is killing people. At this point, the situation totally blew up. Such a deterrence made a portion of the civilians terrified, and they really started to leave. Just as the guards were ready to pull up the bridge, the personal guards unit arrived. The 500-meter distance was just a short charge. Personal guards unit, charge. Lin unsheathed his tang blade and led the troops. Kill. The personal guards unit would not bother about the lives of the civilians. Whoever stood in their way, they would kill. At this point, they were rushing against time, and they could not show any mercy. Shoot the arrows. Don't let them come over. The enemy general was shocked when he saw such a scene. How could there be such an elite army? The Guards Division, Iron Soldiers. The Personal Guards Unit, the strongest of the Iron Soldiers. Under the leadership of Lin Yi, their hearts were as solid as stone. They did not care about the arrows raining down and resolutely rushed straight for the city gates. Nothing could stop them. Finally, right before the gates were about to close, Lin Yi's forces managed to arrive. Kill. As Lin Yi waved his blade, a light shimmered, and heads fell to the ground. Kill. In less than 5 minutes, the 100 city gate guards were all slaughtered. None were left alive. The personal guards unit had successfully taken down the city gate. Cut the ropes. After taking down the city gates, Lin Yi remained as calm as usual. Yes, General. We can't let them cut the ropes. City Protection Unit, follow me, kill them. The City Protection General was also a vicious character. He led the guards down the city walls to meet the battle. Ants. When he saw the enemy charge over, Lin Yi did not even glance at them. He simply waved his hand, kill them. Yes, General. 500 personal guards faced around 1,000 city protection guards. Despite the numerical disparity, the personal guards showed no fear. The moment they engaged, the difference in strength was apparent. The regular city guards were no match for them. The city protection force was brutally beaten, their corpses piled up all around the city gate. Lin Yi did not take part in this slaughter. He rode on his horse and looked towards the horizon, only to see a vast army rumbling towards them. Under the shine of the sun, they glinted with a bright golden sheen. The 1st Regiment of the Guards Division had arrived. The 1st Regiment rushed to the battlefield. When they saw that their troops had already taken down the city gate, the colonel of the 1st Regiment ordered the troops to charge. Charge! When the city protection general saw that the enemy still had reinforcements, he panicked. Defend! Our reinforcements will arrive soon. We can't let the enemy succeed, or the territory will be in danger. Rather die than retreat. The remaining city protection forces gave it their all to defend. Tisk. Lin Yi looked at them coldly. He whipped his Qingfu horse and instantly appeared before the general. At the same time, Lin Yi stabbed with his spear. The general was shocked. He raised his blade and struck out at the spear. With a loud clang, sparks flew from the collision. A powerful energy spread from the spear and numbed the guard general's hand, causing him to nearly lose his footing. Even with the added momentum of the charge, such power could stun the guard general. He knew he definitely wasn't the match for the young general before him. In the instant that he hesitated, Lin Yi attacked again. Lin Yi's long spear was highly flexible. Since he had stunned the enemy, he took the opportunity to fake a stab before aiming straight for the guard general's chest. Ah! The guard general spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He slowly lowered his head, looking at the spear embedded in his chest with disbelief. Lin Yi expressionlessly pulled out his spear, causing blood to spurt out. The guard general knelt on the ground and died right there. A city gate general could not survive 3 of Lin Yi's moves. Great! The personal guards unit soldiers cheered for their general. On the other hand, the city guard soldiers were astonished, and their morale instantly plunged to a freezing point. Quickly, clear the city gate entrance. Lin Yi's expression remained unchanged as he personally led the charge. Yes, General. After a long, drawn-out battle, the city protection unit finally failed to hold and was forced to retreat. General, the 1st Regiment is here, the colonel reported. Lin Yi nodded. Arrange a unit to defend the city gate. The rest, come with me. Yes, General. Lin Yi knew the current enemy troops were unstable and lacked intelligence about the battlefield, presenting a perfect opportunity. With the 1st Regiment, he had complete confidence in fighting the enemy division. If they waited for the rest of the troops to arrive, they would have to face the enemy head-on. Kill. The invincible iron cavalry surged like a black flood into the city, heading straight for the Lord's Manor. The shops along the streets had shut down earlier when the fighting at the city gate began. The main streets were deserted, creating a chilling scene. The residents peeked through the cracks in their doors at the iron cavalry galloping across the streets, terrified by the unfolding events. Another chaotic time. The Guards Regiment had only traveled a short distance when they met the City Protection Division, which had just left the barracks to assist at the city gate. Who would have thought the enemy would breach the city in just 20 minutes? Since they had met in a narrow passage, the brave would prevail. Charge! Lin Yi did not hesitate, ordering the cavalry to advance. Kill! 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 The Guards Division was fierce. Form up! The general of the City Protection Division had no choice but to order his troops to form and defend. The narrow streets forced the City Protection Division to stretch out into a long line, preventing those at the front from seeing those at the back. Raise your shields! On their commander's orders, the sword-shield soldiers at the front lifted their shields. Arrows! The archers at the rear began to aim at the enemy troops. Despite the chaos, the action seemed systematic and no one panicked. Unfortunately, the City Protection Division faced the overpowering Guards Division. Their shields were as fragile as paper. The Guards Division charged forward at 75 kilometers per hour, turning their enemies into cold corpses under their hooves. The narrow, long streets became the nightmare of the enemy. How fast was the charging speed of the Guards Division? The archers of the City Protection Division knew best. When they pulled arrows from their quivers, the enemy was still a kilometer away. However, by the time they armed themselves and got ready, the enemy was only 500 meters away. When they finally aimed and were about to shoot, the enemy was right in front of them. Sword-shield formation? Out of the way. Cavalry formation? Out of the way. Spearman formation? Out of the way. Archer formation? Trample them. The City Guard Division was tightly packed on the long streets, but such a formation was useless against the Guards Division. The Guards Division was like Azuras from hell, mercilessly reaping life after life, formation after formation, tearing them apart like paper. The once orderly and well-formed army instantly turned into a chaotic mess. The cavalry knocked aside numerous soldiers, who fell into the smelly drains on the side, instantly filling them with the injured. How can this happen? When he saw the strength of the enemy, the City Protection Division commander's face turned ashen white. General, we can't defend. What should we do? As they lined up into formations on the streets, they had no space to make any other movements. The commander's face looked really grim right now. He shouted, "What can we do? We have no way back. We can only fight to the death. Fight to the death. Fight to the death." However, facing the iron cavalry that showed no signs of slowing down, their shouts were not in unison. Simply raising morale would not win them the war. Despair flashed across the City Protection Division commander's face. The Guards Division was like a god weapon, bisecting the City Protection Division into two. Under Lin Yi's leadership, all the soldiers were determined. No matter who the opponents were or how many they numbered, the Guards Division would only charge, charge, and charge. Blades flashed, spears stabbed forward, and horse lances charged. There were simply too many enemies, they could not kill them all. A large half of the division was left in chaos, chased to the sides of the streets. Facing such an enemy, the City Protection Division did not dare to take them head-on. They just stared in shock as the enemy charged toward the Lord's Manor. The Guards Division had created another record. With just a single regiment, they had broken through an enemy 5 times their number. "General, should we give chase? It's useless." The commander gave up. "Such a strong army isn't something we can contend with." 1 hour later. It only took 1 hour for the Guards Division to take down Leizhou County. When Baiqi led the remaining troops to Leizhou County, the Shanhai territory flags already adorned the city walls. At this time, the group responsible for transporting the siege weapons was only halfway there. The Guards Division had started the war on a good note, earning them glory and honor. This was the first battle since they were formed, and they had performed as expected. As Leizhou County was taken, Yanhuo was alone in his reading room. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification: "Congratulations, player Huwei, for taking down Leizhou County. You have been rewarded 1,000 merit points." Yanhuo smiled, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Less than an hour after the battle, Yanhuo received a detailed battle report from Black Mamba through the relay. Using the relay, the Black Snake Guards formed a highly efficient network. Each team and force had members of the Black Snake Guards who followed them to spread the latest orders and intelligence. Yanhuo raised his head. He remained silent for a moment before he shouted, "Men." "Yes, my lord." Bai Nanpu walked in. "Give my orders. The Guards Division has performed well. Reward Major General Lin with a title and a badge to commend his bravery. The other warriors will also be rewarded." "Yes, my lord." This was the first time Yanhuo had bestowed a title on a general for war deeds. Apart from Wang Feng, who had become the general of the palace guards, Yanhuo had given him the title of Palace General. Before this, only Baiqi and Sunbin had military titles. Baiqi was the commander-in-chief, while Sunbin was the great general. If one followed the old system of the Han and Tang dynasties, this was the highest level of reward. The title was often bestowed upon generals who displayed valiant efforts in battle. During the Three Kingdoms period, Yujing, Lu Meng, Zhao Yun, and others received this title. For Lin to receive this title was already an utmost honor. It was also a first in Shanhai City. One could predict how excited the other generals would be when the news spread. They, too, would hope to receive such a title. The Battle of Leizhou was the best opportunity. In this way, the friendly competition among the Shanhai generals began. Rewards also brought motivation. In the future, Yanhuo would grant ranks to the generals based on their military credits and contributions. Once a title was obtained, it would not change until the general achieved enough to upgrade their title. After capturing Leizhou County, the Central Forces treated it as their main camp. Following this, large amounts of siege weapons and grain were transported from the harbor to Leizhou County. Leizhou County was temporarily under military rule. When the Lord of Leizhou County revived in Huanzhou, he still did not know what had happened. Even at this point, he did not know who had attacked and destroyed his territory. After taking Leizhou County, Baiqi did not sweep out to destroy the other bases because he did not want to alert the others. The destruction of one territory could be an accidental occurrence. If many fell one by one, even a dull person could guess what was happening. Baiqi was waiting for the other two groups of troops to arrive. On the 21st day, the Beihai Bay Squadron returned to Beihai Harbor. On the 23rd day, Mu Guiying led the north side forces to their destination. On the 24th day, Fan Liuwa led the south side forces to their destination. On the 25th day, Luo Shixin led the 2nd Division to start their journey to Leizhou County. The Battle of Leizhou had begun on all fronts. Yazhou, Tiger Legion Station. The moon hung high in the dark night sky. Only a few torches burned brightly. In the camp of the mountain army under construction, 2 young soldiers used their patrol duty as a chance to meet. When Sun Bin formed the mountain regiment, he selected the colonel and majors from the 1st and 2nd Divisions, while the remaining captains and sergeants were chosen from the Li race tribes. The Li race soldiers were truly wild. They naturally used martial arts as the sole criterion for leadership. Those with high skills became sergeants, and those with even greater skill became captains. Both were dressed in the attire of captains, their positions in the military were significant, and they were considered exceptional. Young tribe leader, I've found out that the 1st Division has boarded a ship. However, we don't know where they've gone, said a thin-faced middle-aged man with a long scar on his face, likely left by a wild beast. When he spoke, the scar moved, giving him a fierce appearance. That's great. It's truly an opportunity sent by the heavens. If Ouyang Shuo were present, he would have recognized this young tribe leader as the soldier who had bumped into him. His name was Shanzhu, known as the bravest warrior of the Li race tribe. Shanzhu's status was also significant. Among all the Li race tribes, he was the young tribe leader of the largest tribe, the leader of which was called the Li race ruler. This made it clear that his position as young tribe leader was highly respected. When ordinary tribe leaders encountered Shanzhu, they would bow in respect. To earn the title of bravest warrior, Shanzhu did not depend on his identity but on his fighting results. Since he was 8, he started entering the mountains to hunt. On his first hunting trip, he killed a 150-kilogram wild boar, which caused a huge uproar at the time. However, this was only the beginning of his story. From then on, every time he hunted, he managed to kill the most ferocious beasts, including wolves, leopards, and even the strongest black bears. Because of his ability and bravery, Shanzhu was appointed as the deputy leader of the tribe's hunting squad at the age of 10. By the time he was 15, he became the leader of the hunting squad. His name and reputation spread far and wide, and he was seen as the only choice for the next tribe leader. At this point, Shanzhu's targets had changed to desolate beasts. Born with God-given strength, he developed and perfected a set of killing techniques that were effective even against these formidable creatures. Apart from hunting, Shanzhu did not flinch when it came to combat. Although the Li race tribesmen shared roots, they often fought over hunting spots. Rumors suggested that a Li race soldier had to decapitate an enemy to be considered of age, otherwise, the tribe would not recognize him. This highlights the ruthless and merciless nature of the battles between the tribes. Shanzhu, who recorded his first kill at 10, broke the record for the youngest to come of age. Since then, his name has echoed through the mountains and forests, striking fear into the hearts of his enemies. The nearby tribes, in an attempt to stop this threat from growing, attempted to assassinate him several times but did not succeed. By the time Shanzhu reached the age of 15, no one dared to face him head-to-head. After Shanzhu took charge of the hunting squad, since more than half of Leizhou had fallen and the Yanhuo alliance had no intention of helping, one of the lords stepped forward. He was the lord of Yanhuo County. Yanhuo County, also a Grade 3 county, was located in the southern central part of Leizhou, situated right next to Leizhou Bay. Compared to the other 3 Grade 3 counties that had fallen, Yanhuo County was temporarily safe due to its geographical location. In the Lord's Manor, meeting hall, the Lord sat on his seat as the master. To the left of the hall, 5 lords were present, their territories located in the mid-southern region of Leizhou. Among them was a man around 20 years old, who looked somewhat anxious. His name was Pazwazi, and his territory was known as Tanmu County. Based on the attacking speed of the southern troops, Tanmu County would be taken down in less than 2 days. Hence, Pazwazi was the most supportive and eager about this gathering. On the right sat 2 men with significant backgrounds. The one in front was an old man with a round face, looking merciful. His name was Bao Shuya, a subordinate of unnamed superior, and his most important civil servant. While his abilities were not sufficient to manage everything, he was still a capable official. His lack of fame was due to Guanzhong, who appeared during the same era. Living under his shadow, Bao Shuya naturally appeared less prominent. Name: Bao Shuya, King rank. Dynasty: Spring and Autumn, Qi. Identity: Yanhuo County Prime Minister. Occupation: Civil servant. Loyalty: 80. Command: 45. Force: 30. Intelligence: 70. Politics: 70. Specialty: Righteous, raises honesty of territory by 40%, promotion of talent, raises development of talents in territory by 25%. Evaluation: with him at the helm, everything will be safe. Forming miracles and good relationships with people, he becomes known. Bao Shuya was a middle-aged general dressed like a scholar. He looked really cold and handsome, his face was like a sword. His appearance would instantly inspire fear. Name: Chaoguei, King rank. Dynasty: Spring and Autumn, Liu. Identity: Yanluo County City Protection Division Major General. Occupation: Advanced General. Loyalty: 80. Command: 75. Force: 45. Intelligence: 55. Politics: 70. Specialty: Motivation, raises troops' morale by 30%. Evaluation: Advisor type General. Makes use of his knowledge to fight tough battles and achieve unexpected victories. Although Chaoguei was weaker compared to Luo Shixin and other generals, he was still an exceptional general. The harder to understand aspect of his strengths was his strategic prowess and ability to defeat stronger enemies. Bao Shuya and Chaoguei, one civil servant and one general, were trump cards. Was a very low-profile person. Even though he possessed 2 historical figures in his territory, no one outside knew. Only at a crucial moment was he willing to reveal his trump cards. When the 5 lords who had come over saw these 2 individuals, they felt a bit more confident. In their territories, they also had 1 or 2 historical figures. However, it was highly difficult to find their names in history books. Some were totally unrecorded in history. The most famous one was called Leizhou. He was the son of Leizhou, also a general. Leizhou was an official that Qin Mu used 5 black sheepskins to exchange from the market. This famous official helped the Qin country become one of the 5 great powers during the Warring States period. The famous one was Leizhou, but his son? Guys, he looked around at everyone. Shanghai City is coming with bad intentions. It's highly crucial that we unite if we want to get past these troubling times. The lords all nodded in agreement. Brother Yaonie, what idea do you have? Just say it out, and we will follow you. That's right, just say it. Great, he was delighted. Since all of you trust me, I'll say it directly. We must form an alliance. Making use of our teleportation advantage, we will attack and catch the enemy off guard. The moment his words landed, the hall fell into a frenzy. Brother Yaonie, forming an alliance is okay. The problem is that based on your plan, we will gather our forces together. If we do so, what will happen to our territories? Without an army defending them, we will be taken down in seconds. The lords were not dumb, they were also smart. Stupid. The one that spoke up was not him, but Pizwazi. Pizwazi stood up emotionally and loudly said, "Don't you guys know the simple theory that if the lips die, the teeth will feel cold? If we can't destroy them, what is the use of a dead city?" He looked at one lord and shouted word by word, "What use is there?" The lords were unable to give him a reply. Let me ask you. With your forces, do you have confidence in defending against them? The meeting hall fell silent once again. None of those present dared to say they could stand against Shanghai City's army. After all, in just 1 week, they had taken down 10 territories. Such a bloody battle and achievement made all the lords present accept the harsh reality. Seeing the lords were deep in thought, he said once again, "The situation is as such. We should all accept the facts and give our best, hoping for the best." I agree. Agreed. With this, the alliance was formed. Next came the specific battle plans and strategies. For this, they needed Zhao Huwei. As the Major General of the City Protection Division, he could also serve as the commander of the alliance army. The combined combat strength of all 6 territories totaled nearly 40,000. Their target was the South Side troops. On the 2nd day of the 6th month, in Tanmu County, under the leadership of Fan Lihua, the South Side Army finally arrived at Tanmu County. They saw only a small number of guards on the city walls. "General, there seem to be too few enemies," Fan Lihua frowned, sensing something was amiss. "Let's not worry about that and just attack." "Yes, General." Since landing on this land, the South Side Army had swept through, claiming everything in their path. The successive victories made all the soldiers, including their general, underestimate their opponents. Even though Tanmu County looked a bit odd, Fan Lihua dismissed it. The siege went smoothly. In less than an hour, the Vanguard squad claimed the city wall. Fan Lihua frowned, "There's something wrong. Order the troops to be wary." "Yes, General." After they entered the city, they found no one on the streets, which was quite usual. During every siege, the residents would hide. The clattering of the horse hooves was ear-piercing. The moment the entire army entered the city, things changed. Suddenly, a secret door appeared on the city gate they had already taken down. From it, many troops swarmed out and shut the gates. "No good, we're trapped." Fan Lihua was alarmed and shouted, "Form up, defend." It was too late. The streets were already swarming with soldiers. The worst part was that a large number of archers had appeared on the rooftops. The rain of arrows pelted straight toward the army, and in an instant, they suffered heavy casualties. "General, what should we do? Why are you panicking?" "Sword shield soldiers, cover and destroy the shopboards, form a defensive formation, and just defend." Fan Lihua would not dare to hide in the shops. If the enemy set these places on fire, the entire army would be lost. "Yes, General." The 1st Division was undoubtedly an elite force, they did not panic. The sword shield soldiers formed up to block the arrows, while the archers on the sides shot back. The strong bows and hard crossbows showed their strength. Although the enemy had the height advantage, the 1st Division managed to hold their ground. The archers on the rooftops were shot down, and their corpses rolled down one after another. The threat from the rooftops was slowly negated. As for the other soldiers, they bravely rushed to the shops on the sides and pulled down boards. Fortunately, there was a grain shop nearby filled with grain. The soldiers shifted bags of grain onto the streets to form a simple defense. Relying on this, the 1st Division actually miraculously survived. Zhao Huwei sat on one of the arrow towers in the city gate and looked at the southern troops. As expected from an elite army, they can adapt in such a situation. In a situation where they did not possess an absolute advantage, Zhao Huwei did not dare to fight them head-on. If not, who would lose was not that certain. The war was now in a stalemate. However, everyone knew that this was just temporary. Fan Lihua stood behind one of the wooden boards. She shook her head in regret, as this was all her fault. She did not expect that in a short few days, the enemies would create a regional alliance. Making use of the teleportation formations, the enemy had caught them off guard. Luckily, the First Division were not scrubs. As long as they fought normally, they stood a chance. Fan Lihua's trump card was Luo Shixin's division. As long as he led the second division of the Dragon Legion over, this problem would be solved. Not only that, the alliance would be in big trouble. With that, the mid-south portion of Leizhou would have totally fallen. Fan Lihua was waiting. Chao Guo was waiting too. Although the alliance army had an advantage and twice the numbers, Chao Guo did not have the confidence of killing them all. Chao Guo was also waiting for reinforcements. He had contacted other territories to pull them into the alliance. Then, they would teleport over to Tanmu County. Both sides were in a race. Luo Shixin's forces needed at least 2 days to rush over. Could the reinforcements arrive within these 2 days? All of this was unknown. The news that the southern troops were trapped had spread all around Leizhou. This victory came at a really opportune time. The invincible image of the Shanghai army was immediately shattered. The Battle of Leizhou experienced its biggest change yet. The situation in the mid-south of Leizhou gave the north region a glimmer of hope. Under the leadership of the last third-grade county, Gontang County, the 7 territories swiftly formed an alliance. They gathered an army nearly 50,000 strong to fight against Mu Guiying's northern army. The commander of the allied forces was Wei Zhang, the major general of Gontang County's city protection squad. When discussing Wei Zhang, one must also mention Zhang Yi, the prominent figure of the strategist school of thought. Wei Zhang and Zhang Yi had a relationship similar to that of Bai Qi and Wei Ran, where a court official recommended a trusted general. After the king's death and Qin Wu's ascension to the throne, Zhang Yi was expelled from the country. Similarly, Wei Zhang was also expelled, and his stories were not recorded. Undoubtedly, Wei Zhang was an excellent general. Name * Wei Zhang, king rank. Dynasty * warring states, Qin. Identity * major general of Gontang County. Occupation * advanced general. Loyalty * 80. Command * 75. Force * 85. Intelligence * 55. Politics * 45. Specialty * push-on, increases troop movement speed by 15%. Evaluation * Wei Zhang, a formidable general whose date of birth is not detailed, defeated Chu at Danyang in 312 BC, killing 80,000 and taking control of Hanzhong. Under Wei Zhang's leadership, the Allied forces restricted the Northern Army's advance. As the situation in Leizhou reached a stalemate, the entire battle entered its second stage. In Leishan County, at the army camp, Bai Qi sat at his desk. Behind him hung a map of Leizhou, provided by the Military Intelligence Division. Although the situation had changed, Ouyang Shua did not issue Bai Qi any new orders. Instead, he granted Bai Qi the authority to act as he saw fit, assuring him that he would not interfere. This show of trust from his lord deeply touched Bai Qi. He knew he had to respond with results. Luo Shixin's 2nd Division had already set off for Tanmu County to rescue the Southside troops. Now, the only unit at Bai Qi's disposal was the Guards Division. With the Mid-South and North regions forming alliances, the middle area remained the sole defensive stronghold. The Guards Regiment was still actively engaging and expanding its territory. Men. Present. Send out the orders. The Guards Division's 1st Regiment will attack Yanluo County. The Beihai Bay Squadron's 1st Division will head to Leizhou Bay to assist the 1st Regiment. Yes, General. Bai Qi was preparing to strike at the head. If Yanluo County were besieged, the Middle-South region's alliance would face a dire situation. Would the county lord choose to save the Alliance's army or his own territory? As for the North's challenges, Baiqi was not concerned. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, and with Mu Guiying's capabilities, she would not repeat the same mistake. Although the battle in Leizhou seemed unfavorable for Shanghai City, the end was near. Once both alliance armies were defeated, Leizhou would swiftly fall. Now, it would come down to whose plan was more skillfully executed. Just as Leizhou's situation was changing, thousands of miles away in Yanhuo, a new shift was brewing. On the morning of the third day of the 6th month, the salty sea breeze lifted the morning mist. At the borders of the Five-Finger Mountains, birds chirped from the treetops. Suddenly, the peace and quiet of the forest was shattered. Rumbling noises spread from within the forest. A while later, a red wave broke out and charged forth. Upon closer inspection, they were Li race warriors. Each soldier wore red armor and wielded either a pike or a hunting knife. They all had bows on their backs. Their faces were adorned with mysterious patterns drawn in an unknown ink. This was a battle for revenge. According to the tribal leaders, the invaders had taken their land. Moreover, the invaders had prevented them from hunting boars and leopards. They needed to use the enemy's blood to restore their honor. This time, the Li race tribes had gathered 60,000 troops. They had suddenly emerged from the mountains to attack the Tiger Legion. The troops advanced, sweeping everything in their path. They let out strange shouts as they moved, like hunters heading to claim their prey. The moment the army emerged from the forest, a signal bullet soared into the sky and burst. Like receiving an order, a signal bullet would rise every 2 to 3 kilometers. The signal bulbs formed a dragon that stretched from the Five-Finger Mountains to the base of the Tiger Legion. The entire process took less than 15 minutes. This time, the Li race army was hundreds of kilometers away. In the Tiger Region commander's tent, "Commander, the fish has taken the bait." The Major General of the 2nd Division, Dai Qin, entered the tent. Sun Bin remained calm, not even looking up from his book. "Stick to the plan," he said. "Yes, General." Dai Qin quickly left. In the mountain regiment base, the soldiers were conducting their drills. Among them, a few were not focused, including the Li race young tribe leader, Shanzhu. He had already used a mysterious method to contact his tribe. Today was the day they had agreed to attack. The Tiger Legion had set up their mountain regiment base, which was surrounded by walls, making it easy to patrol. Dai Qin rode his warhorse at the front of the group, followed by the guard unit soldiers. "General." The 2 colonels of the mountain regiment approached and bowed. They seemed confused and did not know what was happening. To keep matters secretive and confidential, these 2 had not been informed of the plan. "Gather the troops," Dai Qin ordered, without offering any explanation. "Yes, General." The 2 colonels turned and left. "Gather." The people of the regiment began to chatter. Among them were many soldiers connected to Shanzhu, who knew that today was the day. At this moment, any change would trigger their sensitive moods. They all turned to look at him. He felt a shiver down his spine and had a bad feeling. Despite his unease, he fell into formation with the other soldiers. No matter how slow the colonels were, they could sense the tension in the air. Their faces grew solemn and serious. "General, the mountain regiment has gathered." Dai Qin, riding his horse, said, "I order all of you to put down your weapons." The weapons for the mountain regiment were all tang blades. Since they were doing drills, they had brought their tang blades for practical training. The colonel shivered. Without asking any questions, they simply relayed the orders. "Everyone, put down your weapons. Return them to the armory." Hua. The group erupted into an uproar, and the unease began to grow. "Why must we put our weapons down?" "Yeah, what for?" Some soldiers responded unhappily. "Impudence." The colonel fumed and scolded, "This is an order. You have trained for so long. Have you forgotten the most basic discipline?" We don't want to. The soldiers continued to cause a commotion, ignoring the colonel. Their faces turned black. In front of the major general, their own troops were so undisciplined, causing them to lose face. Shanzhu, standing among them, also looked grim. His instincts told him that their operation had already been exposed. At this moment, putting down their weapons would mean certain death. With this realization, he tightened his grip on the tang blade, and his eyes turned cold. Seeing Shanzhu's resolve, more soldiers broke from the formation and rallied around him. Among those not by his side, faces turned ashen. Everyone knew something significant was about to happen. Are you all planning a rebellion? Daiqin rode up on his horse. Shanzhu stared at him, remaining silent. The air grew heavy, making it hard to breathe. A mutiny was imminent. Daiqin's face turned cold, and he waved his hand. In response, archers emerged from the wooden walls surrounding the camp. These archers were the cavalry of the 2nd Division, and tens of thousands of arrows were now aimed at the mountain regiment. Charge! The group fell into chaos once more. The faces of those supporting Shanzhu turned ashen. The situation was clear: if they acted, they would all die. Shanzhu's face was pale. He knew they had failed. Not only him, but his entire tribe had failed. Truly, it was ironic. It's amusing that he thought he was smart and did not realize he was being monitored. At this moment, he could only give it his all and try to salvage some dignity. Thinking about this, he raised the tang blade in his hand and loudly said, "Warriors, use the blood of the enemy to reclaim our honor. Are you willing to follow me in death? Die together. Die together." As expected from the hot-blooded youths of the tribe, Daiqin did not react. He moved the internal energy in his body, his voice spreading into the ears of everyone. "Shanzhu, is it?" "Yes." Shanzhu was prepared to give it his all. Daiqin shook his head. "To think the commander liked you. You're just a coward." "You." Shanzhu raged. "The honor of warriors cannot be taken away from us." "Stupid." Daiqin's voice buzzed in all their ears. "Your death here will be quick, but have you thought about your people? Wanting to be a hero without considering your tribe, what kind of hero are you?" When Shanzhu heard these words, his face grew even whiter. "Surrender, give your people a chance." Ding! The tang blade dropped to the floor with a crisp sound. The 2 mountain regiments, a total of 5,000 warriors, began to collect weapons and lock up the rebels. The military law division would try Shanzhu and the other key figures who fanned the flames. After addressing the internal threat, Daiqin led the 2nd Division to meet the 60,000 Li race army. Some bloodshed would be necessary to recruit them. After hearing Sun Bin's report, Ouyang Shua even dispatched the 3,000 palace guards to assist. To win against a larger force, the best strategy would naturally be to set a trap. As the Li race army approached the Tiger Legion camp, they saw a quiet and deserted camp. The commander of the army was Shanzhu's father, Yanhuo. "Leader, it looks like an empty camp," spoke a young warrior named Shanying, whose combat strength was second only to Shanzhu's. "Did the enemy escape?" "There's a chance this is a trap. The enemy is very cunning." "Then what should we do?" They started to debate, uncertain of the best course of action. The current scene was not what they had expected. Yanhuo frowned. "Shanying, take a squad and check it out." "Yes." Shanying was also very brave. He led 100 men and entered the camp. "Be careful of traps." Yanhuo was still worried and reminded Shanying. "Don't worry, Commander." Shanying and his men cautiously entered the camp. They looked around but saw no one. On the bare ground were empty rice sacks. Some were broken, with white rice grains scattered on the ground. There was also some meat, yellow beans, and the like. "Captain?" The members all looked toward Shanying. Let's search the houses. Shanning looked like a really arrogant fellow, but deep down, he was very careful. Understood. The soldiers focused and began searching house after house. 10 minutes later, they all returned. Reporting to the captain, no one here. No one. Nobody. Heh, those cowards must have escaped. Shanning laughed. Let's go back and report to the tribe leader. Yes. Shan Hu led the troops and waited outside the camp, but he did not hear any sounds of fighting. This made him a little worried. He didn't know what had happened to Shanning, who had not appeared. Just then, Shanning ran out. Leader. How is it? It's an empty camp. Grain and meat are scattered everywhere. They probably left in a hurry. Have you searched everywhere? Shan Hu was still concerned. We've searched it all. Even the houses are empty. Great. Shan Hu was pleased. He turned and said, Listen up, everyone. We will enter and rest for a day. Tomorrow, we will attack Yashan City. Great. The troops cheered, their morale soaring. The Tiger Legion camp was built to accommodate 4 divisions, so there was plenty of space for the 60,000 Li race soldiers. Seeing the rice and meat scattered around, the soldiers cheered. When they opened the granary and saw the stacked rice and meat, they were overjoyed. There was even wine in the corners of the granary. Wine, the love of the Li race tribe warriors. The smell of the wine made the soldiers drool. Tribe leader? Shanning took the lead, looking at Shan Hu expectantly. Shan Hu was also happy. Look at how hungry you all are. Tonight, we will have a feast. Great. The soldiers leaped up in joy. The smart ones had already run out of the granary to spread the news. Instantly, the camp bustled with excitement. Shan Hu kept his smile and pulled Shanning aside. He ordered, check if the grains have any drugs. Understood. That night, the camp was lively with noise and excitement. The warriors had fun singing, dancing, eating meat, and drinking wine. They continued until late at night. Finally, the warriors returned to their tents after their sergeants chided them. Only then did the camp slowly quiet down. Shan Hu was still worried. He arranged for troops to take shifts to prevent a sneak attack. Undoubtedly, his worries were unfounded. The entire night, not a single person appeared. This lasted until the middle of the night. At this time, it was so dark outside the camp that you could not even see your own hands. Finally, Shan Hu returned to the camp. In such darkness, if you were to attack, you would be just asking to lose. The huge camp started to quieten down until the sound of insects could be heard. One soldier after another started to climb out of their tents to look for a toilet. Since there were simply too many of them, a huge line formed. Some could not hold it in and found an empty spot to relieve themselves. All of a sudden, a huge stench filled the entire camp. As time passed, more and more soldiers shouted out in pain, running out to deal with their problems. Even Shan Hu was not an exception. Stupid Han racers, they are too cunning. Shan Hu held his stomach and yelled. Go, call Shanning. Shan Hu was furious. Ouch. Yes, sir. The soldier clutched his stomach as he went to find Shanning. A while later, Shanning rushed over, seeming weak and lacking energy. Didn't I ask you to check if there was any poison? When he saw Shanning, Shan Hu immediately scolded. Shanning pouted, replying innocently, we checked everything, from the grain to the meat. We even fed it to the animals. Then what is all this? Shan Hu was furious. The wine, Shanning replied confidently. It must be the wine. Wine. Shan Hu was stunned and instantly believed him. Damn it, I'll never drink wine again. It messes up everything. The guard beside him looked disbelieving. Who didn't know that the tribe leader treasured wine like his life? Leader, what should we do? What can we do? Yanhuo muttered. How many men didn't drink it? No one. The Li race warriors loved to drink, and all of them knew how to consume alcohol. Those with poor alcohol tolerance would even be laughed at. Thus, the entire army was tricked. They had drunk more than 1,000 vases of wine. That night, the army kept going to the toilet. Some even decided to relieve themselves on the empty ground. Overnight, the entire army became weak. The next day, the entire camp was horribly smelly. The next day, when the second division surrounded them, the soldiers all covered their noses. It was simply too smelly. Daiqin rode his horse, and upon seeing the scene, he truly admired and respected Sun Bin. Rush in and capture them all. Yes, General. During wartime, their battle tactics and discipline were evident. Moments ago, they had been covering their noses, but when ordered to charge, it was as if they had no noses. They charged inexpressionlessly. The Li race soldiers were now weak. Faced with the Shanghai army, they simply surrendered. Seeing that things had proceeded smoothly, Wang Feng, who had followed behind the army, bid farewell to Sun Bin. General, I'll take my leave. Sun Bin, sitting in his wheelchair, laughed. Go, and thank the Lord for me. Just like that, the once strong and menacing 60,000-man Li race army was taken down. After locking them up, Sun Bin's first order was to clean the camp. It took a full day of cleaning to get rid of the smell. Yanhuo, Shanying, and the other main members were brought into the commander's tent. They had resentful looks on their faces. Why, unhappy? Despicable. Yanhuo's eyes were as big as a cow's. If you all had really stayed hidden in the Five-Finger Mountains, I wouldn't have done anything. But you chose to come out, so I have 100 ways to beat you. Do you believe me? Stop bragging. Yanhuo didn't care. Sun Bin shook his head and turned to the guard. Bring him in. Yes. Quickly, Yanhuo and the scar-faced man were brought into the tent. Yanhuo was stunned. However, a flash of joy crossed his eyes. He had thought that, in such a situation, Yanhuo was most likely dead. He didn't expect him to still be alive and well. Father. Yanhuo said solemnly, his face full of guilt. How is it? Do you still have confidence in defeating us? Sun Bin asked. Hen. Yanhuo knew that since Yanhuo was exposed, his plan had failed long ago. However, he still insisted, we aren't afraid of you in real combat. To his surprise, Sun Bin nodded. I believe that. Yanhuo was stunned. The young man in front of him was truly strange. On the battlefield, what matters is the outcome. And the outcome is that we won and you lost. Am I right? Yanhuo, stunned, furiously replied, if you want to kill me, just do as you wish. Why would I kill you? Sun Bin naturally wouldn't do such a stupid thing. The position and significance Yanhuo held among the Li race aboriginals were exceptional. If they really killed him, Yashan City would become mortal enemies with the Li race. In such a scenario, it would be impossible to recruit them. Then release me. Since he saw that his life was in no danger, Yanhuo grew arrogant once again. Release you? Impossible. Sun Bin had been reading war texts and learned of Zhuge Liang, who captured and released Meng Huo 7 times. He naturally wouldn't do something so foolish that wasted time and energy. You. Yanhuo was furious. What exactly do you want? Cooperation. Cooperation? That's right. No, our Li race lives here. We definitely won't cooperate with you Han people. Yanhuo was defiant. He had a strong sense of distrust toward Han people. Sun Bin shook his head in regret. You won't cooperate? Then I have no choice but to kill all of you. I really want to see how the old and sick left in the mountains can fight against us. It was easy for Sun Bin to speak these words, but his description sent a shiver down their spines. No, kill us if you wish. The Li race doesn't have any cowards. Yanhuo remained adamant. Even after hitting a wall, he refused to back down. Good, what guts you have. Sun Bin nodded. His face suddenly turned cold. Men. Present. 4 guards walked into the room. Drag them all out and behead them for all to see. Yes, General. The guards dragged Yanhuo and the other 2 out. Yanhuo was stunned. Just a moment ago, this young general was so relaxed. Next, he was so cold and vicious, the speed at which he changed was totally unexpected. The Han people are really too cunning. A tinge of regret flashed through his heart. However, it was impossible for him to admit his mistake. Stop. The one who spoke up was Yanhuo's son, Yanzhou. When he saw that the situation was not right, Yanzhou regained his composure. If no one spoke up, it would not just be them, the entire tribe would be dragged into this. Compared to Yanhuo, Yanzhou was younger and his thinking was more open. Especially after living in the military for a time, the experience made him realize the excitement of life. Being cooped up in the tribe was like sitting in a well and looking at the sky. While locked up, he kept thinking, how should the tribe proceed? Is walking out of the mountains really a mistake? Even if he did not consider other matters, just the Han people's art of war attracted him. Speak. Sun Bin waved his hand to stop the guards. He just wanted to scare Yanhuo, he would not really kill them. 60,000 people, Sun Bin was definitely not such a cold-blooded killer. When Yanzhou heard this response, he turned and said, Father, I feel that we should hear them out before making a decision. Yanzhou was at a loss, he had to take into account his father's face. Yanhuo gave a loud hum, which was a silent acceptance of his proposal. Yanzhou looked toward Sun Bin, how do we cooperate? Yanzhou felt really complicated about Sun Bin. Yanzhou treated him as an enemy but also looked at him with respect. Especially after he heard Daiqin say that Sun Bin had high hopes for him, those words made him feel even more conflicted. As for the specifics, I have no power to decide. You must speak with the Lord. Sun Bin was only a general and naturally did not have the authority to make such decisions. Although the Lord had granted him considerable power, Sun Bin knew his limits and would not overstep them. To do so would be a grave offense. Adhering to the rules and respecting the boundaries of power were the principles of every great leader and general. Very well. General, please bring us to the Lianzhou Lord. When in someone else's domain, one must know their place. For some reason, Yanzhou's mind drifted to the memory of his first meeting with the Lianzhou Lord. What lay ahead? The next day, under Sun Bin's escort, Yanhuo and Yanzhou teleported to Shanghai City to meet Ouyang Shua. Upon receiving the news, Ouyang Shua awaited them in the main hall. As they were still prisoners, they were brought in bound. When Ouyang Shua saw this, he said, Welcome, guests from afar. Men, release their ropes. Yes, Lord. Marquis? Sun Bin was a bit apprehensive. He knew how powerful Yanzhou was and feared that he might try to fight his way out once untied. Don't worry. Ouyang Shua smiled confidently. Though Yanzhou was strong, Ouyang Shua was not concerned with his current strength. Guards were also on standby outside, just in case. When the guards heard his orders, they freed the prisoners. As the guards stepped back, Yanzhou considered taking the Lord hostage. However, seeing Ouyang Shua's steady and imposing figure, a shiver ran down his spine. He realized he could not gauge his opponent's true strength. When he saw Yanzhou not causing any problems, Sun Bin heaved a sigh of relief. Ouyang Shua did not mind and smiled, Please sit. Both of them sat down, with Sun Bin facing Ouyang Shua. The 4 directors were in Leizhou now, so it was not convenient for them to come over. Since the 2 of them had entered the main hall, they judged Ouyang Shua and realized he was not ordinary. After fighting and killing beasts in the mountains, they had acute, beast-like senses. Based on their instincts alone, they could feel the strength and killing intent from the Lianzhou lord. It was as if they were facing the king of the mountains and forests, feeling totally restricted. With Ouyang Shuo's memories returned, the killing aura from his last life had started to influence him. The Yellow Emperor internal cultivation technique locked down this aura, while the killing aura stimulated the devil bloodline. If Ouyang Shuo was not paying attention, this killing aura would leak out. Their auras totally suppressed, they lost all their confidence. They were up against a lord they could not take lightly. Before the meeting, Ouyang Shuo did not discuss the Li race tribes. Instead, he described the life of the mountain barbarians and the grassland tribes in Lianzhou. When Shanzhu and Shanhu heard his description, they felt awed. Not mentioning the grassland tribes, the mountain barbarians were a tribe equal to the Li race tribe. Since the Lianzhou lord could recruit them, it showed he was a true ruler. If it was just as the Lianzhou lord had stated, getting off the mountains would be a great idea. Shanzhu was delighted, he felt that his decision was correct. Looking at the shocked expressions of the two, Ouyang Shuo added, "If you have doubts, you can visit Lianzhou Prefecture to see if what I'm saying is true. Then, we can proceed with our discussion." Shanzhu and Shanhu exchanged glances and stepped forward. "We can trust the Lord," they said. "Great." Ouyang Shuo smiled. Sun Bin, sitting to the side, felt amazed at how easily the Lord had persuaded them. It was decided in the meeting that the more than 20 tribes would move into Yashan City. They would end their hunting lifestyle and become farmers, establishing settlements west of the city, organized by tribe. According to the territory's strategy, each tribe would be granted free land, farming tools, and a month's supply of grain and resources. If they needed additional grain, they could borrow it from the city granary. To accommodate those who were unwilling to farm, Yashan City built its first subsidiary territory, Ningyuan Town, at the foot of the Five-Finger Mountains. Ningyuan Town would serve as a base for adventure mode players entering the mountains, as Yashan City was too far away to provide convenient restocking and replenishment. The future prosperity of Ningyuan Town seemed promising. Ouyang Shuo naturally did not intend to keep all 60,000 of the surrendered troops. Most would be sent back to their tribes to become farmers. In line with the strategy of maintaining an elite army, Ouyang Shuo instructed Sun Bin to form 3 mountain regiments from the best of their forces. Together with the current 2, they formed a mountain division, which became the 3rd division of the Tiger Legion. The major general position would be left empty temporarily. Shanzhu, favored by Sun Bin, became the deputy major general and colonel of the 1st regiment. Meanwhile, Shenying became the colonel of the 2nd regiment. With Shanzhu's successful appointment, Shanhu felt less doubtful. Toward Ouyang Shuo, Shanzhu felt truly grateful. Name, Shanzhu, gold rank. Identity, Tiger Legion 3rd Division Deputy Major General, 1st Regiment Colonel. Occupation, Intermediate General. Loyalty, 75. Command, 55. Force, 85. Intelligence, 45. Politics, 40. Specialty, God-given strength, raises troops' fighting power by 15%. Cultivation method, none. Equipment, none. Evaluation, the bravest warrior of the Li race, born with God-given strength. As expected of someone with a God-given talent. Without any training, he became an intermediate general. After some instruction from Sun Bin, Ouyang Shuo expected Shanzhu to advance to an advanced general. As for the cultivation method issue, Ouyang Shuo immediately thought of the technique Erlai trained in. If there was an opportunity, he would ask Erlai to teach Shanzhu. With this, the south of Cheongzhou Island was finally at peace. The population of Yashan City had grown to over 160,000. Based solely on this battle, Binger's merit points had risen quickly, she is now a rank 2 earl. On the same day, Yashan City became a grade 2 county. Meanwhile, the Battle of Leizhou entered a crucial stage. Leizhou, Tanmu County, an originally unattractive, humble, and small city became the focal point of the entire Battle of Leizhou. Overnight, the once prosperous small city swiftly fell apart due to war. Death lingered in the air, and the bustling commercial streets became a desolate wasteland. The once clean stone floors were now dirty and chipped, smeared with pools of blood. In the drains on both sides, bodies had piled up, their faces hastily covered without proper burial. The fire had burned down the shop walls, destroying the carvings and paintings. Parts of the buildings had collapsed, and smoke from the embers billowed. All this depicted the cruelty of war. Under the orange-setting sun, Huwei stood on the city wall, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. A full day and night of attacks had passed. The Shanghai army, trapped in the streets to the south, still stood strong, resolute like a mountain. Huwei had tried every method: live fires, sneak attacks, night raids, but none of these strategies were effective. The enemy troops were like the undead, their stubbornness alarming. No matter what, they would not budge. The north side of Leizhou had also formed an alliance, which reduced the danger on that side. However, it also meant that his lord, Yanhuo Yaonie, failed to recruit any new members. The north and south were separated, fighting for themselves. To survive, one could not afford to act noble. Yanhuo Yaonie begged the Northern Alliance for assistance to help Tanmu County and destroy one side of the enemy. The reply he received was, "Why don't the southern troops teleport to Gontang County instead?" Yanhuo Yaonie was left speechless. Not everyone possessed the same courage and strategic foresight as him. Before being pushed to the wall, people would only think of their own interests. After a full day, only 2 territories joined the Southern Alliance, bringing their numbers to 10,000 men. Yanhuo Yaonie sent word that there would be no more reinforcements. Huwei could not afford to wait any longer. He began launching successive attacks on the enemy, knowing that the Shanghai city cavalry was rushing day and night to Tanmu County. The army's stubbornness exceeded Huwei's expectations. He could not imagine how a female general had trained a group of hot-blooded men to become so strong and resolute. The war's balance was starting to tilt in the enemy's favor. Men. Present. Send my orders, retreat. The army will rest for the night. Tomorrow morning, we will launch our final assault. Huwei was like a compulsive gambler, deciding to bet it all. Yes, General. Following the hurried bell sounds, the Alliance army pulled back like a flood. Phew. Fan Lihua let out a sigh of relief. General, from the look of their formation, they won't attack us tonight, the 2nd Regiment Colonel, Liaokai, observed. Fan Lihua nodded. Even so, we cannot let our guard down. Understood. Call over Zhou Yan. It's his turn. General? Liaokai was astonished, his eyes flashing with excitement. General Luo has already sent word. The reinforcements will arrive by noon. The Military Intelligence Division used the intel network formed by Feng birds to send crucial information quickly and efficiently. That's fantastic. Liaokai felt very moved. Finally, the tough days for the 1st Division would come to an end. Go. Fan Lihua waved him off. Yes, General. Zhou Yan, a general since the start of the Shanghai territory, was the colonel of the 1st Regiment. His men were all sword-shield soldiers, forming the core force during the day's battle. The reason the 1st Division had lasted this long was due to them. Unlike Liaokai, who was flexible and intelligent, Zhou Yan was a straightforward, brave, and fierce general. He rushed over, his armor and helmet stained with blood, and the tang blade in his hand was still dripping. If one didn't know better, they might think he had crawled out of hell. However, the soldiers around him displayed no fear, instead, they revered and worshipped him. Ordinary soldiers respected such brave and powerful generals the most. General. Zhou Yan smiled and bowed. Fan Lihua nodded, not at all bothered by Zhou Yan's appearance. Although she was a woman, she had been through countless battles as a general. Such a minor detail did not faze her. This composure alone was enough to astonish all the men of the First Division. Even Zhao Yan did not dare to overstep in front of Fan Lihua. Go clean up and select 500 elite soldiers. Follow the plan. Zhu Yan's eyes lit up as he yelled, "Understood, I will certainly complete the mission. Remember, the success or failure of this entire battle rests on you," Fan Lihua instructed solemnly. "General, don't worry, there will be no mistakes." "There are, you can take my head." Fan Lihua nodded and waved him off, "Go and prepare." "Yes, General." Zhao Yan bowed once more before he walked out confidently. Under the cover of night, Zhao Yan led 500 of the 1st Regiment's elite members to sneak out from behind some shops. They vanished into the night sky. The Alliance army, preoccupied with preparing for the battle the next day, failed to notice this. _6th month, 5th day, morning, the most important day in the Battle of Leizhou had arrived. Early in the morning, the Alliance army gathered once more. 50,000 troops surged from all directions toward the enemy camp in a relentless assault. The Alliance army commander, Huwei, had given the orders, this attack must succeed. All soldiers would either die on the battlefield or step on the bodies of the enemy and move forward. There was no third option. Those who tried to escape would be killed. For this, Huwei had specially set up a supervision squad to follow behind the soldiers and eliminate anyone who tried to flee. The brutal military order made the Alliance army soldiers shiver in fear. They had to give it their all this time, they had to succeed. Kill. 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 At a hidden location, Luo Shixin led the 2nd Division of the Dragon Legion to rush over. Suddenly, driven by his instinct as a general, he raised his head and looked at Tanmu County in astonishment. He could feel a strong, oppressive killing aura enveloping the city. This definitely was not a good sign. Luo Shixin spurred his horse and shouted, "Speed up." "Yes, General." Huwei stepped out onto the city wall once more. This time, he did not head to the commander's seat but stood beside the war drums. He took the sticks and helped to smack the war drums, raising the morale of the troops. The thunderous war drums reverberated throughout the city. Kill. 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 With the tempo of the drums, the 50,000-strong Alliance army attacked from both sides of the streets. Many archers appeared on the roofs, aiming their arrows at the enemy base. This battle of life and death had officially begun. Southside Army Base _. Fan Lihua still looked confident, which reassured all the soldiers. "General, they are attacking." Liao Kai walked over. Fan Lihua remained expressionless. This colonel always liked to spout meaningless words. She did not turn around and calmly said, "Is everything prepared with Zhao Yan?" At 3 a.m., the phone bird sent a message. "They told us that everything is done." "Great." Fan Lihua was relieved. "Tell the soldiers to defend until noon." "Yes, General." This was the Tiger Legion's hardest battle so far. Since they were too deep inside enemy territory, their logistics and supplies were cut off. They had no food, only using the rice they found to make pots of porridge. Even the water was dug up from the drains. The soldiers lacked medical supplies. They had used up their entire stock due to the many injuries. Now, they could not even find a clean bandage. Despite this, the 1st Division continued to fight valiantly. They could endure because their general ate the same food and drank the same dirty water as they did. Following such a general, they did not mind dying for her. Under the pressure of the Alliance army, the 1st Division was pushed back. To achieve this, the Alliance army had paid a heavy price. Every step forward, hundreds died. It was hard to imagine that the casualty ratio was 1 to 5. When he thought about how the enemy, despite having no supplies, could still hold on so well, even Huwei was filled with respect. They were men who deserved respect, a true elite force. Although there were heavy casualties, Huwei felt increasingly relaxed. The tide of the war now favored them. Any price was worth it as long as they could annihilate the enemy. Huwei beat the drums and continued to rally his troops. The longer the battle dragged on, the more intense it became. At 11 a.m., outside the county, the sound of thundering hooves suddenly echoed. Huwei, on the city wall, felt a shiver run down his spine. Not good. How had the enemy reinforcements arrived so quickly? Pressed for time, Huwei couldn't afford to think too much. Luckily, he was a general with vast experience. He knew that the worst-case scenario you could predict often had the highest chance of happening. If you predicted the situation to turn very bad, it would be that bad. Thus, Huwei had positioned a 2,000-man army near the city. With them defending, the cavalry reinforcements could not breach the city gates. As long as they destroyed the southern army before the reinforcements broke through the gate, the situation would remain under their control. Huwei had this confidence. However, this confidence did not last long. In less than half an hour, a messenger ran over in a panic. His face was ashen white as he exclaimed, "General, it's bad. The enemy reinforcements are in the city." "What?" Huwei freaked out, his body trembled, and he nearly lost his footing. He instantly dashed forward and grabbed the messenger by the collar. He scolded, "Bullsh**t. The city gate has 2,000 troops defending it. How could it fall so fast? I'll kill you for faking military intel." As he spoke, he reached for the sword at his waist. Huwei's actions left the poor messenger petrified. His neck was restrained, and he could not breathe. A shiver ran down his spine. This time, he was dead. "General, General." Luckily, a guard rushed over and saved the messenger. These words alerted Huwei, and he came to his senses. He tried to calm himself down. With a slightly shaking voice, he asked, "How was the city gate broken?" The messenger took 2 quick breaths, and his red face slowly returned to normal. He looked at Huwei guiltily. Then, he carefully said, "The enemy hid a small force that the defense could not adapt to. Under the attack from both inside and outside, the gate fell quickly. The ones hidden inside the city were naturally Zhao and the 500 elites. Last night, Zhao had led his troops to infiltrate the civilians near the city gate. The moment Luo Shixin's forces arrived, they immediately charged out." Hidden troops? Huwei was really smart. He managed to figure out what had happened. "We were careless." Huwei did not expect the enemy to still hide a unit in such a desperate situation. This battle, Huwei had lost. He had totally lost. A huge sense of failure overwhelmed him. He felt as if his soul had left his body. "General, what should we do now?" "How?" Huwei muttered. After a long while, he finally managed to force out the words, "Let's surrender." Huwei did not want the soldiers to die for nothing. Fighting on no longer held any meaning. There was a moment of silence. Like jumping from heaven and right into hell, this kind of feeling was really uncomfortable. "Let's surrender." Huwei repeated his words once more. This time, his tone was a lot more resolute. "Lord, I've failed you." In his eyes, a desire for death flashed out. The rumbling of horses echoed on the streets. It was a total nightmare for the Alliance army that was attacking. The Iron Cavalry charged in from afar, knocking people from the back and sending them flying forward. In just a moment, the Alliance army suffered heavy casualties. Luckily, this nightmare arrived fast and ended fast too. In less than 10 minutes, white flags hung from the city wall. The Alliance army soldiers immediately threw down the weapons in their hands. They were afraid of being slaughtered by accident. Compared to the sad and terrible state of the Alliance army, the South Side troops were naturally celebrating. They had accomplished it. They had held on under the attacks of 50,000 men. as expected of the 1st Division of the Tiger Legion. After celebrating, a huge sense of tiredness and lethargy overcame them. In order to prevent night assaults from the enemy, the soldiers had not experienced a good night's sleep for a full 2 days. Some of them did not care about the blood and gore on the battlefield. They just directly fell asleep. The soldiers used the corpses on the battlefield as pillows. When Luo Shixin led his troops and arrived, this strange scene greeted him. As the Alliance army surrendered, the Battle of Tanmu County ended in Shanghai City's complete victory. Fan Lihua stood on the devastated battlefield, her face devoid of any hint of joy. This victory had been too hard fought. During the battle, the 1st Division of the Tiger Legion lost 3,000 soldiers, including 1 colonel and 6 majors. With the injured, the casualty count approached 1/3. This was the first time since the formation of Shanghai City's army that a colonel had died. The list was heavy. The fallen colonel was the 1st Division Cavalry Regiment Colonel Li Mingliang. Li Mingliang was a long-serving general, having been utilized by Ouyang Shua since the establishment of Shanghai Village, rising from sergeant to captain, major, and finally to colonel. No one had expected him to fall in the Battle of Tanmu County. The atmosphere on the battlefield was truly somber. Seeing the situation, Luo Shixin led the troops to secure the prisoners. Of the 50,000 Alliance soldiers, only 30,000 remained, many of whom were injured and needed to be retired. In the final stages of the battle, the monitoring squad had executed thousands. This battle had been brutally intense. Fan Lihua, a resolute female general, felt the weight of the moment but soon regained her composure. She ordered the prisoners to be rounded up, the wounded to be treated, and the battlefield to be cleared. Additionally, they had to complete the occupation of Tanmu County, restore order, and implement military rule. Post-war tasks were indeed complex. Lord Tanmu, Pazwazi, had already fled when Luo Shixin and his troops attacked. Among the prisoners, the one with the highest profile was still Huwei. When she had time, Fan Lihua specially paid him a visit. On the city wall, Huwei had tried to kill himself, but the guards stopped him. When Fan Lihua received the news, she immediately sent men to monitor Huwei to prevent him from killing himself. It was not easy to capture him. If she let him die, Fan Lihua did not know how she would have the face to see the Lord. When all the lords received the battle report, there was absolute silence. Everyone was clear that the mid-south region of Leizhou was lost, and there was no way to recover it. Some of the lords did not wait for the Shanghai City army to arrive, they just took all their assets and left. The entire mid-south region of Leizhou was thrown into chaos. Some raiders even took the chance to raid the territories. Leizhou desperately needed a lord to restore order. That afternoon, the 1st Guards Regiment arrived outside Yanhuo County. The lord, Yanhuo Yaonie, had already received the news of the Alliance army's defeat. In contrast to the other lords who surrendered, Yanhuo Yaonie's method was a bit weird. He directly exited the city to surrender. When the 1st Regiment saw his actions, they felt a little hesitant. They were afraid of a trap. The lesson that the South Side forces learned was still clear in their minds. The ones who were responsible for that event were right in front of them. When Yanhuo Yaonie saw the 1st Regiment not move forward, he did not make any astonishing move. He simply brought out Baoshuda and carried the Lord's stamp to surrender. Upon seeing that, the 1st Regiment finally put aside their worries and entered the city. Weirdly enough, he did not leave. Instead, he moved into a mansion beside the Lord's manor with his man, Baoshuda. The colonel of the 1st Regiment did not make any decisions. After occupying the county, he reported everything that had happened to the main camp and waited for further instructions. This wait lasted for a full half-month. As the Battle of Tanmu County concluded, Baichi was also extremely busy. Battle reports were handed to him almost every hour, some inquiring about logistics, others about prisoners, and some about the next steps. However, Baichi could not leave these reports unattended, he had to personally approve them. At such a critical time, how could he concern himself with minor matters? The reports piled up on his desk, and no one had the chance to inquire about them. As the Alliance army was defeated, Luo Shixin continued north to assist the northern troops. In the Mid-South region, Fan Lihua was tasked with cleaning up all the loose ends. Under his leadership, the 1st Division of the Tiger Legion advanced at a pace of 1 city per day. In just a week, they cleared the Mid-South region of all raiders, who fled in all directions. The once chaotic Mid-South region quickly quieted down. The various officers and officials who took over the cities complained to their superiors about being overwhelmed. However, the 4 directors had no time to listen to their complaints. They were far busier than their subordinates, investigating scholars, appointing officials, dealing with prisoners, and calming the masses. They were so busy that they barely had time to eat, often doing so while listening to reports and giving instructions simultaneously. Fan Jingyan was busy, but Du Ruhui was frightened. The entire 1st Division was occupied with clearing out raiders and securing territories. They had taken between 60 to 70,000 prisoners, but only 1 regiment was looking after them. When he thought about this, Du Ruhui was so worried that he could not fall asleep. His officials were extremely busy in Leizhou, while Ouyang Shua, as the Lord, was lazing around in Shanghai City, with no intentions of helping out. As Luo Shixin's troops moved north, the battles there were simple and easy. They easily helped the Guards Division clear the middle of Leizhou. Following this, both forces moved further north. By the time the troops reached the Northern Army, the entire North region was already cleared. Only then did the North Alliance regret not listening to Yanhuo Yaonie's suggestion. They had all suffered as a result. The loss of the Tanmu County Alliance army was like the first domino to fall, after which the entire Leizhou region's battle situation collapsed. Although Wei Zhang was a great general, he could only surrender when faced with 3 divisions. The battle lasted until almost the end of the 6th month before Leizhou was completely taken. Leizhou was about to welcome a new ruler. On the 20th day of the 6th month, Ouyang Shua arrived in Leizhou. He convened an administrative and military meeting in Leishang County to plan the post-battle arrangements. Bai Nanpu stood behind him. In the main hall, Commander-in-Chief Baiqi sat at the head of the table on the left side, with the 4 major generals behind him. On the right sat the 4 directors, no one else was present. As soon as the meeting began, Bai Nanpu read out a series of rewards. Dragon Legion's 2nd Division swept across the plains from south to north. Major General Luo Shixin is awarded the title of Yinyang General for his contributions and bravery. The soldiers of the 2nd Division will also receive rewards. Luo Shixin stepped forward and knelt on one knee, emotionally saying, "Thank you, Lord, for the reward." During the Battle of Tanmu County, if the 2nd Division had not rushed their troops over the limit, the war might have ended differently. Their contributions to the battle were undeniable, and receiving the title of Yinyang General was well deserved. Dragon Legion's 4th Division fought valiantly, sweeping the North region. Major General Mu Guiying is awarded the title of Shenwei General for her contributions and bravery. The soldiers of the 4th Division will also receive rewards. Mu Guiying stepped forward to express her gratitude. Dragon Legion's 1st Division turned a difficult situation around, sweeping the South region. Major General Fan Lihua is awarded the title of Zhao Lai General for her contributions and bravery. The soldiers of the 1st Division will also receive rewards. Fan Lihua stepped forward to thank Ouyang Shua, but her expression seemed a bit strained. Of the 3 forces sent out, only her troops were ambushed. How could she not feel embarrassed? At this point, the 4 major generals who participated in the Battle of Leizhou were all given titles. After the rewards, the 4 directors reported on the post-war situation. The first to report was naturally the Military Affairs Director, Du Ruhui. In the Battle of Leizhou, the 4 divisions lost a total of 6,400 men. 7,500 have suffered light injuries, while 1,500 are heavily injured. After hearing the injury report, Ouyang Shua frowned. He had not expected Leizhou to be such a tough nut to crack. He would need to pay around 20,000 gold solely for post-war compensations. Du Ruhui continued, the Military Affairs Department rounded up a total of 114,300 prisoners. Among them, 15,000 are heavily injured and plan to retire. They had captured over 100,000 prisoners and needed to quickly arrange jobs for them. Otherwise, they would incur a sky-high sum. How is the quality of the prisoners? Ouyang Shua asked. When Du Ruhui heard this question, he solemnly replied, not so optimistic. The war prisoners, out of all the captives, are mostly city protection forces. As a result, they lack experience. The worst part is that after the battle, some of them have already developed a hatred of war. Forcing them to stay wouldn't be a good choice. Ouyang Shua nodded. Since that's the case, choose the elite. Retire those who don't pass or hate fighting. Understood. Ouyang Shua paused, then raised his head. Out of the prisoners, split them into two types. One for city protection and the other for wilderness fighting. Ouyang Shua turned his head and looked at Fan Zhongyan. Leizhou will become Leizhou Prefecture. The 5 Grade 3 counties will form the core of 3 houses, Leishan House, Hunshan House, Haiyan House, Gonteng House, and Yanluo House. The remaining 23 counties will be divided according to region into the 5 houses. Fan Zhongyan nodded solemnly. This time, they needed to appoint 1 governor, 5 prefects, and 22 county magistrates all at once. Ouyang Shua looked at Du Ruhui. Based on the Shanghai city arrangement, each county will have 1 city protection unit, each house will have a city protection regiment, and the prefecture will have a garrison division. Considering all factors, the defense forces alone will require 37,000 people. As for the wilderness fighting forces, form 2 divisions. One will be the 4th Division under the Tiger Legion, and the other will be a temporary independent 1st Division. Du Ruhui nodded. According to the Lord's arrangement, 36,000 people would be out of jobs. These individuals would become reserve forces, and the costs to reduce the army would be another significant expense. Ouyang Shua turned to Baiqi and Du Ruhui. For the 3 major general positions, do you two have any recommendations? During this battle, they had captured 3 historical generals, Suiguei, Wei Zhang, and Bai Lisher. The issue lay in the suitability of using fallen generals as major generals. Which general would command which division? Among the 3 divisions, the position of the garrison division was the lowest. Additionally, the newly formed Tiger Legion 3rd Division also lacked a major general. The way he saw it, they lacked generals. The main hall suddenly became quiet. This was the first time Ouyang Shua had sought their opinions on selecting a major general, rather than making the decision alone. Du Ruhui looked at Baiqi and said, Lord, regarding the choice of major general for the garrison division, I think it's best to select one of the colonels. That makes sense, Ouyang Shua nodded. The Leizhou Garrison Division would oversee Leizhou Prefecture, handling all defense matters and a hidden mission to suppress lawlessness and chaos. In such circumstances, appointing a Leizhou general would not be suitable. The role of Major General in the Garrison Division seemed insignificant but was actually crucial. Ouyang Shua looked at Baiqi. For the position of Garrison Division Major General, we should choose from the colonels who performed well in battle. Who do you think is the most suitable? As the overall commander of the Leizhou battle, Baiqi naturally had the final say. The 4 other major generals, upon hearing this, nervously watched Baiqi, knowing that if the promoted colonel came from their division, it would be a great honor. Baiqi took a deep breath and slowly said, I believe the 1st Regiment Colonel of the 1st Division, Zhao Yan, is a suitable choice. Very well. It's settled, then. This time, Ouyang Shua fully agreed with Baiqi's choice. After settling the matter of the Major General of the Garrison Division, Ouyang Shua had some rough plans regarding the arrangements of Chao Guei and the other 2, Zhao Huwei will be the Major General of the 3rd Division. Bai Lishur will be the Major General of the 4th Division of the Tiger Legion, while Wei Zhang will be the Major General of the Independent Division. Yes, General. Du Ruhui supported these appointments. The 3rd Division was the Mountain Division. They had a good Deputy Major General in Shanzhou, but they lacked a little in terms of strategic ability. Hence, placing the military strategist Zhao Huwei there was a good move. 2 of them, one strategic and one stormy in martial arts, the perfect match. Seeing this, it seemed like the Lord had really high hopes for Shanzhou. He even arranged such a good teacher for him. Lord, talking about Zhao Huwei, I have something to report. Speak. After we captured Zhao Huwei, he has tried to kill himself many times. It will not be easy to persuade him and make him willingly serve you, Du Ruhui said. Oh. Such a thing happened? Ouyang Shuo raised his eyebrows. It seems like the Lord of Zhao Huwei is someone amazing, making his men so loyal. If I don't remember wrongly, he's a general of Yanhuo County. That's right. The Lord is called Yanhuo Yaonie. He also has a civil servant known as Bao Shuya. The one who spoke these words was Administration Director, Fan Zhongyan. This is interesting, Leizhou actually has some hidden dragons. Ouyang Shuo smiled. Are there other captured civil servants apart from Bao Shuya? Yes. Fan Zhongyan nodded. There's also He Shiwen and Zhang Wenzhong. Oh. Ouyang Shuo did not have much of an impression of these two. This was because countless people gained a certain degree of fame during the Warring States period. I know a bit about these two. Unlike Ouyang Shuo, Fan Zhongyan read books for pleasure, so he knew a lot about history. Oh. Please tell. Zhang Wenzhong was from the Lu state and worked with 4 lords. He is open-thinking, he abolished passes to increase commerce and trade. He is also well-versed and not afraid to learn new things. Ouyang Shuo nodded. This person seemed like an excellent civil servant. Shiwen is a musician and can be considered a master during that period. Fan Zhongyan gave a simple introduction of Shiwen, as he knew the Lord would not be particularly interested. As expected, Ouyang Shuo only nodded. A musician could only be sent to the Sinan University to teach, they would not be of much use. Just as Fan Zhongyan introduced the two, Baiqi wore a strange expression. Only after talking about Yanhuo County did Baiqi recall a battle report he had tossed in a corner. He had an amazing memory. After just one glance, he roughly remembered everything. The colonel of the 1st Regiment of the Guards Division had reported that Yanhuo County was peculiar. The most peculiar part was their lord. When he thought about this, Baiqi said, Lord, to convince Zhao Huwei, the words must come from Lord Yanhuo Yaonie. How so? Baiqi repeated the essence of the battle report. Such a bizarre thing actually happened? This news piqued Ouyang Shuo's interest. It seems I have to go and meet this lord. Even without mentioning Yanhuo Yaonie, Ouyang Shuo was very interested in Bao Shuya. After listening to Baiqi, Ouyang Shuo thought about the matter and said, Men. Present. Bring a group of men to Yanhuo County. Bring Yanhuo Yaonie and Bao Shuya to Leizhou City. Yes, Lord. Fan Zhongyan's eyes focused. Lord, are you going to make Leizhou City the main governing area of Leizhou? Exactly. Out of the 5 houses, Leizhou City and Yanhuo City were both centrally located in Leizhou, making both suitable. However, compared to Leizhou City, Yanhuo City was better developed. It was unexpected for the Lord to choose Leizhou City. The governing body of an entire prefecture was truly important. Ouyang Shuo did not bother to explain his decision and said, Receive my orders. Bao Shuya will be the Leizhou Prefecture Governor, Zhang Wenzhong the Lianzhou Prefecture Broken Blade House Prefect, and Zhou Haichen will move to become the Leishan House Prefect. A light bulb lit up in Fan Zhongyan's mind. So, that was the reason. Bao Shuya taking the position of governor was not too surprising. He had the ability to rule a prefecture. Of course, this was partly due to the territory lacking talent. Even so, he had to be appointed away from Yanluo County, necessitating the sacrifice of Yanluo County and the decision not to choose it. Governance was just that cruel. At the same time, the Lord sent Zhou Haichen, whom he trusted, to Leishan House to keep an eye on Baoshuya. He trusted him but also kept a watch on him. It seemed contradictory, but it was a genius idea. Ouyang Shuo continued, the other 4 prefects will be chosen from Leizhou civil servants. Of the 22 county magistrates, half will be from Leizhou, while the other half will come from Lianzhou. Yes, my lord. With that, they had resolved the local interests while promoting officials from the main camp at the same time. Some of them would also bring over the ruling methods of Lianzhou Prefecture. Based on Fan Zhengyin's words, Leizhou Prefecture had a group of decent officials. They were appointed roles in their original territories and were the right hands of their lords. Ouyang Shuo would naturally make use of these officials. Of course, he could not avoid the most basic crisscross appointment. Apart from that, the Internal Affairs Department would strictly investigate and monitor them. At this point, Ouyang Shuo had settled the prefecture matters in just a few sentences. It might seem casual, but he had actually already set up the basic structure and principle. The administration department would perform the necessary tasks. Fan Zhongyan certainly had the ability to implement these matters. After discussing the official matters, Financial Director Cui Yingyu took over. Ouyang Shuo raised his head. When he saw Cui Yingyu's bitter face, he roughly guessed that the economic situation looked bad. Originally, the economy of the Leizhou Prefecture could be called barely passable. However, this whole battle made the situation worse. Without mentioning the destruction of the territories, the worst part is that the lords brought all their gold with them when they left. Now, there is not a single copper left in the treasury of all the Leizhou territories. After she spoke till this point, she sighed. The financial department roughly calculated that 100,000 gold is needed to restore the economy and infrastructure. As her words reached their ears, everyone present gasped. Ouyang Shuo's face grew darker and darker. Shanghai City had already spent over 100,000 gold even before the Battle of Leizhou began. In addition to compensating families, expanding the army, and retrenching soldiers would require another huge sum. Ouyang Shuo had hoped to obtain a gold mine after occupying Leizhou. Who would have thought he would receive a burden instead? Is it really that bad? Cui Yingyu nodded affirmatively. This is the most conservative calculation. Apart from repairing the cities, if the 5 houses need to expand and build outer walls, the situation would look even worse. The 5 houses definitely needed to expand, especially Leishan City, which would become the prefecture-grade governing city. If it did not reach 100 square kilometers, it could not fulfill its role. Seeing Ouyang Shuo's face turn cold, Cui Yingyu carefully added, of course, Leizhou's economy is quite good. As long as we weather these times, the financial income will be substantial. Additionally, Leizhou is by the sea, so we can replicate its well-developed shipbuilding and salt industries. We can also relocate industries like colored silk. That's not enough, Ouyang Shuo shook his head. Relocating industries alone won't suffice. The financial department must develop the territory's potential, create new industries, and open new sources of income. Understood. Ouyang Shuo's expression relaxed slightly. At this point, we can only try to raise funds. We will borrow all the necessary gold from the Four Seas Bank. If it's not enough, we will obtain the needed gold from the various chambers of commerce. As the Four Seas Bank continued to grow and develop, it had started to hold a significant amount of savings. Ouyang Shuo's so-called borrowing used the future income of Leizhou Prefecture as a down payment. He would also return the money with a certain amount of interest. It seemed preposterous, but it was a normal action in modern society. For Seas Bank Treasurer Meng Zhidao was a prominent financial expert, so he could definitely handle this matter. Chamber of Commerce? That's right, Ouyang Shua nodded. Tell the various chambers of commerce that we will allow them to set up branches in Leizhou if they are willing to help us get through these tough times. Ouyang Shua believed that the various chambers of commerce would see the development potential of Leizhou Prefecture. As long as there were profits to be made, the chambers of commerce would be willing to help. Besides, Ouyang Shua was just borrowing from them, and he would return the funds with interest. He was not asking for donations. Cui Yingyu's eyes brightened. No problem. She was thinking about whether she should ask her father to have the Cui Chamber of Commerce loan them a large sum. With the help of Lianzhou Prefecture and Yashan City, the Cui Chamber of Commerce was doing exceptionally well. When he saw Cui Yingyu's excited expression, Ouyang Shua sighed. He was helpless. If he told others that Shanghai City needed to borrow money to survive, none of his allies would believe him. Shanghai City was seen as the richest among the rich. It seemed he needed to speed up the development of Yaonie. Ouyang Shua also needed to find other ways to increase the sources of funds. Finally, Internal Affairs Director Wei Yang reported on his investigations into Leizhou Prefecture. After they took down Leizhou Prefecture, under Wei Yang's iron-fisted rule, the visible unrest was completely eradicated. The challenge lay in the hidden forces that tried to blend in during the chaos. Dealing with these individuals was not easy. Among them were loyalists from their former territory, merchants who had lost everything, and civilians who had lost their families. This task required the Director of Internal Affairs to persist in the long term. Fortunately, with his capabilities and leadership, it would be a relatively straightforward process. Anyone who attempted to sow discord and cause problems would be dealt with harshly. On this issue, Ouyang Shua had a firm stance. After Wei Yang finished his report, the meeting concluded. In the following days, Ouyang Shua personally oversaw Leishan City and met with a number of generals and officials, paying special attention to the newly appointed major generals and prefects. One day, while Ouyang Shua was meeting with Wei Zhang, a system notification sounded in his ear. System notification. Congratulations to the War Snow Rose mercenary group, led by Snow Rose, for being the first to clear the public mysterious region, South Mountain Cave. Rewarded with 10,000 reputation points. Congratulations to the player. Compared to the week Lin Jing had promised, they were a full month late. It seemed the elite squad faced difficulties when fighting the final boss. The moment the notification went out, the adventure game mode players were in an uproar. Just the phrase public mysterious region was enough to excite them. This was the first public mysterious region since the system introduced such areas. Players scrambled to find out the exact location, and naturally, members of the War Snow Rose mercenary group were asked the most. Unfortunately, Yaonie remained a closely guarded secret, and regular members were not privy to the information. However, a person with connections managed to find out that South Mountain Cave was located near Yashan City. Suddenly, Yashan City became the center of attention. When players tried to teleport over, they discovered that the teleportation formation was restricted to certain individuals. As for traveling by boat, don't kid yourself. The forums were thrown into an uproar. Players grumbled and demanded that Yashan City be opened to them. Some even scolded, acting as if Yashan City should naturally be open to everyone. Yashan City remained silent. Without Ouyang Shua's orders, they would not open the teleportation formation. The next day, Ouyang Shua instructed that the city be opened only to members of the Shanghai Alliance Guild. As for other players? Not at the moment. Ouyang Shua was not a philanthropist. According to Lin Jing, South Mountain Cave dropped strategist equipment. Coincidentally, Qingfeng Pavilion and Tingyu Floor were primarily composed of strategists. War Snow Rose mercenary group had almost every occupation, including many strategists. At such a time, they naturally had to meet their internal needs first. Such alliance benefits would help increase the members' sense of belonging to their guilds. One could foresee that in the coming period, many members of the three guilds would swarm into Yashan City. To handle this, Ouyang Shua sent a letter to Song Jia, putting her in charge of Yashan City, specifically for matters related to adventure game mode players. On the 6th month, 25th day, guards escorted Bao Shuya and Yanhuo Yaonie into Leishan City. Once they met, Yanhuo Yaonie opened up, "Lianzhou Lord, I guess you have some questions for me?" "That's right," Ouyang Shua said expressionlessly. "The theory is simple. If I cannot become a lord, then I'll become the right hand of a lord, that's my style." Ouyang Shua nodded. "What makes you so confident that I will use you?" In the eyes of players, Ouyang Shua could not be considered an open player. Instead, he seemed strict and unfriendly. The matter with Yashan City South Mountain Cave was a perfect example. "Lianzhou Lord, why don't you take a look at my stats?" Yanhuo Yaonie laughed confidently and showed his stats bar to Ouyang Shua. When Ouyang Shua raised his head and scanned Yanhuo Yaonie's stats, his eyes froze. Yanhuo Yaonie was also a general. His stats could be considered normal. However, two things astonished Ouyang Shua. Yanhuo Yaonie's innate talent, naval warfare adept, and the king rank cultivation method, surging wave true technique. Naval warfare adept, during naval warfare, raises cannon or bow range by 10%, raises ship speed by 20%, raises warship defense by 25%, reduces chance of ship sinking by 15%. It was a totally overpowered talent, simply made for a navy general. No wonder Yanhuo Yaonie was so confident. With such a talent, being a lord was simply a waste. Cleaned and edited text. Cloud could not imagine what would have happened if the Ming Dynasty warship building technical manual from the auction had fallen into Yanhuo Yaonie's hands. What kind of powerful lord would have emerged if that happened? Not only that, but the cultivation method he practiced was similar, which helped to enhance his talent. This guy was really lucky, he actually found such a matching and authentic secret manual. State your terms. One had to say, Ouyang Shua felt really tempted. The lack of navy generals was a major weakness of Shanghai City, and Ouyang Shua would not want to let any opportunity pass. Strangely, in his last life, Ouyang Shua had never heard of such a lord. Who knew if he was simply too low profile or if he had been eliminated early, like now? As long as this player was not infamous, Ouyang Shua was confident in his ability to rule over them. "I've heard that Shanghai City has built a Beihai Bay squadron. I just want to work in the squadron." "That simple?" "Yes, that simple," Yanhuo Yaonie said frankly. "Compared to being a lord, I want to roam the seas. Instead of being restricted to China, why not attack other regions?" Ouyang Shua kept silent. In his last life, the reason why this man was not famous probably had something to do with this. "Okay, I agree." Ah. This time, it was Yanhuo Yaonie's turn to feel surprised. He did not expect Ouyang Shua to agree so quickly. "You feel very shocked?" "That's right." Yanhuo Yaonie nodded. The Lianzhou lord from the rumors is not someone who trusts other lord players. Yanhuo Yaonie was being tactful to avoid directly saying that Ouyang Shua was too wary of other players. Ouyang Shua smiled. "Times have changed. Shanghai City now has a perfect system, so if you try anything funny, I'll know." Yanhuo Yaonie was shocked once more. Did he really need to be so direct? Of course, the meeting place has to change. The Beihai Bay Squadron is more of a near-water unit. Given your specialty, it's better if you join the Yashan Squadron. Yashan Squadron? While Yanhuo Yaonie was familiar with the Beihai Bay Squadron, he knew nothing about the Yashan Squadron. Ouyang Shua gave a rough explanation. The leader of the 1st Division of the Yashan Squadron is Kai Mao. You can work under him as his deputy. No problem. Yanhuo Yaonie's eyes lit up. He wasn't disappointed by the lower position. He knew that although he had incredible talent, he lacked practical experience. The opportunity to learn from Kai Mao was a great advantage. With that thought, Yanhuo Yaonie bowed, "General greets the Lord." At this point, Yaonie had genuinely won him over. If you doubt someone, you shouldn't use them, but if you use someone, you shouldn't doubt them. Such magnanimity was beyond the reach of an ordinary lord. Undoubtedly, this decision would be a turning point in his game. When the sailors got their break, he would have a stage to showcase his brilliant skills. As Yaonie was busy stabilizing the situation in Leizhou Prefecture, the Huangjin uprising army in the north was nearing its end. Earlier in the 6th month, Di Chen had begun to devise a plan to destroy the uprising army. At this time, it had not been long since Shanghai City initiated the war in Leizhou. Naturally, Di Chen, dealing with his own issues, declined the Leizhou lord's call for help. After half a month of communication and discussion, Di Chen utilized all available methods, even involving his family, to successfully forge a temporary alliance among the 30-odd territories in Jingdou. Although the lords were aware that collaborating with Handan County was aiding the enemy, they had no choice but to form an alliance to face the increasingly powerful Huangjin uprising army. They would consider the consequences later. After all, if the Huangjin uprising army wiped them out, everything would be for naught. In terms of recruiting and persuading players, Di Chen was far superior to Yaonie. With Juedai Fenghua's assistance in smoothing the process, the alliance formed remarkably smoothly. On the 16th day of the 6th month, Lianpa acted as the commander of the Jingdou Alliance army and led a total of 150,000 troops to launch an assault against the Huangjin uprising army. At this point, the uprising army had eliminated Jindinghouse and was poised to expand outward. Dividing 120,000 troops into 4 directions, they attacked outward. Similar to the Taiping Country uprising army, their ranks were filled with renowned generals, including the 3 brothers Zhang Jiao, Zhang Bo, and Zhang Liang, as well as Zhang Mancheng, Wucai, and Han Zhong. Apart from Zhang Jiao's memories from the past, they formed a formidable force. None could have anticipated that the alliance army would deliver a fatal blow to Zhang Jiao at such a critical moment. Seizing the opportunity when the uprising army split their forces, Lianpa led the alliance army into battle. They destroyed the northern and eastern forces in just 4 days. General Zhang Man of the north was killed, while the eastern general Zhang Liang and his deputy Wucai were captured by the alliance. At the same time, a few minor generals were divided among the lords. With the first battle ending in victory, the morale of the alliance army rose. As a result, they didn't even bother with the southern and western troops. Instead, they directly attacked Shinding City. The city was under the command of Zhang Jiao and Yi. General Yi died historically due to Tang Zhou's betrayal. Naturally, he became Zhang Jiao's right-hand man, leading 30,000 guards to defend the city. With the base under attack, even with his knowledge, Zhang Jiao could not do much. He had to recall the southern and western troops and order them to come to the rescue. Zhang Jiao fell into Lianpa's trap. Lianpa attacked Shinding City to lure the reinforcements, then changed the target. Tragedy ensued. The southern and western troops, who had rushed back, were ambushed. In just 2 days, both forces were defeated. The southern general Zhang Bao, the western general Guangke, and several minor generals were either killed in battle or captured. This battle was a complete victory for the alliance army. Not only did they recruit many rare generals, but they also took many prisoners. Their morale reached its peak. Di Chen's prestige and honor in Jingdou naturally soared. The only one in Jingdou not on friendly terms with him was probably Stone County. Stone County, under Wufu and part of the Shanghai Alliance, was naturally excluded from the alliance army. In this war, they remained bystanders. After decimating the southern and western troops, the alliance army began to surround and besiege Shinding City. At the Shinding City gate, Zhang Jiao looked out at the stream of forces, a dejected expression on his face. He did not expect that even after reviving, he could not change the fate of Huangjin. Destiny was always so cruel. He walked over and said, "General, let's take the chance to escape." Even if I die, I'll definitely be able to protect you. Escape? To where? Zhang Jiao's eyes showed that he had already given up. Even if we escape, we will have to live in hiding. What's the difference between that and dying? If we survive, we do not need to feel afraid. Zhang Jiao shook his head. You do not need to try and persuade me. Just let me die together with the city. Yi was speechless. On the 22nd day of the 6th month, the Alliance army launched its final assault on Jiangding. The Jinding City Protection Force viewed death as a reprieve. The 100,000 civilians inside the city were all loyal Huangjin believers. In this battle, they showed the Alliance army the true meaning of passion. Under their relentless assault and the use of trebuchets and scaling ladders, they finally broke through after 5 days. The losses in the siege alone were more than all the previous battles combined. Zhang Jiao and Yi both died in battle. Along with them, 20,000 soldiers and several tens of thousands of civilians perished. As Jinding City fell, a system notification announced the end of the Huangjin uprising army. The moment the notification sounded, the China region was thrown into an uproar. In just half a year, the Huangjin uprising army had been destroyed, truly a feat to inspire respect and admiration. Di Chen's prestige and fame soared, almost catching up to Ouyang Shua. Based on the merit points from this battle, Di Chen became a rank 3 marquis. Handan County will soon upgrade to a prefecture. After occupying Jinding City, the atmosphere within the Alliance army became quite strange. In this battle, the Alliance army had captured Zhongliang, Buozai, Hanzhong, and Guanku. They had also obtained over 20 small generals and 80,000 prisoners. With such a large prize, how would they divide it? Additionally, there were the territories the uprising army had seized, especially Jinding City. Who would take control of it? The stakes involved were immense. The lords were not foolish. To prevent Handan County from taking all the rewards, they had formed a smaller alliance earlier to oppose Di Chen. Di Chen was also tempted. If he could use this battle to destroy the Alliance army, the entire Jingdou region would be his. Unfortunately, he was up against a group of savvy opponents, none of whom were that foolish. In this battle, the lords were particularly wary of Handan County. Throughout the conflict, in terms of generals, equipment, and combat strength, Handan County had sent superior forces compared to the other territories. As a result, many other lords formed alliances to counter him. After 5 days of discussions, they finally agreed on how to divide the spoils. In the end, Handan County received Guanku and 2 other generals, along with 10,000 prisoners. Since Jinding City was too far from Handan County, Di Chen had no choice but to give it up. An alliance of the 5 nearest territories took control of the city and would manage it collectively. After dividing the spoils, the alliance disbanded, and everyone went their separate ways. Di Chen rode off on his horse. He turned back to look at Jinding City and muttered, "The benefits I gave out today will one day return to my hands." The end of the Huangjin uprising army only caused a small ripple in the chaos of the China region. The second year of Gaia, the year of chaos, was not over just like that. As they entered the second half of the year, the various territories started to surround and fight back against the remaining uprising armies. In the middle region, the Changsheng Woguang uprising ran rampant around the mid-plains. Chunxinjun was located in the Luoyang region, while Piaolinghuan and Shapujuan were in Xianyang. Fengqiuwang was in Taiyuan. These 3 regions boxed in the mid-plains. The one closest to the uprising was fallen Phoenix City. In contrast to Wufu, Fengqiuwang had already formed an alliance army with the other Phoenix Alliance members to face the uprising army. Although Chunxinjun, Piaolinghuan, and Shapujuan had some animosity between them, they would still group up to fight against the Changsheng uprising army. The mid-plains were different from Jingdou, as it covered a much larger region. To replicate Di Chen's feats was impossible. The only ones closest to fighting them were the Luoyang Alliance, a regional alliance. Although they asked for help, unfortunately for them, neither side was willing to send forces. It was similar to what Ouyang Shua had considered. Zhongyuan was in a struggle under the suppression of the uprising army. It was only a matter of time before they occupied the entire Zhongyuan. At that time, Chen Shinjun, Feng Qiuhuang, Piao Linghuan, and Sha Pejuan would show their might. The only change occurred in the Zhongyan province, where the imperial city of Luoyang was located. The uprising army was arrogant and foolish, attempting to attack Luoyang city. They were merely courting destruction. Ouyang Shua knew that each imperial city housed 100,000 elite soldiers. In the early years of the game, no territory dared to challenge the imperial cities. The southeast region, compared to the Middle Plains, was much larger, spanning over 5 to 6 provinces. Zhanlong, Xiangba, Gongchengshi, and Xuanlong Dianxue were all located in different provinces. Coincidentally, the base of the Huangchao uprising army was in Wannan province. Adjacent to this province were the Jianye region, where Blood Red County was located, Jiangnan province, where Qing County was situated, and Jiangzhou province, where Black Lion County was found. The Guangzhou region, where Xuanlong County was located, had no direct connection to the Huangchao uprising army. To join the battle, he could only teleport to Black Lion County and fight alongside Gongchengshi. Unlike the Middle Plains, the Jianye region was elongated and narrow. Zhanlong's territory was only 200 to 300 kilometers from Wannan province. According to the news, Zhanlong had modeled itself after Di Chen and formed an alliance with the lords in the Jianye region, planning to attack Fengyang City, the base of the Huangchao uprising army. However, compared to Jingdou, Jianye region was only a quarter of its size. Annihilating the enemy in one battle would be no easy task, especially after the destruction of Huangjin, which would certainly raise the alertness of other uprising armies. Zhanlong's goal was simply to earn merit points and quickly advance to the rank of Marquis. The southwest region was obviously the peculiar part. Feng Qingyang's territory was in Shu, which was almost impossible to attack. Shanghai City, Consonant City, and Tianshuang City formed a three-way pincer on Taiping country. However, Ouyang Shua's stance was not clear at this moment. Shanghai City did not attack Taiping County, instead, they went to attack Leizhou. Both Baihua and Sungguan sought his opinion and asked about his intentions. Ouyang Shua made it clear that he had no immediate plans to attack Taiping country. Baihua and Sungguan could only remain silent. After all, the territory truly connected to the Taiping country uprising was Shanghai City. Whether Consonance County or Tianshuang County, they were still a distance away, especially Tianshuang County, with Chiyu City between them, making it nearly impossible to attack Taiping country. If Shanghai City did not attack, the other two could only stay put. The Willing to Die Alliance, located in Guangxi Prefecture, suffered the most. Just as Shanghai City went to attack Leizhou Prefecture, the northern and western troops of Taiping country successfully took Guilin Prefecture and Jinan Prefecture. The Willing to Die Alliance fell. After taking over 3 prefectures, Hong Xiuquan officially announced in Tianjing the establishment of the Taiping country. Hong Xiuquan proved to be pragmatic. After setting up the country, he did not opt for rapid expansion. Instead, he began to consolidate the prefectures he had taken and ordered his generals to start forming an army, training the original peasant army into a real military force. The strength of the Taiping country was like a snowball, rolling larger and larger. Ouyang Shua naturally did not just sit back and watch this unfold. Whether it was the Military Intelligence Division or the Black Snake Guards, both took advantage of the chaos to infiltrate. Shanghai City's plan was progressing steadily. Throughout the entire 6th month, the flames of war ignited across the China region. Apart from the Shanghai Alliance and Yanhuo Alliance, many regional alliances began to emerge. The most notable were the Dare to Die Alliance, Luoyang Alliance, and Wannan Alliance. What the three had in common was that they were all directly facing the invasion of the uprising army. The Dare to Die alliance had already fallen, so how long could the other two alliances last? Who would survive, and who would be extinguished? This was just the beginning. The flames of war in the second half of the year would only burn more fiercely. On the first day of the 7th month, a system notification rang out in the China region. System notification: congratulations to player Di Chen for becoming the 4th player in the China region to upgrade to a Grade 1 prefecture, awarded 3,800 merit points. In just 1 week, Handan County managed to upgrade. This upgrade signified that the era of prefectures was slowly drawing near. After the upgrade, Handan County was once again on the same starting line as Shanghai City. On the same day, Di Chen announced on the global channel that he would recruit 200,000 adventure game mode players to move into Handan City. 200,000 players were nearly the population advantage that Shanghai City had built up over the past half year. To attract players to relocate, Di Chen listed a host of benefits on the forums, including a mansion for each family. The moment the news broke, the China region erupted in excitement. Adventure mode players were particularly enthusiastic, as they were tired of being confined to the imperial cities. If they could receive a mansion, they would be willing to do anything. Moreover, Handan City did not require them to do anything, it was all free. As the competition between guilds intensified, more players, especially those in small groups, chose to leave the imperial city because they were struggling. Di Chen's proposal perfectly aligned with their needs. The moment the post went out, Handan City received tens of thousands of applications. It was clear that Handan City was taking a different path from Shanghai City. With his family's support, Di Chen was confident in managing all the players. Not only that, his performance in quelling the Huangjin uprising army had temporarily wiped out all previous uncertainties. Di Chen's family had agreed to support Handan City's development. All their resources, both visible and hidden, would start flowing into the city. Although they were half a year behind Shanghai City, their development speed was not slower. The further behind they were, the larger the platform to showcase the family's strength. Even more impressive was that, compared to his initial arrogance when entering the game, Di Chen had grown more task-oriented and mature. One had to say that the Lord mode in Earth Online really helped train and develop leaders, and Di Chen's growth was the best example. Gaia wanted someone who could take control and rise up. There was no difference between a commoner and someone from a powerful family. It would not favor one side. Di Chen's family would likely be very pleased with this. Compared to the achievements in the game, a superb heir was the family's greatest gain.